17th, 2024. As I have mentioned in my newsletter, we are in an interregnum. That is, we're in between the old post-war system and the new age system that is being set up. So what's happening is paperwork is being drawn up, legal things are happening. This is all just, necessary to make the transition possible. But what I want to make clear is that this is not going to be replacing one secret elite with another secret elite. The plan is to hand over control of the financial system and the new international system to the elected representatives of the people or the meritocratically selected representatives of the people. The reason this had to be done in secret is because we were dealing with a group of transnational criminals who murdered, bribed, and blackmailed their way into seizing control of most governments on Earth. And until that is dealt with, it's impossible to return to democracy and the rule of law and all that stuff that was supposed to be how we govern ourselves. So this is a transition to the people, and it will happen probably not until we'll see be big announcements in the autumn, and then big changes probably in 2025. But behind the scenes, it's a done deal. The criminal cabal has been defeated. Now, the signs of this, of course, are in their main strongholds of Ukraine, Israel, and the United States. Russia and China, Russia's president, or should I say presidential avatar, Vladimir Putin, visited China, where they publicly announced basically what we've also been saying on this newsletter, that a polycentric world order is starting. And the idea of having blocs fighting each other, like the U.S. building alliances against China and Russia, that's not the way we want to be. It's going to be, everybody's going to be friendly. There's not going to be any more, us against them, Hegelian type, dividing people into fighting blocks. There will be friendly competition and stuff like that, but not Cold War. And the other thing that has been decided is the Western military industrial complex will become the enforcement arm of the International Criminal Court, and they will be subject to international law. We will also be contacting Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and other U.S. defense companies to ask them about anti-gravity technology and talk about releasing it to the public. So that's something that will come up. Now, getting back to the news, what we're seeing in the Ukraine now is we're getting reports that the Russians are basically just walking in, that the war is over. And my understanding is that the Russians are going to go as far as Odessa. And what's left of the Ukraine will probably be divided between Russia, Poland, Romania, and Hungary, and the transnational criminals there, led by Vladimir Zelensky, will be arrested and charged with war crimes, and there's plenty of evidence for that. So it's pretty well game over there. But of course, there's still stuff going on. I've gotten reports from Germany that there are huge chemical fires all over the country. Clearly, the Russians have retaliated for attacks against Russian oil facilities, and this is not being reported, but there's plenty of videos of massive fires all over Germany. So something's still going on there. And the other thing that's going to happen is, President Xi Jinping of China went to Serbia and announced that China supported Serbia's territorial claims in Kosovo. This means really that this is revenge for the destruction of Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia was destroyed because Bill Clinton Rockefeller wanted to seize the huge mineral deposits that were located in Kosovo, and they're going to have that taken away from them. It's going to be returned to the peoples of the region. So that's something that the Chinese and the Russians will support, and the Americans are not going to fight a war against China and Russia to preserve Rockefeller mineral interests. It's not going to happen. So that's something to keep an eye on. Now, as far as the United States is concerned, they're still pretending there's going to be an election in November, and now they're talking about some kind of a debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. The only problem is nobody's going to be there. In other words, they're going to try to have two avatars duke it out on TV and try to pretend that's actually a part of a democracy at work. The whole thing is fake, and it's not going to happen. What will happen is a friendly buyout offer will be made to the U.S. corporation. The price we're offering is $1. It's symbolic. However, all debts, public and private, of this bankrupt institution, and it's more than $200 trillion in debt and unfunded liabilities, not just the $34 trillion you're seeing in your headlines. That will all be written off, and the United States and Canada will join to create a Republic of the United States of North America. That's going to happen. Now, as far as Israel is concerned, they are also bankrupt and internationally isolated. What will happen is, their mandate has expired. So the nation state of Israel will be replaced by the nation state of Judea. So the nation state of Israel has had its mandate expired. They are isolated internationally, and militarily they are in a hopeless situation. The U.S. is not going to fight to support a genocidal regime. So what we're dealing with now is a hostage situation where Benjamin Netanyahu and a few remaining Satanists are holding the Israeli and Judean people hostage. That will be ended, and Israel will be replaced by Judea. The original Judeans, who are mistakenly called Palestinians, will be compensated for all the crimes against them by the Zionists. This is going to bankrupt a lot of these organizations like Chabad, because they're going to have to pay for their crimes. But at the end of the day, Judea will be the replacement, and the European immigrants and the original Judeans will live together with equal rights. And they're going to rebuild the temple, but it will be a temple to the Creator, not to Satan, and there will be no sacrifices, either animal or human. But that's the situation there. Now, the other thing that we're going to now try to find out is the Vatican is going to hold a press conference to talk about aliens. And when I visited the P2 Freemasons, now the P3 Freemasons who run the Vatican, they told me, and this is what they're telling me, you gotta decide for yourself what it means. They told me they've been dealing with aliens for thousands of years, and they call them angels and devils and jinns and stuff like that, and they have ways to contact them. So let's see if they come public with that. And personally, if it's true, then we should have them, like land their spaceships on the proverbial White House lawn and come out and shake hands, and anybody can come and see them, so we know it's not another computer graphics type of scenario. But in any case, are winning, and a lot of forbidden technology is going to be released to the public, including the ability to enhance our genes and become able to be virtually immortal. This is going to be a high priority once the new system is in place. Let's face it, our number one enemy is death, and we're going to fight against that, and disease and environmental destruction, all those things. So it'll be very good times ahead, but the transition is going to be lasting for many months because nitty-gritty has to be done. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. I noticed on a report a while back that you said that chemtrail spraying was handled by a different faction of the KM. I still see spraying here in Texas, everywhere, and in a lot of other places. I'm wondering what part of the deep state would need to be brought down to stop this environmental destruction. Also, do you know if the Navy is still killing ocean life with their sonic sonar weapons, or has that been stopped?
There is evidence that there have been attempts to spray deadly substances. There was an attempt, for example, to use the solar eclipse event to spray dangerous chemicals, and those were stopped. However, my own personal Pentagon contact told me that most of what are called chemtrails are just reflective substances with aluminum and barium and things like that that are used for a special kind of radar system that can detect objects as small as 1 millimeter in diameter. So I'm guessing that's what most of it is. That doesn't mean I agree with it or that it should be done, but that's what I've heard. Now, as far as the Navy and the sonar is concerned, once the transition is complete and the military-industrial complex is given the job of protecting the planet instead of just stealing resources for oligarchs, which is basically their job now, then all that kind of stuff will stop. They'll be protecting sea life, not damaging it. But that hasn't happened yet. The transition is still underway. And you got to understand, these are people, they have families, they have bills to pay, and that's why, there's computer and paperwork needed to transition the financial system. And that will happen, and then it will be handed over to the people. But until that time, everything is in limbo. And a lot of stuff is churning in a kind of repetitive motion if you look at the news cycle. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. When you speak about the next U.S. president being either Trump or General McGregor, I'm left wondering why you are not mentioning RFK Jr. It seems to me, and many millions of others, that he's a very viable candidate, speaks truth to power, and is uniquely positioned to be able to drain the swamp, even though he seems to be way off on the Israel issue. On just about everything else, he seems spot on from what I can tell.
I think that if the United States was a real democracy with real freedom of press, the next election would be between JFK Jr. and Field Marshal Douglas McGregor, and then the people would decide, because both of them speak the truth, which is not what the case with most of the other people out there. And as far as the Israel thing is concerned, I think the guy is suffering from Stockholm syndrome. Israel, David Ben-Gurion ordered the assassination of his father and uncle, and I guess he's scared, and he doesn't want to, upset these people, but there will be justice for him and his father and uncle and his family for those murders. That will be part of the war crimes tribunals and truth and reconciliation process. By the way, my great-grandmother McCarthy was a sister to his great-grandmother, at least according to my own grandmother. So we're related. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We really appreciate your truth reports. It helps us get through these crazy days with so many in the sleep state still. My mother was murdered by the bioweapon. Will the pharmaceutical scientists that work on gain of function developing mRNA to harm people be rounded up, tried, and hung?
That's exactly what's going to happen. Mass murder is not something that you can just have a truth and reconciliation thing happen. But we understand that most of the doctors who administered these vaccines thought they were safe and that they were trying to fight a disease. So these people won't be prosecuted. It's only ones who actually knew that these were toxic and were aimed at killing people who will be facing the necessary justice. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You speak of a new system where everyone is given a one-off payout before returning to regular work function. Do you think the IRS in the United States will continue to exist as things proceed?
No, they will be abolished for sure, and their function will be replaced by government-issued currency, and that will pay for things like defense, public works, education, this sort of thing. It will no longer be paid for with taxes. So yeah, the IRS will be abolished. The people working there will be given suitable compensation, or maybe they'll be, offered the job of handing out money instead of taking it. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. If the White Hats have won, what is to stop these KM individuals from returning? Surely we won't be able to find and try all of them.
A lot of these people were just following orders, and if they get new orders saying from now on we've got to save the planet and help end poverty and stop environmental destruction, a lot of those people will probably just switch hats, switch teams. But there's going to be a very, very thorough effort to permanently remove the mass murderers, the child torturers, the really evil people will be hunted down systematically, and there's nowhere, either on or off planet, will they will be able to escape to. They will face justice. There's nowhere for them to hide. But a lot of people will be given an opportunity for truth and reconciliation, because at the end of the day, it's about building a better planet, not about getting revenge. But there will be justice. You can be sure of that. And okay, there's one last thing. I forgot to mention in my talk that King Charles supposedly appeared in public and handed over control of some kind of military function to Crown Prince William. This is just for optics. I know that the people who actually control the British Empire are not the ones you're seeing in public. And I honestly don't know if there is actually a King Charles or a William around or not. It's just too opaque a situation. I'm hoping to fly to England and see for myself with my own eyes, because that's the only way these days you can figure stuff out, because the digital fakery is so advanced. Anything you see on the screen, you have to doubt. Okay, well, that's all I have to say for myself this week, but I'm telling you that it's more and more confirmation the good guys have won, and this will become increasingly obvious even in the so-called mainstream corporate media. So you watch and see. And I hope to see you next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on May 10th, 2024. As I wrote in my last report, approval has been given for $100 trillion to start a future planning agency for the world, at least for the Western world. So last week I went to Mizuho Bank and applied for the $100 trillion to be put into the White Dragon Foundation to get the process started. Now, the first thing you need to understand is $100 trillion is just a number. It was chosen because it represents 1 year's worth of world GDP. But it's meaningless unless it's accompanied by some real world activity. So right now the gears are in motion, and this is going to take some time before people will see things in public. But the first step will be to hire some headhunters to recruit some of the smartest people in the world to start the planning to set up the organization. I'm not a manager. I'm not good at that sort of thing. I'm an idea man. So the reason we chose Mizuho Bank is because it was set up by the bureaucrats who were responsible for the original future planning agency in Japan, or the economic planning agency. Now, under that system, Japan had decades of double-digit economic growth. Everybody was middle class, or most people, and there was vibrant natural ecosystems right down in downtown Tokyo. So these people have the institutional DNA to get the process started. But of course, as Mizuho itself pointed out, they're a very small, bank in the big world scheme of things. So of course, all the very smart people at places like Goldman Sachs, HSBC, etc., will be involved in this project as it moves forward, and of course, so will the average people. The move towards a jubilee will also be planned very carefully. I'm guessing that it won't happen until 2025, because it has to be worked out very, it's not an easy thing to do. and a lot of consultation has to take place. But there is a consensus that it will happen. And another thing that will now happen is that the Jubilee will include the release of most people who are in jail. There will be an exception for criminally insane people who just have to be institutionalized, or they will immediately start causing harm. But other than that, there should be some kind of release of most people in jail as a part of this process. There will also be, once these people are released from jail, there will also be some very, very severe police action to reduce the crime rate. So once they're released, if they're not in good behavior, there's a good chance they'll be shot on the street as soon as they're caught in the act of committing a crime. So there will be a big change there. We expect the crime rate to drop to 1/5 of its current level in North America when this process is finished. Now, the future planning system has to be put in place, because if we don't, if the West doesn't do that, it's just a matter of time before we all end up working for the Chinese. The Russians realize this. This week, Vladimir Putin announced Russia's plans for the year 2030 and beyond. And it's just full of common sense things that the people want. They want to, they want to stop population decline. They want to increase their high tech, their well-being, in harm. Just read it and you can see. That's what happens when you have a government that works for the people and tries to make a better future for them, which is what governments are supposed to do. Now, what's been happening in the West is that the West has been under the control of a group of fanatics. I call them the Khazarian Mafia, but they're also Sabbatai and Frankist Jews. But the big plan they were working towards was they were going to use the Ukraine to destroy Russia, turn it into many small vassal states. And then they were going to use those vassal states together with the West and Japan to attack China and turn China into 5 countries, perpetually fighting each other and under their control. They were also going to use Israel to conquer most of the Middle East and set up a new world capital there under their sort of dictatorship, and turn the planet into a giant animal farm. We've all seen what they were trying to do. Digital ID, social credit scores. So if you don't obey, you don't get food. It was a system of horrific global slavery that they were trying to install. And that is now ending. There's still some mopping up to be done. We saw that Jared Kushner was flushed out in Israel last week, and it's clear he was behind the plan to, depopulate Gaza and turn it into a kind of a resort. Well, he's now a dead man walking. The same with U.S. Speaker Mike Johnson. I mean, for him to publicly call for genocide, that's criminal, and I guarantee you he'll not be around much longer. The other two we have to see vanish from public view is Alex Soros, and that whole thing, that whole foundation, that whole group needs to be neutralized. He's just been caught paying people to burn American flags, for example. So he's got to go. And of course, Justin Trudeau in Canada will have to go. This is going to happen. You watch and see. It's just a matter of time. Those people will be removed. They are mass murderers, and it's been proven beyond a doubt. The same is true for the pharmaceutical companies. They got their slave governments to promise them total immunity no matter how many people they killed. Well, that's not going to work. So the people behind the pharmaceutical companies will have to go. Now, we were contacted and threatened by the Rockefellers last week, saying they're going to, completely overthrow the Chinese government. But it was just a bluff. At the end of the day, they agreed that they will go along with the new paradigm, and because they have no choice, really. The only alternative is the entire Rockefeller, all the descendants of John Rockefeller I would be removed from the human gene pool, at least according to the Asian Secret Society. So that, they have to go along. But clearly, many members of that clan who were responsible for the mass murder vaccine event we just witnessed will have to face war crimes tribunals. But that members of the clan who had nothing to do with it will be allowed to continue to prosper and live their lives in peace. And you can see the visible signs of this change in the corporate news, for example. Now the Rockefeller avatar, Joe Biden, is publicly saying, we won't send arms to Israel if they attack Gaza. And then you have Israeli newspapers now, printing that Benjamin Netanyahu is the person who financed Hamas. We all know this, but the fact that it's in their newspapers is a sign that something fundamental has changed. Now, I know there's, news items out there about Israel attacking Rafah, but that's just old news clips, computer graphics. It's fake. It's stopped. The fighting in Israel has stopped. It's all a nothing burger. So we are still in an interregnum, and a lot will be happening, but the big question mark we're still waiting to answer is what is going to happen with all the secret Space Force technology? When will we see? I mean, the skies are full of UFO displays. I've seen them with my own eyes. I've seen these triangular anti-gravity crafts flying over Tokyo. If you watch the skies, there's a chance you personally will be able to see this with your own naked eyes. But I want to be able to ride one of these things. I want to ride an anti-gravity flying saucer so I can go from Tokyo to Canada in 20 minutes instead of 16 hours as it takes now. And this needs to be made available to the public. So the unanswered question is when and how is the secret technology going to be released to the public? But this will probably happen once the new systems to replace the UN are in place and when the Future Planning Agency is set up. We're talking about changing the direction of the entire planet. So it's not an easy thing. It has to be done carefully, rationally, and with the interests of the people at heart. But you can tell the old system has failed with the failure of the Israel's 911, where they were gonna, they staged another slaughter in order to try to manipulate people into a war, and nobody showed up. It failed. It blew up in their faces. So they're amazed. They knew their old playbook, which they've been using for thousands of years, has stopped working. The people have woken up. We're not going to be scared into submission anymore. We're not going to be fooled into wars anymore. Humanity is now heading for a long era of peace and harmony, and this will become increasingly visible over the coming months and into 2025. But for now, what we'll be witnessing is the implosion of the current system in the United States and Israel. Well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Do you know, will the internet as we know it be shut down during the 10-day or however many days it takes lockdown? Will people be given a different way to connect to emergency broadcasting systems, EBS, or the e-alert SEAS, to hear the messages being sent out? Will the new free internet be activated with only one channel for the duration of the lockdown? Please let me know.
To be honest, I don't know. I'm not in the loop on all those plans. There may not be a shutdown. What I think it's more likely is it's just, what's the process that's already underway of slowly exposing more and more people to the truth. And, instead of a shutdown and a single channel telling everybody what's going on, it's already underway. When you see, for example, Tucker Carlson getting more viewers than MSNBC and stuff like that, you can know that the process is underway. But I don't have personally any information about any sort of plan to shut things down. But if it happens, then we'll know. But right now, as far as I can tell, what will happen is there'll be change in management at Meta, Google, Apple, and they will be forced to tell the truth and stop trying to manipulate people according to their own misguided social engineering projects, such as trying to, turn everyone into a sterile transgender, or something like that. That's not their job. Their job is to allow complete transparency of information. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The Canadian military is going door to door for wellness checks. This isn't normal, and I think they're planning something. Do you know anything about this?
No, but I do know that if Trudeau and the people who still work for him, and Alex Soros and Rockefellers, try some sort of pandemic type fakery to stay in power and impose martial law, I don't care how senior those generals are, they will be shot for treason. It's not going to be allowed to happen. Next question.
Ben, so you are telling us that Donald Trump is not going to be president and Douglas McGregor is. Forgive me, but this is quite a shock. You could have at least spent a little more time and tell us what is going on with Trump. As an American waiting on Trump to return, this is quite a new revelation. I really don't know how to take this news. Who decided this? And so all the Trumps we are seeing are just some sort of script actors? I can't see the real Donald Trump allowing this to happen. Please elaborate on what is going on.
Well, first of all, the Donald Trump that is at Mar-a-Lago is definitely not the real Donald Trump. This is an actor. You know, he's going to, and the fact that they suspended these whole court cases, it makes it clear that people are waking up to the fact that that whole Trump show is fake. Now, I do get told by military white hats that the real Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces and the White Hats, and that they are, you know, behind this whole cleanup. But what I've also known is that there are a lot of, he's a very polarizing figure, whereas General or Field Marshal Douglas McGregor is very neutral. He's just talking about restoring the health of democracy and traditional institutions such as the rule of law and you know, just restoring the system to the way it's supposed to be, you know, working for the people, not against them. And so what it was people like the head of MI6 and other very, you know, powerful groups who seem to think that he would be a less polarizing figure than Donald Trump. However, at the end of the day, if, you know, real democracy is restored, as opposed to this fake, you know, digital stuff where you have actors reading scripts and then you have a digitally faked election. If there is a real democracy and a real election and Donald Trump wins, then he'll be president. But we cannot have an election under the current system where it's all just fake and rigged in secret. But all I can say is that a lot of people are against Donald Trump and a lot of people are for him. And so it may be that Douglas McGregor would be a compromise between the two camps. But in the end of the day, it's going to be the people who decide. And right now, Trump has a lot of support. So let's see how this plays. But just remember, the one at Mar-a-Lago is a fake. Don't pay attention to him. Don't pay attention to those court trials. All that theatrics is just reality TV. And he's just an actor reading scripts given to him by handlers like Leo Zagami of the P2 Freemasons. He's not the real deal. I would, you know, like to personally hear from the Commander-in-Chief Trump and meet him face to face, to be honest. That hasn't happened, but I keep hearing from the military white hats that he is in charge and he's at Mount Cheyenne, and well, let's see. But the people I contact who I know are real and who are in real centers of power, they say that Douglas McGregor would be a better choice. But, you know, this is going to, at the end of the day, the people will decide. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We live in the Netherlands where politics are stuck forever. Canada and Netherlands are both pulling the rope for what is left of Schwab. Demissionary fake cabinets are ongoing in making the worst mistakes in humanitarian issues ever. Are we going to see some light on the horizon soon?
Yeah, there is, you know, von der Leyen and Trudeau and the government of the Netherlands and stuff. They're kind of like final holdouts, but they have lost the war, and it's just a matter of time before change is made. Their whole, you know, but it's gonna, probably take several months, but you will see change in the Netherlands, in Canada, and at the EU, and the criminals will be removed. Just wait and see. But in the meantime, also do whatever you personally can to wake people up. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What do you know of the secrets of Antarctica, and why are we being prevented from going there? Also, do you have any info concerning the North Pole?
Again, what we know publicly about Antarctica is that the Antarctic Treaty means that it's not under the control of any government on Earth. And that means that a lot of oligarchs have carried out a lot of secret research there. We also know that the Nazis sent their top scientists there before the end of World War II, and that they were producing anti-gravity material. And I also heard that most of those scientists moved to Australia, Brazil, and Area 51. I also know that they have, top secret meetings of the Illuminati Council at the Norwegian Antarctic base. For example, there was a meeting there that decided to put Trump in 2016 instead of Hillary Clinton, Rockefeller. So that's what we know. But I'm hearing from my sources who have access to Antarctica that there's still some kind of fighting going on there, and there's still some dark hats there that have to be removed, and that's why the area is under quarantine. But I would like to know more myself. I've personally tried to go there and been stopped. People I know have tried to go there and been stopped. So it's definitely closed, and something's going on. Now, as far as the North Pole is concerned, that is clearly under white hat control. The Thule Air Base, I forget, it's got a new name, in Greenland is a center for this, and the Russians control the northern regions together with the U.S. military white hats, and good things are happening there. So there's no problem with the North Pole, but there's still something going on with the South Pole. That's what I know, and I, like you, I'd like to know more. I'd like to see, full disclosure, and hopefully that will come. Well, I hope to see you again next week, and hopefully there'll be more and more good news. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on May 2nd, 2025. I've often used the metaphor of a supertanker in the ocean to describe the current situation with the world leadership. And what that means is that there's been a change in the captain. The captain had a mental breakdown, and a new captain is in charge, and he's changing the direction. But we're talking about plans that have been put in place sometimes decades in advance. And just like a ship at sea, it's not that easy to turn it around all of a sudden. And we're seeing that if you look at the slave politicians in the G7, they're all going according to a plan to decarbonize by 2050. This plan is no longer in effect, but the new plan is still being worked out. So everything is going by its own momentum. Now, the reason why this decarbonization is being stopped is, first of all, they now admit that carbon does not cause global warming. So they've shifted the phrase to climate change, but they're still trying to decarbonize. The point is, we are carbon-based life. The more carbon there is, the more life. The more plants, the more animals, the more fish. And if you look at the history of this planet, when the global temperatures were like 4 degrees higher than now, there was a lot more biomass. There was a lot more life. So the new, fundamental direction is we're going to increase the amount and variety of life, including human life. So there'll be giant projects to turn the deserts green, fill them with new nature preserves and human habitation, replenish the oceans, fish, all sorts of things are being planned. But we're still in an interregnum. Documents need to be signed. Staff need to be lined up. It's going to take time, but there should be announcements sooner rather than later. In the meantime, the West is now basically divided into three factions. We have the faction that was originally under Queen Elizabeth, the global warming people. They are now aligned with the increased life thing. So that's one faction. Another faction, of course, is the Sabbatean Frankist Jews, now led by Benjamin Netanyahu, and they still want to, kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. They're still trying to start World War III by making provocations in Gaza, but they failed because at the highest levels of military intelligence worldwide, there's been a complete removal of people on that program, and all attempts to start Armageddon and World War III will not be supported by any significant military force. The Black Sun group, of course, they also want to start provocations, but their goal is different. They don't want to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. They're just trying to force humanity to create a world government, a world federation, which is sort of in line with what the BRICS people want, a polycentric world where we agree on, to cooperate in issues that concern us all and otherwise, not interfere in each other's affairs, and no more invading countries, killing their people, stealing their stuff, that'll all be stopped. So they're more or less lined up. So things are going to be moving in a good direction, but there's still a lot going on and there's still some cleaning up to do. Now, one thing we noticed is that they're having the World Economic Forum is having a meeting in Saudi Arabia right now in Riyadh, and guess what? Klaus Schwab is not there. So that's a sign that something has changed. Now, in the case of the United States, it's still the Rockefeller Hitler branch of the Khazarian mafia is still sitting there with their fake Biden, but they are doomed. If you look at the Fed's own numbers, it shows that they have unrealized losses of $946 billion compared to a capital of $51 billion. So they're bankrupt 19 times over. The banking system in the United States is, I would say at least $1 trillion underwater. All the bonds and other mortgages and stuff that they put out at 0% or 1% interest are deeply underwater. That alone would bankrupt almost all the banks in the U.S. Then the commercial real estate is down, in some cases by 98%, as recent deals come, and people can't afford to buy houses. They can't afford to pay rent. The system is financially broken. Now, Anthony Blinken went, the Rockefeller Secretary of State went to China to try to threaten China with weather warfare and beg for money, and he was told to buzz off. You guys, because they always lie. They always break their promises. They say what you want to hear, and then they stab you in the back. They learned that lesson with the fake Obama Hitler regime. They fooled the Chinese that time and got $23 billion. This time they're not being fooled. So the whole Obama thing is over. Now, I know that David Rockefeller Jr. is still at large, so is Alex Soros. And we believe David Rockefeller Jr. is being in the Philippines, being protected by the Marcos family. I would suggest they stop doing that, and he should turn himself in. If he's not been involved in mass murder, he will be forgiven. But if he is, well, he'll have to face a tribunal and its judgment. But in any case, events are moving in a good direction in other ways. So, for example, the International Criminal Court is going to act against Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli cabinet. So they're all going down as war criminals. There's nobody going to defend them. The U.S. Army is not going to fight to defend mass murders of civilians, nor do I believe will the Israeli army at the end of the day. So, it's just a matter of time now. Let me just check my notes to see what else I'm missing here. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the other big thing that's kind of slipping under the radar is Emmanuel Macron Rothschild, who's the representative of the head of the Rothschild family, the so-called self-described Illuminati committee with David Rene, the Rothschild. They're going to be staging a big fascist-style Olympics to promote a sort of a European dictatorship. And, they can go ahead and have their big show, but that's not what's going to happen. The reality has already changed. You know, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz went to China and basically said we're with the BRICS alliance now, and they're going ahead with a hydrogen economy. Now Xi Jinping is coming to visit France, Hungary, and Serbia. That's a very interesting combination. But these are basically three countries in Europe that have decisively broken away from the Rockefellers and the so-called Joe Biden faction. Now, the Rockefellers know that they are in trouble, and they approached White Hat leadership with a proposal to replace Joe Biden with Donald Trump. The problem is that the Donald Trump they want to use is the fake one at Mar-a-Lago. So in other words, they're promising a big change in direction using a new Trump avatar, but that's not the real Trump. So that was given the kibosh. In fact, what I've heard is a decision has been made that the next president of the United States and possibly the United States of North America will be Field Marshal Douglas McGregor. That's a high-level, decision to be made that this is a sober, intelligent man who would actually be a real president and not a teleprompt reading actor. So that's going to happen. Now, I'm not going to get into the timing, but we should see some sort of announcements in May. In the meantime, you're watching a dead man walking as far as the Biden regime is concerned. They are isolated worldwide, they are bankrupt, and they don't control the military. So it's just, we're waiting for the new financial structures to be in place to keep the military going, financed, and start the future planning organization. All that's in the works, but we're still not quite there yet. So we're in a kind of an interregnum. That's the situation as I see it now. But rest assured, they're not going to be able to kill us with any more pandemics. They're not going to be able to start World War III, and they will be, systematically removed as the top people are already gone, and more will continue to be removed until this is over. So the White Hats have won, and it's just a question of now arranging the transition. So we're in a kind of interregnum. That's what I have to say for myself this week. So now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. You mentioned yesterday in your last video that people made their money legitimately in the world would keep their hard-earned cash. Does this include people that invested into stocks and government bond investments without insider trading, of course?
This is going to be something that we'll leave to the experts and the number crunchers and stuff. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty because I'm a kind of a forest guy, not a tree guy, and I look at the big picture. But the details will be worked out so that people who are, who deserve their money, who didn't get it through dishonest means, will be allowed to keep it. That's the bottom line. But at the same time, all the trillions that were stolen through central bank fraud will be returned to the average people. So there will be a jubilee. There will be no debts, and everybody will own their primary residence without a mortgage. And genuine entrepreneurs will be allowed to continue business undisturbed. That's the rough picture. The details will be worked out by experts. Okay, next question.
Hey, Ben, how can the UN, HWO, World Bank, IMF/BIS be destroyed? We need covert operations to remove them. As far as we are following the diplomatic immunity rules, they are free to commit any crime. WHO pandemic treaty should be taken down. If they still struggle, destroy them by any means. The treaty is the next stage of their struggle of the globalists. Even after the removal of Klaus Schwab, the WEF, non-elected illegitimate entity, has still many followers, including young leaders and their stooges in different parts of the world?
This will change. The thing you need to understand, though, is that a lot of people working at places like the World Bank or the BIS, they're just smart people obeying orders. So if you give them new orders, so you say, okay, instead of stealing resources from poor countries, you're going to help them develop, they will just turn around and switch. So we're going to try to get all the healthy parts of the old system incorporated with the new, marching orders. But yeah, there's still a group that wants to use to turn this planet into a digital prison with social credit scores and digital money that they can control, and a system of high-tech digital slavery. And the people pushing that will be systematically removed. We got to the top, and now we're working down. Keep an eye out for Justin Trudeau. Watch when he goes. That'll be a big one. And then, of course, when the fake Biden show ends, it's all coming. But we're on the case, and they're not going to succeed. They're not going to get their way. But people who are just cogs in the wheel, there'll be cogs in the new wheel with new orders. The people who didn't commit crimes, they're just obeying orders, and these orders do not include killing people. They will be okay. Next question.
Hi, Benjamin. If we listen to Pascal Najadi and his buddy Derek Johnson, they both say Trump is in Mar-a-Lago and that it's a no-fly zone and that it's the wartime White House. It's contrary to what you say. If they are meeting with the false Trump, are they being duped? Or is there three Trumps, one at Mar-a-Lago with the white hats, on Mount Chan being CIC, and one that does the shows and goes to trial?
I have heard there are three Trumps now. There's the commander-in-chief at Mount Cheyenne. There's the one at Mar-a-Lago, and now they're trying to put the one who's facing all the trials and stuff is being marginalized, and they're trying to present a new Trump, but that's not the person who's going to be in charge. And people like Najabi are being fooled if they think that Leo Zagami and his P2 Freemasons and Mar-a-Lago and their show is going to run things. They are wrong. I've heard now it's going to be Field Marshal Douglas McGregor and not even Commander-in-Chief Trump. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I don't believe in the global warming scam, but I do think that our winters are getting colder and our summers hotter. Is this some kind of weather warfare weapon causing these seasonal extremes?
As far as I know, the weather hasn't changed that much. It actually has gotten a lot warmer in the many northern parts. Like Canada's a lot warmer than I remember it. I come from Ottawa, Canada, and the canal running through the city every year it was turned into an ice rink, the world's longest ice rink. Past couple of years, hasn't frozen enough to turn into an ice rink. But overall, the weather warfare people can do pinpoint things. They can create a pinpoint flood or a pinpoint hurricane, but they can't change the overall system. They can only kind of concentrate in certain areas. So if it's weather warfare, it's aimed at a particular city or a particular country. But they can't affect the system overall. The system overall is pretty stable as far as I can tell, as far as all the data is concerned. So bottom line, I wouldn't worry too much about the weather, and the people using weather warfare, they are being identified, and using weather warfare to kill innocent people will be punishable by death. So that'll stop that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question today related to our first question. What about a system where we give everyone back the money that was stolen, taxed from them, then back it by gold or commodities? Many would retire, opening up spots for the leeches that have lived off of fake government money. The younger crowd would have to step up in their companies to train the leeches because they wouldn't have paid enough tax to retire, with any excess from people that died put towards infrastructure. Could something like this work?
I think something like that could work, but again, the nitty gritty is going to have to be part of a very big public debate with a lot of experts. You know, it's not going to be just done without careful consideration of all the different aspects. And what will probably happen is they'll try different versions in different areas to see which works best. Because at the end of the day, reality will decide. And so, you know, a lot of good ideas are out there, and many of them will be implemented, and then the ones that work will be expanded, and the ones that fail will be defunded. It's going to be something like that. But I think a lot of people who worked hard deserve you know, a prosperous retirement, so they can enjoy, you know, what they've accumulated throughout their lives. So that'll happen. But again, the details are yet to be worked out. We're going to have to hire the experts and then consult the people, because this is going to be bottom up, not top down. Well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on April 26, 2024. There's been a lot of very heavy infighting or fighting going on in the background, and the battle for the planet Earth is reaching some sort of climax. Now we're watching sort of the last dying throes of an ancient satanic cabal. This was seen in the passing of this $95 billion Ukraine aid bill. You notice that the so-called politicians like Speaker Mike Johnson were in a place that was not the U.S. Congress building, waving Ukrainian flags. And these flags, I mean, the symbol of the Ukraine is the symbol of Satan. We've shown this, people know it. It's a Khazarian mafia, Satan worshiping cult. And they were able to get money through a Bitcoin fraud, and by stealing Russian assets to keep themselves going for roughly a week. And at the same time, the other things that make it seem like things are very bad. The EU is passing laws that will allow them to force people to take gene-altering vaccines against their will. This is in the law books in the EU now. And you have other laws they're trying to pass, such as one that will put you in jail for saying that men have penises and women have vaginas. There are also hermaphrodites, people who have both. This is a biological fact. But, you know, nonetheless, the attempts at expanded tyranny are actually a sign of desperation. It's not a sign of victory. The Russian investigation into the massacre in Moscow has found out that it was financed through cryptocurrency, and that trail has led them to the Rothschild family in Switzerland mainly, but there's some in France, and the dragnet is closing. Now, Pascal Najati, whose father was one of the co-founders of the World Economic Forum, came on Alex Jones and said that the entire Battenberg family has been killed. That's the British royal family. Their real name is Battenberg, and they're German. They're not British. And we have personally confirmed with our own sources in the Mossad and the CIA and MI6 that, yes, a lot of the British royals have been killed. And my understanding is that it's an entirely different royal family is now in charge of England, but we'll find out in the future if that's true. But what you can confirm is that none of them have appeared in public. Now, he also confirmed, Najati also confirmed what I've heard was that Klaus Schwab has been killed, and also that Bill Gates, Hillary Clinton, Anthony Fauci, all of them have been killed. I haven't confirmed about Fauci and Clinton myself or Bill Gates, but I do know that death warrants have been signed for them because they are guilty of mass murder. And this is not something that is being taken lightly. We will have to wait until they lose the ability to put out computer graphic generated politicians like Nancy Pelosi or whatever, when they lose control of Google and they lose control of Instagram and a couple other their computer networks that are sending out false information to the world, it will be game over. You'll no longer be able to spread lies to the public, and that day is coming soon. I see the news of 4 simultaneous solar flares about to hit the Earth. That may be a takedown of the networks. We'll see. Now, the other thing that's happened here in Japan was documents that were supposed to be sent to start the Future Planning Agency were stolen by the Japanese Post Office, and the investigation has led to basically the Japanese royal family, the Yatagara Secret Society, and these people, it turns out, were under orders to reduce the Japanese population by 50 million. They've been doing it systematically on orders from the Khazarian mafia. They've been putting sterilizing products in various daily use items like shampoo, toothpaste, makeup. They've been carrying out social engineering to discourage women from having children. They're advertising every day for free HPV vaccines, which are sterilizing vaccines for young women. They're putting this on the TV. They also murdered 400,000 Japanese people with vaccines. And the Japanese are staging massive demonstrations downtown against this treaty, and it's working. The WHO's attempt to use pandemics to create a world dictatorship run by them has failed. If you look at the public hearings, they've dialed back all their provisions that would have given them dictatorial powers. The only problem is they still are trying to give these powers to government. And since they control a lot of these fake governments, like the one in Canada and France and England, then it's still not game over until we see these people removed. But the signs are very good that it's almost over. We know the Pope has been removed, and soon we'll stop being able to produce a rubber mask actor pretending to be a Pope. Again, you have to believe this when you actually see them disappear from public. But for now, they have disappeared from public, and now we need to see them disappear from our screens. And that battle is still going on. It involves huge data centers in the United States and Switzerland and other places that need to be taken over, and I hear it is happening. But Donald Trump, the commander-in-chief, is leading a military campaign with the Space Force against these people. And the whole fake trial of Donald Trump that you're seeing on your screens, as I've mentioned before, that's just theater. That actor pretending to be Trump and appearing in court and sleeping and stuff, he is not Donald Trump. He has no power. He works for Leo Zagami and the Satanists. This is the whole show at Mar-a-Lago is fake. And these trials are fake. And this Ukraine aid is fake. The only thing that's real is they were able to steal $95 billion, and that's given them a little bit more time, but not much. I don't want to give a timeline, but I think we'll see more breakthroughs in May. And we are in touch with the Russians, with MI6 and with the Pentagon on a daily basis. And we're all on the same page, as are the Asian secret societies and the Chinese. So, we know there's a common enemy. There was a huge military meeting. It just ended on Wednesday in Beijing, where you had representatives from the United States Army, the Russian Army, the UK Army, or Navy, I should say, and 29 other countries that agreed that we have a common enemy, and its headquarters are in Geneva, Switzerland, and they are being taken down. And this is going to be visible to everybody. Even the most brainwashed person will see it on their screen or in the real world. It's happening, folks. It's real. The white hats are winning. By the way, I found out that the White Dragon Society has actually existed for thousands of years. That the original King of England, Edmund, had the white dragon as his symbol. So it's apparently a very ancient secret society, and it's not something that just emerged. It re-emerged from dormancy, but it's been around for a long time. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. The HWO is an illegitimate bunch of so-called elected global representatives who have absolutely no authority to make treaties or make any decisions for any populace. What these corporate technocrats are attempting to do is criminal, and why on earth aren't they being arrested for impersonating elected officials, which they are not? These scum have impersonated with fake elections their status as government officials. Every one of their 109 governments are simply mercenary corporations bent on destroying life on earth and destroying each of our rights and freedoms. How do you suggest we rid the world of these criminal parasites, arm ourselves and arrest them through citizens' arrest, or petition off worlders to aid our plight?
Everybody who's in a position to make a citizen's arrest should do so. They should not be allowed to appear in public without being arrested. And if you are in one of their protective forces, if you're one of the people who's charged with guarding them, remember, what you're doing is you're protecting mass murderers. So if you are in the close protection of one of these mass murdering criminals, do the right thing and put justice into action. They are guilty of mass murder. This is well known and proven, and that is an offense that is punishable by death. This is the law, and we are under military law right now. So, do the right thing. But the short answer is I'm not going to wait for some aliens to help us, or none of us should. It's up to us humans, because I know that if there are aliens, they have a policy of non-interference. So we must do this ourselves, and it is happening, and a lot of them are being removed, but everybody must do what they can. If you see one of them in public, make a citizen's arrest. If you're in the military or the intelligence and you're in a position to do something, do something. It is happening. It will happen, but the world is realizing that the so-called UN is a privately owned non-government organization, and that most of the leaders there have been bribed and blackmailed by the Vatican Bank into obedience, and they're not representing the people. This is changing. The BRICS alliance is changing that. Africa has freed itself. So they are down to just a few nations, and that will end soon. But don't wait for someone else to do it for you. If you're in a position to do something, do it. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In regards to a jubilee, will we who have invested / saved all these years, decades, be made whole, or is there just going to be a free-for-all with the sloths benefiting greatly while the diligence efforts will be ignored? It seems unfair that someone who has worked their entire life, invested in the stock market, and has more than $366,000 in savings, have that taken away and given to someone else.
This is a very good point that has been raised before, and the idea we have is that we're not going to punish genuine entrepreneurs, people who created value and earned their money. What we're trying to do is just take the money, the trillions that have been stolen through central bank fraud, where they create money out of nothing, and return that to the people it's stolen from. But people who legitimately earn their money and legitimately created businesses will be allowed to stay in charge of those businesses and in ownership of their property. But again, this will all be debated in public with input from all sectors so that it'll be done right. It's not going to be a top-down thing. It's going to be a public discussion and very carefully work out how to proceed. So measure twice, cut once. But we're not going to punish people who created value by taking away what they earned and giving it to, as welfare bums. That's not going to happen. But a lot of people have had their money stolen over the past century by the privately owned central banks, and that will be returned to them. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Don't you think that a jubilee with everyone being out of debt, well-housed, and needing no income will result in no one wanting to do any work? How will society function?
They won't be getting basic income. Okay, this is a one-off deal. They're just going to have their debt removed, and they're not going to have to pay, debt or taxes. But if they want to buy groceries and if they don't want to live at the very minimal survival level of welfare, then they're going to have to work. This is not a guaranteed income type of scheme. This is a one-off deal to remove debt and give everybody a certain base to start with. But they're not going to get free lunch. Nobody's going to get money for not working, except very, very basic survival money. Next question.
So back on that last question, how would we go about dealing with people that, say, are lazy and don't want to work for 2 or 3 years after given this lump sum of cash? Is there a way to keep them from being a detriment to society?
The best way is to, cut off their money. Like I say, I mean, some people will sell their house to buy dope and end up back in the street within a year. That's too bad for them. But it's not going to be some kind of system like they tried under communism, where nobody had an incentive to work, because if you work hard or you didn't work hard, you get the same money. That's not going to happen. So if you want to buy beer, you want to take a holiday, you got to work. That's what it's going to be. I mean, they will have to work, because if we don't, society collapses. If I don't wash my dishes, I'll get a sink full of dirties that I have nothing clean to eat on, and soon I'll get sick from all the germs. So of course I have to wash the dishes. This is the same for society as a whole. Garbage has to be cleaned up. Fires have to be put out. All that kind of stuff has to take place, or we'll die. And so people will have to work. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Fraud Joe Biden just passed a bill into law that will give $60 billion in aid to Ukraine and $35 billion to Israel, effectively paying himself out and simultaneously banning TikTok. What do you think is the motive behind the Democratic Party to ban TikTok, and how can we get rid of Biden before the financial damage caused is irreparable?
If you think about it, it's really not a lot of money. They rack up $1 trillion in debt every 100 days, and you're not getting the money from the Chinese. I mean, we have Anthony Blinken and Janet Yellen in China on a begging mission, and they're also going to make threats with bioweapons and stuff to try to get money out of China, but they're not going to get it. And the reason these people are going to lose is because they don't control the real world. They don't control the factories. They don't control the resources. All they have is this fraud that's it's ending. They were able to, extend it through cryptocurrency fraud a little bit and by stealing stuff from the Russians. But basically, the plug has been pulled and the swamp is draining, and we're near the end now. There's nothing they can do about it. This is the last minute little looting before it's game over. And, the real Biden, as most of us know, was executed in 2021, and this actor will probably be removed soon from your screens. But they don't have control over the real world. They don't have control over the military. Their clock is ticking. The end is coming. Believe it when you see it, though, but you will see it. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. I believe the government in the USA lies about everything with their media. Who knows what the real population numbers are? I think it's much lower worldwide. What do you know about world populations?
Well, I know what I see here in Japan. The lady next door just died, 85, alone in her house. So that house is empty. The house behind me is empty. The house across the street is empty. The population is plunging rapidly in Japan. It shrank by 800,000 people. I can see it with my own eyes, but and I hear that a lot of U.S. cities downtown are now empty. But you have to just look at what you can see. But clearly, we're dealing with a ruling class that is against life. They're trying to remove the life force from this planet. They're trying to destroy the planet and destroy life. And that's why it is a fight to the death. And those who betrayed life for money and personal wealth will join their masters in anti-life and be given death. They'll have the life force taken away from them. But right now, in a lot of places, especially the ones controlled by the Khazarian mafia, population is shrinking. And in places like Africa, where they don't control it, the population is growing. India too. That's where we stand now. So until we throw them off, the population will keep shrinking. And that's why it's important. It's a life and death matter that we remove these people. Well, thanks for tuning in, and hopefully we'll have more good news next week. This is Benjamin Fulford speaking on April 12th, 2024. Last week, we sent a proposal, the Planetary Liberation Alliance sent a proposal to the Illuminati Committee, headed by a certain David Rene de Rothschild, concerning the issue of $100 trillion worth of gold-backed bonds. We sent them the proof. The Santa Romano family actually passed my newspaper test and were able to prove that they have here now gold to back this bond. And the plan that we put forth to them was based on a deal that was reached between Queen Elizabeth II, the head of the Committee of 300 before she was murdered, and the Asian secret societies. And that deal was that from now on, our purpose as a species will be to increase the amount and variety of life, and that there would be a 50-50 East-West split for the financial system. So this deal is aligned with that. 50 trillion of the bond issue would go to the Asian elders, and they would decide what sort of charitable work they would do, what sort of, that's up to them. The other 50 trillion would be for the West. And this would be used to set up a future planning agency that would, with full public scrutiny and, real-time live democracy, decide what sort of path we wanted to forge into the future. The technical point of this bond, though, is that what would have to happen is I would take a piece of paper signed by these families and by the representatives of the Planetary Liberation Alliance to the Mizuho Bank Kichijoji branch White Dragon Foundation. That would be like taking the ring of power to Mount Doom and melting it. One person has to do that just to get it started. And that person would be me. However, I want to make this very clear. I would not be involved in running the future planning agency. That would be selected by the people democratically and meritocratically. My job is to set it up, not to run it. This is not, this is not anything other than a method for breaking the logjam that has been preventing us as a species from deciding what sort of future we want to have. And the next step would be to follow up the chain of command to see who would try to block this move and then remove them. Now, the reaction from the Illuminati Committee was, and that's specifically David Rene de Rothschild, is that if I went ahead and did this, I would suffer the fate of President John F. Kennedy, who also tried to take the Asian gold and use it to set up a new financial system. So I have a death threat from David Rene de Rothschild, who's located in Zug, Switzerland. Now, the proposal that they have, they tried to come up with a counter proposal. One of it was they said, well, we'll just give everybody a basic income. It's been proven time and time again that if you give people lots of money to do nothing, you lead to extreme decadence and, alcoholism, drug use, whatever. It's, people have to work. Dishes have to be washed, lawns have to be mowed, laundry has to be done. There's things that we have to do. And you get rewarded for doing these things. There's already a basic income in the West in the form of welfare payments, and they're kept deliberately low because otherwise nothing would get done and society would collapse. That's, and I talk about Vancouver, where they have what they call Welfare Day, where all the welfare bums, they get their welfare checks and they go out on taxis, they order pizzas, they go to the bars, and the money's gone in 2 or 3 days, and then they go back to the soup kitchens. That's the sort of society that they're trying to, set up. Now, the other thing they talked about was another proposal they made was to nationalize the central banks. But again, yes, in theory, but the problem is that the current governments in the West and most of the world they're puppets. These are people who they have put in place who obey their orders. They're not democratically elected. It's all fraudulent. And often, they just keep replacing one actor after another. I think we're on Nancy Pelosi number 8 now or something. So this is not viable unless we have actual return to democracy and the rule of law, at which point I'm in favor of nationalization of central banks. It's just that right now that situation does not exist. Now, the other thing that the Illuminati, so-called or self-described Illuminati committee headed by David Rene de Rothschild, was they approached the person who has the patents for the quantum financial system, who also happens to be the head of MI6, and they offered him a $48 billion Bitcoin bribe. This was their attempt to get the backing of the British military and intelligence community for their digital currency. Now, we all know that they're planning to, start another pandemic in order to force the governments to accept their privately owned World Health Organization or World Harm Organization, totalitarian plot, which involved, forced vaccinations, loss of freedom of the press, a complete total dictatorship accountable to nobody, run by a family of proven mass murderers and Satan worshippers. And speaking about mass murderers, I'll give an example. I spent a lot of time with a Dr. Michael Vandermeer, who also went by the name of Michael Mehring, and his real name was Battenberg. He was a first cousin of Queen Elizabeth. He told me that he worked with Jonas Salk in the Congo, and they killed 250,000 African green monkeys and sent the blood to Fort Detrick, where they combined the monkey DNA with, they created HIV, and then they used it to put it in the polio vaccines to try to depopulate Africa. This is, something that is on the record. It's proven that they did this. This is the kind of people we're dealing with. He was also involved, as were the Rothschilds, in the Fukushima attack on Japan. They confessed it to me. They admitted to me. They made threats, and they're still making threats. The Japanese military gave me the document which I published this week showing that the Bank of Japan was owned by Barclays Bank and by Edmund de Rothschild, which is a Swiss-based Rothschild bank, and the Institute of Religious Works, or the Vatican. But we looked at Barclays Bank, and it's owned by Glencore Commodities. So it's a complete Rothschild front. And so is, with the fake rubber mask Pope, so is the Institute, the Vatican Bank. And the other one is it's Edmund de Rothschild. It's a known Rothschild company. So these are not mythical people. These are not, mysterious entities. These are human beings. They have public offices. They have banks. We have their home addresses. We have the home address of Klaus Schwab. And at this point, since they're threatening mass murder, and they're trying to kill us all. It's a military imperative that we arrest these people ASAP and put an end to this show of theirs. And that's what has to happen, or they will kill us and enslave us. That is the factual truth. Now, the Russians have also started to figure out what's going on. They've started their own forensic investigation of the mass murder incident in Moscow. And they've traced it to Burisma Holdings, which is owned by Hunter Biden, and of course Biden is another Rothschild front. So they also know that this mass murder attack on them, but what they're doing is they're following an investigative trail straight to these people. Now, the other thing that happened, of course, is they know that they are in trouble, and they're still they're religious fanatic people who think that it is their God-given right to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. And they've tried very, very hard once again to start World War III by having their proxies in Israel blow up the Iranian embassy in Syria. This creates an international law. It gives Iran the right to retaliate. Now, fortunately, the Rothschild agent, Ayatollah Khamenei, in Iran is dead. And the Iranian people know that this is a trap to start World War III. And they quite sensibly are instead asking for the governments of the world, the military of the world, the intelligence agencies of the world to arrest the people responsible. And those are the members of the Rothschild family, all of them. They need to be rounded up and removed from positions of power, especially power over the financial system. They are the cause of terrorism and mayhem and everything else. Now, there's another group, too, speaking about terrorism and mayhem. The Black Sun organizations, for their part, what they're saying is they'll keep causing terrorism and mayhem until a world federation is announced. So in order to, put an end to war and fighting and strife, we do believe that this $100 trillion that would be put out would go towards setting up a multipolar world federation. This wouldn't be a single world government owned, all run by a single individual. It'll be, one of the proposals put forward is like 7 regions with majority vote. This is only for issues that are common to all of humanity. It does not affect existing countries or their independence. Simply to deal with things like the atmosphere that we all share. We all breathe the same air, so we, stuff like that. So that will also be set up according to our proposal. So this is the situation we find ourselves in now. And the other thing, of course, is that these fanatics are going to sacrifice a red heifer currently on April 22nd, because they want to build the third temple. Now, maybe they should go ahead and do that just to get this whole messianic thing out of their system. But the important thing is that it's not the site of the Al-Aqsa Mosque where they would build it. It's the original site is elsewhere. And the other thing is that this would be not a temple to Satan or Baal where they'd carry out animal and human sacrifice. This would be a place where charitable donations would be made, and in the name of the Creator. So if it's that, then they can go ahead and get that out of their bloody systems, and hopefully that if we do this right, we can have a world peace, and with $100 trillion, you can kickstart a new age. That's enough money to finance research into immortality, to end poverty, stop environmental destruction, and basically, release the forbidden technologies in a responsible manner, and make this planet into heaven on earth. That's what we all want, and that's what we need to do. And we're working hard to do it. And right now we have a specific name, David Rene de Rothschild, who I believe he's wanted on fraud charges, and now we also have him on, threatening murder. And of course, these people are responsible for the COVID and vaccine mass murder. So they are mass murderers, and it's up to the military white hats to hunt them down and bring them to justice. Enough is enough. And you know, and remove from power all those script reading puppets they have, carrying out political theater in the West, in like a kind of a joke version of democracy. This all has to come to an end. And I personally will fight to the death to make this happen. And if everyone in the military and the agencies do the same, we can end this very quickly. Well, that's what I have to say for myself. I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. What are your thoughts on how the Iranians will respond to the bombing of their embassy in Syria by the IDF? And if they do launch an attack, will this trigger all-out war in the Middle East?
No, because they know that the whole point of the attack was to trigger all-out war, and that's, they know that Israel wants an excuse to attack Iran with nuclear weapons, and they're hoping that Russia will then attack Israel with nuclear weapons, and then everybody will kill everybody. So no, they're not. The Iranians are quite rationally saying, asking for these people responsible to be arrested. And, that would be David Rene de Rothschild and the members of that family and the Rockefeller family, etc. So this is a legal matter. It's going to be solved by arresting the people responsible. And the Iranians know that. And they will not be stupid enough to let these people trigger World War III, because they know that's exactly what they want. Next question.
Hi, Ben. South Korea's election is coming up in 4 days, and at least there is a general consensus in both public and South Korean underground politics to get rid of the Rockefeller-affiliated South Korean president, Yoon Suk-yeol. And as for Taiwan's recent earthquake, I'm not that surprised. Taiwan doesn't seem to be that stable in the first place when the KM actively took over the political institutions. My main concern would be Japan. It would take at least a decade to stabilize the Japanese civil service system, according to the South Korean underground financial world. It's to the point where the Shinto shrines need to act like local governments. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, first of all, obviously this question came from 4 days ago because the opposition parties overwhelmingly won the South Korean election. And I think this will pave the way to peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. Now, the situation in Japan and Taiwan is that the Japanese Prime Minister just visited the fake Joe Biden, and there was a big push by the cabal to have the Japanese military take orders from a U.S. commander, and the Japanese military said no. We protect the Japanese people. We'll work as allies, but we'll not be your flunkies, and will not take orders from you. So that a fundamental decision has been made in Japan. And they want to work with the military white hats, and they want to keep the alliance with the Anglo-Saxons, but they also want to help remove the Rothschild family control from the Anglo-Saxon world. And they say that Taiwan and Japan should be unified as one country. So that's what they're telling me. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You talk about the Asians, specifically the CCP, like they haven't also committed crimes against humanity and don't also use the central banking system. What confidence do we have that things will be different in a polar shift and regime change?
Well, the Chinese Communist Party was set up by the Khazarian Mafia, and Chairman Mao was their puppet. There could be no doubt about that. But China kicked out all the Jewish communist advisors in 1967, and the Asian royals now run China. And as far as I can tell, if you look at China's actions around the world, they're not the ones who are invading countries. They build bridges, they build roads, they build ports. They have in their many thousand-year histories, they haven't gone around trying to conquer their neighbors. Having said that, unless the West improves its economic management and uses the 50 trillion to kickstart a new, better economic system, they will outgrow us so much that we'll all become de facto Chinese servants. And the only way to prevent that from happening is to improve the economic and financial governance of the West, and that means meritocracy and not rule by Satan-worshipping, pedophile, criminal, inbred families. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The U.S. stock market, specifically tech stocks, seems to be continuing to break ceilings on the way up. Do you believe we are out of a recession and this is recovery, or is this more like the 2008 housing crisis?
It's a giant hallucination. It's not based on reality. Traditionally, you know, the stock market over many centuries of experience had, you know, certain basic rules. You know, the stock price, for example, is about, you know, 10 times the annual earnings. You know, whatever. The money now is no connection to the real world. The example I keep giving is that Tesla Motors, which is a tiny car company with a flawed technology, was supposedly worth more than all the other car companies in the world combined, when everybody knows it's just fiction. So what happens, the system in place now is that the corporations are owned by the people who own the central banks, and they basically print money and buy the corporations they own, and they create this giant sort of circle jerk, which is completely out of touch with reality, and it's no longer an efficient way for allocating resources. It used to be the stock market represented collective wisdom of retail investors, but it's long since lost touch with reality. So no, the economy is not good. If you look at the actual homelessness and the actual living standards of 95% of Americans and Westerners, they're going down visibly and undeniably. I mean, nobody, for example, can afford to buy a house right now. Food prices are rising. This is the reality. The stock market is just propaganda at this point. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. The eclipse has come and gone, and there seems to be limited news on any forms of attack that may have taken place. Do you know if anything occurred?
There's lots of videos of chemtrails in huge quantities being poured around the time of the eclipse. We're hoping that our warning that they were going to use that to spread, bioweapons were heeded, and the planes were shot down. But if they did do something, according to their own projections, the first people start getting sick around 10 days from now. So let's see. But no matter what, even if a lot of people get sick, we must not let them use that as an excuse to impose their WHO totalitarian rule. Instead, we must bring them to justice, which is long overdue, since we all now know that the vaccines were basically mass murder. This has got to end. We all have to do our part. Well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on March 15th, 2024. March 15th is the Ides of March. It was a traditional day for Romans to settle their debts. It was also infamously the day in which Julius Caesar was assassinated. And in Japan, it's the deadline for paying taxes. So what I'm going to do today, I've got this letter I prepared for the Japanese government. And in it are a series of demands. First of all, I point out that since the Japanese government has, according to their own statistics, murdered at least 400,000 people with vaccines, that paying taxes to this government is a violation of the Anti-Gang Act, and that the Japanese government has been taken over by a vicious foreign gang. Therefore, paying taxes to this government is illegal. And then with demands from the White Dragon Society and its allies, were demanding that they nationalize the Bank of Japan, issue government currency, eliminate the tax agency, reinstate the future plan or the economic planning agency, etc. These are demands to return Japan to its sovereignty, and it's also asking for a emergency military government under the imperial family to carry this out. This is a serious demand, and all the Japanese power groups, the right-wingers, the gangsters, etc., they have been given the data to show that the current government has murdered 400,000 people. Now, this is not limited to Japan, but, we each have to do what we can. This is what I can personally do. But in the United States, I know that billions of Americans are not paying taxes, and they shouldn't be. These taxes are being used to hire foreign criminals to come into the United States to attack the American people. They sent $100 billion to the Ukraine, and 70% of that went to bribes to insiders. You know the story. The government is dysfunctional. Now, the other thing, of course, is I've been told by my sources who in the Japanese imperial family that some sort of event is scheduled for today. Now, so far, nothing has happened, but usually when they do something financial or some sort of reset, it happens over the weekend when markets are closed. But we do know this. The Federal Reserve Board has stopped its emergency support for banks on March 11th. So that was the cutoff date. It's interesting that they chose the anniversary of the Fukushima attack for that. So we'll see what happens. But no matter what, though, even if they don't try to reset it, something is going to happen. We know the federal government, or the fake federal government, doesn't have funding anymore. And more importantly, international society is now fully aware that the West, the G7, whatever, were hijacked by a group of, they're Jewish supremacists. I call them the Khazarian Mafia, who wanted to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. And they're not being allowed to carry out their plans. And these people are desperate and dangerous. Now, I noticed that a leading Zionist and Jewish figure, Chuck Schumer, has called for Benjamin Netanyahu to resign. That's a sign that even the Jews have figured out that the fanatics who took over the organized Jewry and staged a massive genocide in the Ukraine in order to reestablish the Republic of Khazaria, and who also wanted to create a Jewish state from the Euphrates to the Nile, have led the Jewish people into disaster and the danger of the largest pogrom in history because of the actions of a few fanatics like Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, Netanyahu is one of the top people who needs to be removed, and I know that the U.S. government is even calling for that now. And the reason why the U.S. government is calling for that is because, although it's not in your newspapers, the BRICS nations, that is, I would say at this point, 95% of the world has started an economic blockade against the United States and Israel to force them to stop the genocide in Gaza. And it really is the end game. Now, the other thing is that a lot of very top people have gone. The Rothschild family is an endangered species at this point. We know that now even the press is admitting that Kate Middleton has vanished. They put out a computer graphic picture of her trying to make it look like she was still around, but it was obviously not. So they know that their top people are disappearing, and for good reason. They're mass murderers. Now, on a more esoteric level, I was brought up as an atheist, a believer in science and reason and, studying the real world. But in the more than a decade that I've been, trying to change the top levels of world power, I've been forced to the conclusion that there really is some sort of thing as a fallen angels, and that they are being removed. So my understanding is that the top one, Satan himself, is no longer with us, and that we're hunting down the last ones. Now, okay, if you want to take that as a metaphor, that's fine, but we do have groups of people who require mayhem and murder, and this is what was happening in Gaza, and now the mass resignations from the Israeli army and the realization that this was all staged is gone to the point where they can't sustain it. So they are now trying something in Haiti. There is a mass murder event going on there. My sources in French intelligence, remember Haiti is a French-speaking country, say that there are special forces fighting there, and that U.S. special forces, U.S. Probably from the army, are actually grabbing children in Haiti to harvest adrenochrome, and that Canadian and other special forces are fighting against them. But there is an attempt to create another mass murder event because these people apparently need this in Haiti, and they're going to try to send a bunch of these people to the United States. So this is an area that needs to, fire that needs to be put out. And I'm also hearing they're going to plan something nasty for Africa. But again, we're hoping that the African people will not let themselves be manipulated by foreign Satan-worshipping gangsters, and that this will not happen. So overall, they're definitely being put down, and humanity is about to be liberated, but these are very dangerous people. They're cornered, and they know they're fighting for their actual lives, because once people figure out all the mass murder they've carried out, and we're talking about a core group of about 700 people, then there's going to be a demand for war crimes tribunals. They know their lives are on the line. Just the vaccines alone have murdered at least 17 million people, and we have specific names of people who were involved in that, including the fake Donald Trump, Burla of Pfizer, and all the various Rothschilds. So this is really getting there. And by the way, I was contacted last week by a Rothschild family member who wanted to meet next week, and they were trying to get me to agree to some sort of cryptocurrency scam of theirs. It's a sign of desperation. They really have lost control. So it's looking good, folks, but we all have to do our part and not be armchair warriors. Everybody must do what they can, but we're almost there, folks. I think we can really overthrow them this time and liberate humanity. But we're dealing with extremely dangerous, extremely intelligent, extremely powerful people, so do not underestimate them. But I am personally doing everything I can. I'm not going to be paying taxes myself, and I'm explaining to the Japanese government that it's illegal to do so in the current situation because the government is controlled by gangsters. And the same is true of other G7 countries, especially the United States. So that's one thing you can personally do. Don't pay taxes to a criminal government. That'll put them out of business. And demand that they nationalize the central banks and give the power of control of money back to the people. And the other thing is we are asking for a jubilee, a redistribution of assets to take back that which has been stolen from the people. So we're at a crucial stage, folks, but it's looking good, and we're going to keep fighting until this is over. No matter how long it takes, but we'll keep fighting. All right, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Please, can you clarify how William is the son of Jacob Rothschild, please? I do not believe that Princess Diana willingly slept with him. There is also a theory that William is the son of the King of Spain. Looking at these two paragraphs and the noses, it looks like something happens to Diana's son, William. Thank you for all of your hard work and insights.
Okay, now, I don't know that he is the son of Jacob Rothschild. I was told this by a source in Polish intelligence who has been reliable and has had access to, high level intelligence. And, I was sent photographs that showed some sort of resemblance. But when I ran this by MI6, they told me, yeah, he was in fact the son of the King of Spain. Now, at the top levels, at these royal families, they do have organized, breeding, and so I'm guessing that she was ordered to, for bloodline purposes, uh, to have a child with the King of Spain. But hopefully, this will all come out when we finally get some truth and reconciliation. We'll find out the truth. But right now, most of the British royal family is missing in action. That's a fact. Okay, next question, please.
Ben, you mentioned in recent months that there was a fight going on for control of New Zealand. Can you shed any updates on this, along with the power and control structures of Australia? There are freedom movements preparing for a lawful reclamation of both countries. Are they legit, and is there any hope with these?
I've heard that at a high level, a lot of the people like Jack Ardern and Prime Minister of Australia have been arrested, and that there is a battle going on. But I don't. I'm gonna ask my Australian sources for more information for the update next week, so I can get better information. But as I've mentioned before, the Khazarian mafia were planning to stage a nuclear Armageddon, which would have made the northern hemisphere of the planet uninhabitable. So a lot of them moved to New Zealand, a lot of them moved to Australia, a lot of them moved to Argentina, and so there's a big fight there. But I'm hearing that at the highest level they're being cleaned out, and something's happening. But I'll try to get more for you on that. But I'm sure that Australia and New Zealand will be liberated because the Anglo-Saxon Five Eyes have made a decision at the highest level to remove the Khazarian mafia. Next question, please.
Hi, Benjamin. I keep hearing that the humans are in a distinction phase. This is because humans are not having enough babies. Can this be true?
What's happened was that the elite under David Rockefeller Sr. and that generation of leadership somehow got the idea that the planet was suffering from overpopulation, and so they set up a long-term program of population reduction. They did this by putting sterilizing substances in our daily products, things like shampoo and makeup and foodstuffs. They also did social engineering to with the so-called woman's lib, to try to convince women not to have children. So it's a long-term project by the former ruling class to reduce population, and that's what we're seeing now. This is something they've been working on for decades, and it's going to be reversed. But I'm sure that humanity will not be extinct. However, right now, if you look at the actual demographics, East Asian populations are plummeting, European populations are plummeting, and African and Indian populations are still growing at a very fast pace. These are the demographic realities we face now. But I'm sure that once the Khazarian mafia is overthrown, this false idea that there are too many people will be overturned, and we'll start growing the population again. If you took all 8 billion people on Earth and just stood them up in a crowd, you could fit them on basically in New York City. So it's nonsense that there are too many people. What the problem was incompetent economic and ecological management by the old elite, not too many people. Okay, next question, please.
Hi, Benjamin. How do we fight against the AI weapons such as nanodust everywhere and the COVID biological internal infrastructure? The NIH, DARPA, and others are connecting to each individual's biology and remote controlling them with the W-band technology. How do we get our militias together when we are being remote controlled by the enemy we wish to capture?
Willpower is the short answer. They've tried to hit me with this stuff, and I can mentally overcome it. So, we are very strong, and we have a lot of electromagnetic energy of our own. So, willpower is the answer. However, if there are 5G area denial weapons, they need to be physically dismantled. The real damaging 5G that needs to have a transmitter every 100 yards or so. Most of what you're seeing, so for example, my iPhone says 5G, but that's just marketing to sell new phones. But it is important sometimes to turn off the infrastructure, to turn off your router at night, to turn off your phone at night, to minimize the invasiveness. But the bottom line is we can overcome this with willpower. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts and/or intel on the Earth being flat? Many believe that the UN map is a true depiction of the Earth, Antarctica being not a continent, but a circular ice wall that surrounds the other 6 continents, beyond it lying another ocean and more continents, perhaps even additional rings and more continents behind those rings. What are your thoughts on this?
I have personally flown around the world several times and looked out the airplane window, and I'm pretty, I've seen that it's round. Also, if you go in the ocean, you can see the curve in the horizon, so it's not flat. However, at a deeper level, I do believe that this planet is actually some kind of digital construct, and there is some sort of anomaly or gateway in Antarctica. This is for sure. So, there's a lot of question marks, but I can tell you that the idea that it's flat is wrong. But the possibility that it's a digital construct, I think, is very real, and that there is an anomaly in Antarctica. So hopefully we'll find out more, but I'm sure the Earth is not flat. Okay, well, that's it for this week, and let's see if this predicted financial thing, and it wasn't predicted by me, I'm just quoting people. I'm very wary of dates, but let's see if next week that something has happened or not, and if not, I'll try to figure out what was planned, who stopped it, and what's really going on. But for now, let's see if we get this widely predicted event or not. Okay, I look forward to seeing you next week. Thanks for tuning in. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on March 28th, 2024. I'm recording a day earlier than usual just because I have a private errand I need to run tomorrow. The situation in the world, as I'm looking at it, is definitely reaching some kind of climactic event. As I've said before, the signs are all pointing to this, and what's happening is we really are close to some sort of end game. The Russian FSB has been in contact with the White Dragon Society a lot following the attack outside of Moscow, and the Western White Hats and the Russian FSB have concluded that this attack came out of rogue MI6, rogue US ISIS bases in the Middle East, and then in one of the stands, and that the ultimate orders came from Barack Obama, who is a grandson of Adolf Hitler, and it's all part of this Nazi group. I mean, it's related to Zelensky. They're all apparently part of the same family group. This is the Clara Hitler bloodline, the child that Queen Victoria had, late in her life, and this group is also behind the Clintons. Hillary Clinton is part of that group, and the Rockefellers, and they're definitely desperate and trying to do everything they can to stay in power. So the Russians know now what's happening, and they know where it comes from, and they're not just going to sit back and do nothing. So there will, it's for sure, Barack Obama is being actively hunted. Same with Benjamin Netanyahu. their days are numbered because they also are being hunted by Western white hats who are aware that it was also the same people who were responsible for the attack on the bridge in Baltimore. Now, the first thing we know that it was that proves it was their fault is that the fake President Joe Biden right away went out and said it was an accident, when everybody knows it was not an accident. There's videos all over the place of, dynamite going off at key intervals. So, the fact that he's lying about it and not saying it was a terrorist attack shows that this group, it's the Rockefellers and these people behind it. And there are several reasons why they're doing this. One is that they want to somehow, they think that if they can create a disaster, they'll be able to get money for rebuilding, for reconstruction. So they're hoping to get money from this. Now, the other thing is that the bridge is cut off on the Mason-Dixon line, and it was the main transportation route for hazardous material in the United States. So clearly they're also planning to do something related to hazardous material, and they're trying to start a civil war. This is all signs of desperation because they're not going to fool the Americans into fighting each other on behalf of a criminal cabal who's enemy of all Americans. So that's not going to happen, but this is clearly what they're after. So the other important thing is that I'm hearing that there's some kind of super top secret meeting with the Russian FSB, the Pentagon, the CIA, members of the Habsburg family, and it's something to do with Antarctica. And something is happening there. There's going to be some kind of thing involving both the South and the North Poles, but we don't know what it is. Now, the other thing, and this is very interesting, you know how there's all this talk about April 8th, something is going to happen. And I've checked, and it's not some kind of special Jewish calendar date. That's complete BS, okay? It's a fake calendar they're using. It's a Chabad fraudulent death cult that's putting out this story. The fact is that Chabad is not Jewish. They're talking about killing 90% of humanity and enslaving the rest, which is against the golden rule. It's completely satanic. There can be no doubt about it. But the thing that has my attention also is that they're planning some kind of major antimatter event at CERN laboratory in Switzerland. So they're going to try to do something there. I think this is getting a bit esoteric here, folks, so bear with me. I'm not sure about this, but I have been told that we are dealing with, and I'm, like I said, I was brought up as an atheist, so I'm just telling you what I'm being told by senior Vatican types, is that we are dealing with fallen angels and that they're being cornered, and they're trying to create a portal to escape this universe, and that this has something to do with what's planned at CERN on April 8th. Now, all I can confirm from official CERN documents that they're having some kind of antimatter experiment there, but what it is, I don't know. Now, the other thing that's going on is that the golden dragon and the white dragon, this is the Asians with all the money, and the white dragon, which is the white hats in the Western military industrial complex, are still working towards releasing $100 trillion for the good of the planet, with control split between East and West. That is still moving forward. The obstacle is obviously still the people in Geneva, and they're trying to play for time. So all I can say for sure is that there's going to be a lot of dramatic events between now and mid-April, because they always try to do something to put off their fate, their inevitable collapse. Now, the other thing I realized is that they managed to get money from the Asians to keep the U.S. corporate government show going on until September. And now I find out they're having some kind of big world summit, UN summit in September to find a better way to run the planet. So they're playing for time. They're saying, hey, don't worry, we'll be good now. Trust us, just give us a little bit more money to kick the can down a little bit more, and then we'll make love, not war. We'll make peace. We'll do all the good things you want. Just give us time. And of course, they're going to try to use that time to kill us all, so they don't have to, relinquish control. So we are in a very sensitive time, but I'm confident the White Hats are winning, and we know of their plans, and we know that they're gonna. This bridge thing is just one of many planned events. They're trying to do a lot of other things, and this has been planned long in advance. But it's not going to stop them from being removed from power and losing control of the planet. That much is for sure. So all I can say is watch your surroundings, make sure that your own immediate environment is safe. And if you're anybody in any position of construction, maintenance, police, whatever, if you see suspicious preparations for some kind of event like happened at the bridge, and that was obviously carefully planned and should have been spotted. If you see something like that, please let us know, blow the whistle, we'll stop them. In any case, we're dealing with dangerous cornered rats, but they are being put down, and there's no way they're going to escape and get away with all the crimes they've committed. They know that. They're fighting to the death, and that's what it will be. Well, thanks for listening to me. Now I'll answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It looks like Canada is the next fallen WEF-controlled state to implement the Banking Excellence Social Credit Score, open banking scam that seems to have already taken Great Britain into its jaws. Parliament is supposed to debate this, but Justin Trudeau, compromised criminal, and Jagmeet Singh, a known Sikh terrorist operative, will ensure this goes through 30 days after it is debated by our uni party, making it look like it will be implemented here soon. Can we defeat this or avoid it? Canada has been so pathetic and apathetic in the past, but can this be the final straw? Your comments and thoughts are appreciated.
Well, the big question is what the hell is the Canadian military doing? And I urge all Canadian citizens to phone the Department of Defense, to phone their local military, station closest to them, and ask them why they have allowed a criminal mass murdering government to seize power illegally. Trudeau didn't win the last election. He stole it with the help of Alex Soros and electronic voting. So this is a fascist illegal seizure of power. So what I'm assuming is the way these people work is that they've got some kind of compromised generals at the top of the chain of command. So it's up to the middle-ranking military and the military police to identify the compromised members of the military command, remove them, and then we need a temporary military government because civilians are not in control. Criminals have seized control. But I guarantee you, Trudeau and all those people are going to jail. There's no way they're going to take over or keep control of Canada. They will be removed. But I urge all Canadians to make it happen by picking up the phone and calling the police, calling the military, calling the politicians, bottom-up pressure, and we can stop this. But no matter what, the rest of the world is already free from these people, so no matter what happens, eventually the rest of the world will come to the rescue of Canadians. But I wish the Canadian military would grow a pair and take action. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you have any specific intel on this attack on Russia? I get the feeling this was just a practice run to be executed in the U.S. next while everybody looks up, and quite possibly Europe too. Looking at Alois Illemeyer's predictions, Poland may be next in line, even before then. Obviously, this can be compared to deliberately dropping matches into kegs of gunpowder. What are your thoughts on this?
They've definitely got a whole series of things planned. Some kind of anniversary of, the Satanist Aleister Crowley. Now, the Russians have been given specific actionable intelligence about exactly where the attacks originated, and this was given to them by military white hats, but I don't want tip the hand of the bad, tip our hand and let them know what we know. But they know that where the attack comes from, and there's now a U.S.-Russian military alliance against a common enemy. That much I can say. But yes, they're definitely going to be trying all sorts of stuff because they are very, very scared, dangerous, and they're cornered rats, and they're going to fight to the death. And like I say, people like Benjamin Netanyahu know that they're going to be hung, and so they'll probably go down shooting. But they will go down. And no matter what they try, they're not going to be able to provoke World War III, which is what they're trying to do. Because at the highest level, the Chinese, the Russians, the Americans, they have friendly communications and are not going to let themselves be fooled into starting a World War III, other than the hybrid one that's already taking place. But that's not between Russia and China and the U.S. It's between the military white hats around the world and the group of people who seize control of the major transnational corporations. And from a military point of view, we know there's about 700 people that we have to deal with, and they are being targeted. The military white hats will win, rest assured, but there's going to be fireworks. That can't be avoided. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In my opinion, any sacrifice is satanic. These Satanists don't sacrifice themselves, they sacrifice us. So what happens to someone like Middleton?
They give birth to children who they've decided right from the moment they were going to be born, they're going to be sacrificed at a certain age, maybe 6 years old, 7 years old. And the people designated for that aren't aware of it, but they're pampered and they're brought up in a special way. So they do select members of their own families for sacrifice. They think that this will earn them, especially extra brownie points with Satan. That's the twisted thinking they have. So yes, they sacrifice mainly people who are not members of their cult, but they will also choose members of their own family, even their own children, because they believe it gives them extra power. I've been told by British intelligence, for example, that Madeleine McCann was the biological daughter of George Soros, and she was, bred to be sacrificed. Next question.
Hi, Ben. In relation to our last question, in prehistory, only kings, males, were sacrificed due to the erroneous belief that the sun, symbol of kingship, died every year and was reborn at the winter solstice, which marks the sun's entry into Capricorn, the zodiacal sign ruling over the ruling class. Later in history, animal sacrifice replaced sacrifice of the king symbolically. Sacrificing females makes no sense. When kings were literally sacrificed, they did so willingly and not forced. Why would they be sacrificing women now?
I'm not in agreement with your version of history. It depends on what culture and what civilization you're looking at, but they've been sacrificing females, animals, etc., all over the world in all sorts of different cultures and eras. The Aztecs, for example, sacrificed males and females on an industrial scale, apparently for purposes of obtaining meat. But yeah, I mean, sacrificing a very powerful male or a king or something is seen as kind of special. But, these people don't limit themselves just to kings, and they never have. And the ultimate solution is we have to stop all forms of sacrifice. It's just not right. And it will be stopped. It's been going on for so long. These people are born into it. They live it. They know they have to go along with it or be killed themselves, but we're going to end it. And sacrifice will be banned, animal and human. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Do you expect any satanic events to occur during the same time as this eclipse?
Well, yeah, as I mentioned in my talk, it's somehow related to an anniversary of Aleister Crowley, the founder of Satanism in many ways, or the modern version of it, and the father of uh, Barbara Bush and that whole clan. So yeah, and this April 8th thing, it's nothing to do with the Jews. It's nothing to do with the Jewish calendar. It's some kind of massive satanic event. So yeah, they're going to try all sorts of stuff because it really is the end of the road for them, and they're going to go out with fireworks. That's how it looks like to me. I wish I knew more about exactly what they're planning, but the latest intelligence is to keep your eyes on CERN. They're going to try something there, and hopefully we can stop it. But I do know that the Secret Space Force is having an emergency meeting next week to try to come up with a strategy for dealing with it. And, you know, we will deal with it. We're not going to let them destroy the planet. That's for sure. And we're not even going to let them start World War III or anything major. But they'll be trying to set fires all over the place. But they won't be able to actually start a fire, just localized events. So hang in there, and everybody, you know, do what you can personally to try to stop these people. But we will win, and humanity will be liberated. There can be no doubt about that. Well, thanks for tuning in, and next week we should have a lot more to talk about, but it's the week after that, obviously, that comes after the 8th, when we'll really know what's going on. But I can tell you that at a very high level, the White Hats are winning, and we're not going to let them do anything too bad. Thanks for tuning in. I hope to see you next week. Hello. This is Benjamin Fulford speaking on March 8th, 2024. There's still a lot of evidence that some black swan event may happen as early as next week. Let's see what that is. First of all, my own sources connected to the Japanese royal family tell me that something is going to happen on March 15th. It's financial. There's a lot of evidence outside to back this up. We've seen in so-called insiders posting saying that you know, all the slates are going to be wiped clean and everybody's going to be given $500,000 in central bank digital currency. Then we have the Fed's bank bailout is ending now, and around March 15th it'll be over, so the banks will not be able to continue as is. The other signs that something really big is coming is that the federal government, or should I say the Federal Reserve Board, which isn't actually federal, it's not part of the U.S. government, it's a privately owned corporation, but nonetheless, they have officially come out and said that they have $175 trillion in unfunded liabilities for Social Security, pensions, and stuff like that. And you add that to the 34 trillion in official debt, that's 209 trillion. And this time it's not private economists, it's the government saying that. So that's a sign they are preparing for a bankruptcy announcement, because, you know, you don't announce that you're hopelessly in debt in amounts that you can't possibly pay off unless you're going to make some sort of announcement. We'll have to wait and see if it really does happen or not, but clearly it cannot continue as is. Now, the other thing that's obviously on everybody's radar is the 11 million military-age male illegal immigrants who have been let in since the Biden regime took over in 2020, and these illegal immigrants are now being given guns. They're being they're trying to get them into the U.S. Army. They're trying to get them into the police. In other words, the ruling class is clearly trying to hire foreign mercenaries to protect them from the people who, once, you know, they're getting pretty close to wanting to hang them from the nearest lamppost, and for good reason. They just murdered 17 million people with these COVID vaccines, for example. And now we're seeing confirmation of what the former head of the Club of Rome for Europe, Mr. Georgescu, said, that they're planning a hunger or food and water crisis for 2025. The EU just ran an exercise simulating just that. Now, remember, they did that, they had these similar exercises before the pandemic. So clearly, we have a ruling class in the West that goes according to many, multi-decade scripts that they carry out as actors, and that the current plan is to starve us. And this is confirmed by the fact that the farmers in more than 18 countries in Europe are on the warpath for good reason, because they are being bankrupted in a way that would cut off the food supply for Western Europe. So we have a government that is trying to kill us with vaccines, trying to starve us, and it's not going to be resolved through lawsuits. This is going to require men with guns. Now, here's another example of they're trying to create a food crisis. This giant fire that was ravaged Texas has destroyed 80% of the cattle grazing grounds. And guess who's now saying they were partly responsible? It's the XL Corporation. And if you look at the owners of the XL Corporation, you'll find that it's State Street, Vanguard, BlackRock, the usual suspects. And we know that there are about 700 people who own these companies, and they need to be hunted down and stopped, because they are actively trying to kill you and your family, me and my family. This is not a joke. This is real. These people are not going to go quietly tonight. They're going to have to be dragged screaming into the night. That's the only way. And there is action, of course. The White Hats are definitely on the move. The big one, of course, was the announcement that Victoria Nuland is going to resign. Now, she's the actual president of Ukraine. And I remember when she staged that so-called Maidan coup. It's worth going over that again. So Victoria Nuland and her acolytes showed up in Kiev with busloads, literally filled with $100 US bills. And then they went out and they offered people jobs to demonstrate. And the U.S. State Department was also offering free drugs. And, they had a tent where they were handing out drugs to these, young people, anybody who would participate. They'd get a huge amount of money per day, and then they get free drugs. And they go out and they protest against the government, and then the government, the police would try to stop them. And then a third party, this is all proven, would shoot both the demonstrators and the police to try to get them to start killing each other. And then the final thing is they had bribed the president to flee the country so that they could install their own puppet. This is the sort of thing. And what was the purpose of this? Was to carry out a genocide in the Ukraine in order to have farmland for mega corporations. And it was also part of a plan to destroy Russia, break it into several small countries, and then use those small countries to invade China and break it into small countries. So this person has, what I've heard from my own CIA sources is she hasn't resigned. She's been shot. Now, the other thing we're still trying to confirm is that it looks like Vladimir Zelensky was also killed. The mainstream or the corporate press is reporting it as an attempted murder. We'll see. They have a lot of computer graphics and doubles, so they might carry on the charade for a while longer. But it definitely looks like he's on his way out. And then the final one, of course, is Benjamin Netanyahu, the genocidal maniac holed up in Israel. He is being hunted. It's not long before we get him. I guarantee you that. There's a lot I cannot tell you about for obvious strategic reasons. You don't tell your enemies what you're going to do, but there are forces, white hat forces, on the move in lots of places, and we expect good results. But keep an eye out for the March 15th. Let's see if that happens. And if not, then something else will happen, that's for sure, because it's mathematically impossible for the current U.S. system to continue. Now, the other thing I noticed in the past week, I read these big speeches by, China's Xi Jinping and Russia's Vladimir Putin. And here you have leaders who actually listen to the people. They have a system where they get information from all over the country, from ordinary citizens, from think tanks, from corporations, and they get an idea of what the people want. And then they try to make that happen. That's what a government is supposed to do. And what happens in the West is not that. We have a government that literally tries to engineer starvation crises, start wars, steal resources. They're evil. They've betrayed the life force, and they need to be removed. And I'm telling you, it's not going to be a lawsuit that's going to do it. Now, I know that a lot of people are hoping that U.S. President, Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump will do this, and we certainly hope that's the case. We're glad to see that he's winning, but we can't wait for some kind of election in November. This is going to happen before then, and let's see if he's up to it or not. But regardless, the military white hats will continue to take action because this is an emergency situation. And if the West does not remove its incompetent and criminal governments, then what's going to happen is they will become third world countries, vastly overwhelmed by China and Russia, who are growing in leaps and bounds. One statistic I came across, for example, is that last year China built more solar panels and installed them than the U.S. has done in its entire history. The reason, of course, is that the oligarchs who control the U.S. they suppressed solar panel technology in the U.S. because they wanted to keep people addicted to gasoline they control. This is the sort of thing they do. They're not interested in your wealth and progress. They're interested in keeping control of their Babylonian debt slavery system. And these people really do worship Satan, and they really do carry out human sacrifices. This has now been proven beyond a doubt by countless court cases and whistleblowers, etc. And just, things like FBI statistics showing that 40,000 children disappear every year, which is 20 times the rate of other countries, and they're never found again. These people have to be removed, and we're going to keep fighting until it happens, but everybody has to do their part. This is no time for armchair warriors. We need to remove these people, and it is going to happen. Well, okay, that's what I have to say for myself, and I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. What is happening with the corrupt South Africa structures? Do you have any news on this?
South Africa is kind of the only, it's the main Zionist-occupied country in Africa. And I know that the South African people are in a state of active revolt. I wish them the best, but they were very successful with this fake Nelson Mandela. The real Nelson Mandela died in prison in 1987, and so they had an actor play the role, and he was able to pacify the people. But clearly something's going to happen in South Africa, and I wish the people there the best. I'll try to find out more about the situation. Next question.
Hi, Ben. It needs to be explained to me how a group such as the Dragon Society can negotiate for world peace with the P3 Masons. I don't know what actual power the DS has, but you cannot negotiate with Satan, of which the P3 Masons are direct agents. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, at the end of World War II, somebody had to negotiate the surrender of the Nazis with people in Germany. So you have to deal with people when they're trying to surrender. You got to talk to them. There's no other way. I mean, and this is what is happening now at the highest level. These people don't, above the Satanists, there's a level of people who are more like Zoroastrian. They believe in an eternal battle between good and evil, and they don't think like us. But the Satanists are below these people. These people are kind of something else. I've met them, and all I can say is that they're very powerful, and it's better to get them to peacefully negotiate a surrender rather than unleash a nuclear holocaust. And that's the card they're holding. Next question.
Hi, Ben. DeSantis signed an order to release the remaining Epstein files, as you said in Monday's report. Do you think that anything will come of this? There have been plenty of individuals that have had their names leaked, but no one has been arrested. Furthermore, if our government has these names but doesn't do anything about these billionaire pedophiles, will any other agencies step in?
Well, you've seen all those British royals and other people vanish in Europe, so there is action taking place. But yeah, we need to see Hillary Clinton on public trial for torturing a small girl to death. There's video proof of it. We need to see that. Everybody needs to see that, and it's not happening yet. So we do have to keep fighting. But yet, a lot of pedophiles are being taken down. Now, another thing I've found out is they had a big shutdown of Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, all along the West Coast, and that apparently was related to a takedown of the pedophiles. But clearly, we need to see public trials. We need this to be open and not in secret. That's so important, and it hasn't happened yet. That's a fact. Now, the stuff that DeSantis is releasing is from 2006. And that's just a local thing, but it's definitely a start. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. As it sits now, it looks like Russia may win the Ukraine war shortly. What do you think will be the long-term effects of this?
The story I've been told is that the security of Western Europe will be handled by Russia in the future, and that Russia will join NATO. That's the basic agreement that's already been reached at a higher level with people such as the Gnostic Illuminati. England won't be part of that. They're because militarily they can defend themselves from Russia, whereas the rest cannot. And that's the way it should be, because who's going to protect the Europeans from being completely overwhelmed by the Asians other than the Russians? It's the only choice they have. The Americans are not going to do it. So that's what I'm hearing. And it'll be a good thing for Europeans. Once they realize the Russians are not monsters, that they are just European people like them, suddenly they'll have access to this huge area where they can spend their summers in the wilderness, fishing and hiking and enjoy the nature. And it'll be a very good thing. Okay, nothing bad's going to happen. It'll be good. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. There was a Nasera mission statement that was signed in 1996 that explained the positive New World Order. I found it on Rumble. However, it was signed by Clinton, and that makes me skeptical. Was Clinton ever a good guy? It confuses me that he would willingly sign something of this nature.
I don't know, but I'll tell you this. I mean, when Clinton was president, it was a much happier time, and it wasn't the time of war on terror and all these other problems. However, Clinton was junior, and he took orders from people who ordered him to not allow Russia to join NATO, and to go and instead to prepare for war with Russia. So he was a servant, and even though he tried to be a nice guy, he took orders from very evil people, and I don't believe he was ever going to carry out something like Nasera, or even had the power to do such a thing. However, we will force them to stage a jubilee one way or another. We're going to eliminate all debts and return all the stolen money to the people. That's got to happen. Okay, well, next week we'll find out if the big March 15th thing happens or not. Let's see. And but definitely something's going to happen. Okay, well, hope to see you next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on March 1st, 2024. The most important thing I have to convey is that last night, the P3 Freemasons contacted the White Dragon Society. This happened after they had a big meeting at the Vatican between the top Freemasons and the top Vatican officials. And what they decided at that meeting was that the only way to prevent World War III from happening was to ask the Asian secret societies to meet them to form a world federation. This is not a New World Order or a dictatorship ruled by a satanic leader, as was planned by the Khazarian mafia, but instead is a loose federation to ensure world peace and cooperation on issues that affect us all on this planet. And if the world peace is attained and this federation is put in place, I've been told that the quarantine that the planet Earth is under will end. So we're waiting to see how these negotiations progress, but this is a big move. And there has been a lot of action on the part of the White Hats. This is now becoming impossible to hide. Just in the recent month or two, King Charles has been officially diagnosed with cancer, and they're talking about his succession in the official media. My own sources tell me he's long gone. Now, his son, Prince William, is missing in action, and so is his wife, Kate Middleton. And what I've been told is that actually William is the son of Lord Jacob Rothschild. Now, the official announcement of Jacob Rothschild's death is also a big move. He actually died in 2017, but the fact they're announcing it now means that the entire Rothschild empire has now come under some sort of new management. Now, the other people who have disappeared, we saw U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. He was diagnosed, he disappeared, then they reappeared with a different face and disappeared again, and reappeared with a different face again, and then disappeared again. So they're removing their surgically altered lookalikes or whatever. They're preventing them from replacing figures who've been removed with fakes. Now, Michael, sorry, let me look at my notes. Thomas Kingston, he's the son of Prince Michael, and died mysteriously at age 45. This is a very top level Freemason. We also have Prince Edward quitting his royal duties. We have Sarah, Duchess of York, diagnosed with cancer and disappearing. The King of Norway has suddenly been taken to the hospital, and so has the fake Pope Francis. Now, this came after I told the P3 Freemasons that Francis was killed in 2020 and that he was replaced by a rubber-masked actor. That actor has been apprehended, and they are confirming that this is the case, that Francis was killed and replaced with an imposter. Another person who's gone is Senator Mitch McConnell, whose sister-in-law was killed, Angela Chow. And this has cut off a source of Chinese money that was used to manipulate the U.S. political system. So that's a big move. This is cut off the Rockefellers' China connection, and there is a lot more going on. The hunt is on. I know that Benjamin Rothschild is also dead. So the last public Rothschild we're seeing is President Macron of France, who called for war against Russia. But guess what? Chancellor Olaf Scholz of Germany came out and said, no, we're not going to fight Russia. And then the head of NATO, Stoltenberg, he also came out and said, no, we're not going to fight Russia. So this is all a sign that the whole Rothschild project, the Khazarian Mafia project to recreate a greater Khazaria, is coming to an end. There's a few senior Satanists still out there. Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel is still hiding in his bunker, but there are massive protests there. The cutoff of trade to Israel has caused their economy to shrink 20% in the last quarter of 2023, and it's probably down more like 40% now. So that's hurting. Israel is not getting any money from the United States anymore. Ukraine is not getting any money. And now the Pentagon is investigating all the Ukraine corruption. And of course, what happens is the money that was sent to Ukraine was recycled through places like the Clinton Foundation to bribe political actors in Europe and the West. That has been cut off. And the hunt is going on. We hope that the Rockefellers are removed. There's still a lot of them out there that need to be apprehended, but I heard this is happening. So things really are changing. There's been big purges in China too. I have less information about that, but clearly the Rockefeller network, Rothschild network in China is ending. That will end the Chinese Communist Party rule as it is, and will be returning to a form of imperial rule combined with meritocracy is what I'm hearing. So there's big changes. In Argentina, Javier Milei, who's a top Satanist, his name Milei is from Milek, which means Moloch, which is another word for Satan. The oil-producing provinces of Argentina have cut off oil to him and his regime, and he's been, starving the Argentines, cutting off food for the poor in order to pay bankers to extort money. So he's going to be gone soon. Now, it's not over, and the Khazarian mafia is doing a lot of very bad things. In the United States, we're now getting reports that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms is told gun dealers that they can sell guns to illegal immigrants without any ID checks. They're also telling the mayors of places like Chicago and New York are saying that they're going to hire illegal immigrants as police officers. So they're trying to hire an army of foreign mercenaries because they know that the American people are going to hunt them down and string them up from lampposts, and they're trying to get foreign mercenaries to protect them. So it's very important for the National Guard to mobilize, to grab these illegal military age male immigrants and put them in the FEMA camps that were actually built to house American patriots until they can be processed and deported. This is essential because they're going to try to do that. Now, the other thing that's happening is that they're using their directed energy weapons. There was a huge attack on Texas. They've also they've been trying to set the Amazon on fire. There've been 18 fires breaking out caused by directed energy weapons. They hit Chile, they hit Mexico, they hit China. Now, the Chinese military has come out and said that this is U.S. Controlled space weapons, and I hear that these space-based lasers are going to be taken out of commission, that the Russians and the Chinese are on the case. I certainly hope so. I'd also ask the U.S. Space Force to go after these weaponized satellites and remove them from orbit. We don't need that. And the other thing that's happening, of course, is still the ongoing farmers' revolt in Europe. It's spread to 18 countries, and this is not going to stop. The truckers are helping them now in Poland. It's all coming to an end for sure, and we're at a dangerous moment, but clearly it's now reached a point where you cannot pretend it's not happening. Now, another thing is, I've been told that after that George Soros was in fact the top Satanist. They're sort of spokesman for Satan, and he was killed in 2017, and that since then Larry Page of Google has been the top Satanist. We are looking for him. There's a manhunt out for this man. The last we heard was he was hiding in Fiji, but if you have reports on his whereabouts, let us know, and we'll get him and bring him to justice, which needs to be done, because Google, of course, as you know, is one of the top sources of evil in the world right now with their control and distortion of information. Remember, information is supposed to be a reflection of the creation and the creator. It should be the truth, not lies. And that's what Google is doing, lies and manipulation, and placing themselves as God over information. This is wrong, and it has to end. In any case, the overall trend is that the white hats are on the war path, and we are winning, and more will be coming. It's going to be undeniable soon. Watch for the removal of Justin Trudeau, Macron, Rishi Sunak, and the fake Joe Biden show. When that is over, you'll know that it's really ending. But things are looking good, folks, and it's now impossible to deny that there are white hats and the white hats are winning. Well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Am I missing something? I didn't hear anything about a new big problem called airborne vaccines. I read some articles about it. Do you know anything about this? They told that they already had success on mice and wanted to use it on humans.
They have been trying everything. They've been trying to put it in our food supply. They've been trying to spray it on us. But it's not working. Remember, ever since George Bush Jr. Stole the election and staged 9/11, they've been trying to spread bioweapons: Ebola, SARS, MERS, bird flu, the COVID-19. They've been trying everything, but humans are tough to kill, and they're not going to succeed. They can try whatever. It's game over. They're not going to be able to kill us all and then save themselves. It's not going to happen. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Why is no one doing Freedom of Information Act on the names of the German scientists brought into the U.S.? Is it because it would not be viable if the scientists went into a witness protection style identity change?
Well, why don't you go ahead and try that yourself? Make a Freedom of Information request. I know, though, I've been told, for example, that Elon Musk is the son of the Nazi rocket scientist Werner von Braun, who was a genius. There could be no doubt about this. But I think at this point, the Nazi scientists and their heirs should come out of the closet. And I think that's what's happening with the Secret Space Force. They are, a lot of them, descendants of the space Nazis who had very high levels of scientific and technological expertise, and they are working with the white hats. But yeah, we need full disclosure on all this. At this point, I don't see why they have to hide anymore. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What are your thoughts on the cryptocurrency XRP? Some say it is a banker's coin. Others argue it is created by white hats that will replace the dollar and will be backed by gold. Do you believe it is created by the white hats, and is it worth investing in?
I don't know about that particular cryptocurrency, but what I have been told by high-level NSA types is that all the cryptocurrencies, everything digital, has a back door. It's built into the system, and that what they've been doing is that they've been cranking up the price. You see Bitcoin reaching the sky in order to try to get people with real money to invest, and then they harvest the money by selling it. So I personally avoid cryptocurrencies and stick to physical things like actual gold or real estate. But if you're good at surfing and you ride the wave up and then get out before it comes down, and if you want to try that, fine. But personally, I'm avoiding the whole area. Next question.
Hey, Ben. About 20 years ago, Indonesia invaded East Timor. I don't remember how that fell out, but they killed thousands. I had friends who lived there as tourists for a while, and it was a very dangerous situation. I think Indonesia is a very bad actor on our planet. The Portuguese are also in on it. What are your thoughts on this?
I have heard that the new Indonesian government is run by a black hat, a mass murderer, and that their main project now, once they install this government, if they can install this government, is to go after a a giant gold deposit in West Papua, or the next to Papua New Guinea, and that they're going to try a major ethnic cleansing in order to make that happen. So hopefully, I've heard the Black Dragon Society is going to do something about that and prevent that from happening. But clearly, the new government of Indonesia needs to be watched, and the whole world needs to make sure that they are not allowed to carry out atrocities. But it's something we're keeping an eye on, and I don't think they'll be able to do that much damage, but we'll see. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. The American States Assembly are standing in all 50 states. We are working on making public laws. Which do you feel the people should make as the highest and most immediate priority? The list is so long, including outlawing vaccines and capturing and trying war criminals, halting production of poisoned foods, water, and stopping chemtrails. We can probably only pass one public law per week in our General Assembly on every state. We have superior, general, and provident jurisdiction, and we are just getting started.
My view is that the quickest way to fight the octopus is not to go after the arms, but to go after the head. And I would recommend that you send in troops to the headquarters of Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock, and take over control of the corporations away from these satanic families like the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds, and nationalize the S&P 500 temporarily. And then from there, all the stuff that's happening is below that. So go for that, and that would be the quickest way to stop all this. Well, thanks for tuning in, and hopefully there'll be more good news next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on February 23rd, 2024. It looks like the suggestion in my weekly report from this Monday to send in the military to Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock hit a nerve, because we were contacted by David Rene de Rothschild, who's the head of the Rothschild family, who offered to hand over control of these entities to an ally of ours in MI6, who would then hold it in trust for the people. This is a possible first step to a jubilee, because this money was stolen from the people via central bank fraud, creating money out of nothing to vacuum resources from the economy. And as I've done the last time I did the math, a jubilee in the United States would be about $363,000 for every man, woman, and child in the United States. This is money that was stolen that would be returned to its rightful owners. Let's see how this goes. But the problem I have with these people is that they always promise you, they tell you what you want to hear, they say the check's in the mail, and they're just trying to buy time until they kill you. So I know a lot of the white hats don't have money, and my suggestion is sort of like the barbarian hordes outside the city. You promise them loot from the city once they've taken out, the previous regime. And we need to actually physically take over control of the physical resources, and then hand out rewards to white hats who did military good deeds in removing these criminals. And they are criminals. They are mass murderers who have been trying to kill you and your family. This has been proven again and again. The latest example is the biggest study so far, shows that in just 14 countries, 100 million people have been damaged by vaccines. Now, we also have Health Canada, a government agency, officially admitting that the Pfizer vaccines were contaminated with DNA. So there we have it. These are official entities which open the road to war crimes trials against people like Justin Trudeau, and whoever the actor was who played Donald Trump for Operation Warp Speed. That was not the real Donald Trump, but we need to flush out that actor and the people behind him, which you'll find will be the Rockefeller family and all those people. We know this for many reasons, but one thing that's now coming out, for example, is that a lot of the money that was sent to the Ukraine ended up in the Clinton Foundation. And the Clintons, of course, are Rockefellers. So all these things are coming out now, and we are close to victory, but we need to push it. I'm not going to wait for these people. None of us should wait. We should all take personal direct action. Here in Japan, I'm calling on the military to arrest members of the current government for murdering 400,000 Japanese with vaccines. This is the Japanese Health and Welfare Ministry data. So we have mass murderers, but still officially appearing in power. Now, the other thing I'm noting, of course, is that you're seeing the stock market at record highs, Bitcoin at record highs. What this is a final looting of people's money. They're pumping out fiat money made of, which is just numbers put in computers to jack up stocks they own, and then they're going to try to launder that money into the real economy by buying, physical gold and other things. The same with Bitcoin. I know the agencies have a back door, and they're going to be, once they pump it up to call in suckers with real money, they're going to dump it on them. You watch and see. But this is sort of like last minute looting. Now, the other thing I noticed is that the so-called Magnificent Seven, Alphabet, Meta, Microsoft, etc. So the top 7 sort of high-tech companies in the U.S. now are more valuable than any stock market in the world except possibly China and Japan. And what do these companies make? Actually, with the exception of Tesla and Apple and to some extent Nvidia, they don't really make anything. They're just creating a fantasy world on people's screens. They don't actually make things you can eat, things you can wear, things you can drive. And this shows that the entire U.S. economy is like a Potemkin village. It's a fake front without real backing, and that's all on the brink of collapsing. There can be no doubt about it, and it is happening, as we know. Well, let's look at Israel, for example. Their economy is down 20% since they started the genocide in Gaza, and the ships are not being able to get there. And their government is on its last. It really is a last stand for Satanists. And I found out something very interesting. Apparently, Benjamin Netanyahu's real name is, let me read this, Bezon Mileikovsky, which means son of Moloch. And Milei is a word for Moloch. This is and so we have the so-called president of Argentina, who's named after Moloch, which is another name for, Satan, the beast to which they sacrifice children. So we are down to, they're coming out of the closet. They are Satanists. So in other words, these Satanists are now coming out of the closet big time, and this is really an end game. And they are proving that they're Satanists through mass murder, and they're not even hiding it anymore. So we need to bring them down. So Benjamin Netanyahu, we're going to offer I've heard the White Hats are going to offer a $1 billion bounty on his head, and that will be paid from the money that's taken when the Federal Reserve Board is returned to the people. And we'll put out a list of 50 other names that need to be removed. These are all senior Satanists. And when I talk about remove, we have to not only remove the individuals and arrest them for mass murder, but we need to remove the power of the people to use rubber masked fakes to pretend they still exist. So, for example, we've seen they use fake rubber masks or else surgically altered lookalikes for Donald Trump. We have one recently, they came up with another fake Nancy Pelosi, et cetera, et cetera. And so we need to not only remove these individuals, but remove the power of people to project them on screens to make it look like they're still around. An example is George Bush Sr. He was executed. He had a public funeral, and they stopped putting out CGIs of him pretending he's still alive. We need to do the same for George Soros. So we know he's long gone, but they have to stop being able to even project him, etc. So we haven't, we're almost there, but everybody needs to personally take action and not wait. Now, the other thing is that these are desperate and dangerous people, and they're going to try very hard to prevent us from bringing them to justice. The latest move is that we've heard there's 30 million illegal immigrants in the United States. Most of them come in since Biden took power. Most of them are military-age males, and now there's talk about recruiting them into the U.S. Army. And this is, no doubt about this, they're attempting to use a foreign mercenary army to suppress Americans and prevent the American Revolution from once again liberating the United States. But this has to happen. The same, of course, in Europe. The farmers are still leading the fight for liberation. They're trying to stop the poisoning of the food supply by agri corporations controlled by the, Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street. And they're being very successful. But it's not quite there yet. The problem is that most of the visible prime ministers and finance ministers and politicians are criminals who are controlled by a satanic cabal. Remember that. It's the top 1, 2, 3 people. We need a wholesale change, and the problem is always located at the top. These are the people they've compromised. This is how their control network works, and we need to remove these people ASAP, and I'm hearing it's happening. I've heard that in England, for example, because a lot of these criminals refuse to step aside, that the actual Special Air Force, the Special Forces, are actually moving in and taking down politicians. I want to see this confirmed with public reports, but that's what I'm hearing. So there is a lot of good stuff happening, but still we see their show going on, so it's not over. I've heard from my sources here in Japan that some sort of announcement is due in March, possibly around March 15th. And I know there are other signs that some kind of big announcement is coming, but in the United States, for example, they just had a huge, they call it a solar flare as an excuse for shutting down the wireless communications and the internet. I don't know if there's a white hat or a black hat operation, but the shutting down of the internet would be a big sign that something is going to happen. However, I expect the initiative will still come from outside of the G7 and the West. And on that front, the rest of the world is very much already liberated or close to that. But it's not all over. One other thing I've heard from my sources in Indonesia is that the new president of Indonesia is a Khazarian mafia employee, and that the Indonesian military is preparing for a massive genocide and ethnic cleansing in Papua New Guinea to secure a giant gold mine near Mount Grasberg. We'll have the details in our Monday report, the actual location of this mine, but I've heard the Black Dragon people are gathering their forces to prevent the mass murder in Papua New Guinea and to prevent the Khazarian mafia from seizing the gold mine there. This is real intelligence from sources in the Indonesian government, and we'll get more on that when we find out. But again, we're dealing with desperate people. We have, for example, speaking about desperate people, Tedros of the WHO has suddenly come out and made a speech saying, well, we didn't ask for vaccines or shutdowns, or come on. Who do you think you're fooling? Do you think that we just have no memories? they're very, very desperate because they've been caught in the act of mass murder. They couldn't kill enough people to stay in power, but they killed enough people to get themselves in front of military tribunals and war crimes tribunals. But we cannot have tribunals until they've surrendered. So in the meantime, it's going to be direct kinetic action. We don't have the luxury of trials yet. So what I'm hearing is these people will be hunted down, and this will continue, but it's not over until it's over. But clearly, at this point, I would say the majority of the people are awake and understand that the governments in the West have been taken over by criminals who do not represent the people, but who are in fact enemies of the people, and that we need a wholesale change in the governing structure of the West. And the key is to take away their control of the Federal Reserve Board and the ability to create and distribute money. That's the key. That's what needs to be taken down, and that's why I think the talk about sending troops physically into Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock headquarters hit a nerve, because that pulls the veil aside. Then we just actually have a list of names and actionable intelligence to take back control of the financial system and return it to the people who it was stolen from. We all need to push. Don't wait. Don't be an armchair warrior. Do whatever you can personally. Pick up the phone, call your local government official, convince your friend, buy a gold coin, take your money out of your savings out of the bank, whatever you can do. Let's do it until it's over. And I certainly support the truckers boycotting New York. That would help a lot, because that's one of the big centers. We also need military action in Silicon Valley, and I hear that is happening. But we are on the verge of victory, but we cannot be complacent, because we must never, ever underestimate these people. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Two people who the deep state Khazarian mafia hates are both getting tried or incarcerated on trumped-up charges, namely Donald Trump and Rainer Fulmike. Do you think the KM will fail in these attempts?
The Donald Trump who supposedly is being charged is an actor, not the real one. But so that's just a show. Now, Rainer Fulmike, yeah, that he is a genuine political prisoner, and he is being held by genuine Nazi mass murderers, because Rainer Fulmike did a huge job of exposing them, and we need to fight to liberate him from his illegal incarceration. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. Canada is expanding the assisted suicide program. It is called MAID, and offering assisted suicide for those with mental illness by 2027. The government will be able to assist all those in government care, soon to be available for the disabled also. Strain on the system, using up government money for what they want. How long will this go on for?
Well, that is pure, clear proof that the so-called Castro regime is a Nazi regime. This is exactly what the Nazis did. They kill the undesirables, people who are useless eaters, and the fact that the Canadian government refused to extradite at the request of Russia a known mass murderer Nazi is a clear sign that the current regime in Canada is a Nazi fascist regime that took over through a stolen election. And I tell this to any Canadian military who is listening. Go up the chain of command and insist that this government be removed. And if you run into an officer above you who refuses to take action, arrest them on charges of obstructing justice. The problem is concentrated at the top. They are the compromised people. So push up, and when you find people who refuse to take action against a government that stole the election and murdered countless Canadians with provably toxic vaccines, then whoever is preventing that investigation is part of the problem, and they need to be arrested. That's what we have to do. So I'm counting on the Canadian military white hats, as well as the U.S. military and other Western white hats, to take action, because they're the only people capable of removing the Satan-worshipping gangsters who seized control over the civilian government. Next question.
Hi, Ben. How do you feel about the fines imposed on Donald Trump? Do you expect them to be dropped? It seems like they're really doing everything they can to keep him out of office.
To me, this is all theater. It's not going to affect the real Donald Trump. It's concentrated in New York, where we have a huge nest of Satanists. And so hopefully the trucker boycott of New York will help put an end to that whole show. But the real Donald Trump is not in trouble. It's only this big show they're putting on with their actors. So don't worry about it too much, folks. But definitely shut off New York until these people surrender. Next question.
Ben, on our last question, why do you think they are doing all these things to keep Trump out of office? Aren't they concerned that it will be too obvious to the average person?
They are desperate. They're literally fighting for their lives because they have been caught in the act of murdering tens of millions of people, if not more. And they know that their lives are on the line, so they're doing everything they can to stop the real Donald Trump, the one who went to Mount Cheyenne, who doesn't appear on your screens as often as the fake one does, from using the military to clear out the criminals who seized government illegally and bringing them to justice. So they're fighting for their lives. And this is going to be a fight to the death because either they kill us or we kill them as things stand until they surrender. If they surrender, that's another story. But until they do, they're actively trying to kill you and your family, and that means you're legally entitled to self-defense. And Donald Trump, the real one who has the backing of the military white hats, is the most realistic route to bringing these people to justice at present. Personally, I prefer someone like Field Marshal Douglas McGregor, who's definitely not a swamp creature, to take the lead and make some phone calls to his military buddies and actually get troops on the street into places like Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock to end this. But it will end. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you next week with more good news. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on February 16th, 2024. The first thing I'd like to talk about today is my own family lineage. I have a family lineage that goes way back to the actual creator. It can be traced 3.5 billion years ago to the first primitive microorganism in the primordial ocean. Now, of course, that's true of everybody else who's listening to this, even including AIs. But the reason I mention this is because this talk about some Jewish supremacists, that they are a chosen people, is provably nonsense by the fact that we all were directly, from the creator. So what we're dealing with is a group of people that has been enslaved by an entity. I don't know if it's human or not, that is completely anti-life. Their track record is of destruction, murder, pillage, looting, and so it has to end in order to liberate the planet Earth from whatever evil it is, whether it's just an ancient, malevolent human cultural tradition or it has deeper roots. And that means that we have to finish off like rabid dogs, the mass murdering criminals in Israel who are, engaging in genocide in Gaza based on lies and, false ideology. So that is going to have to happen, and it will happen. Now, there's a lot going on under the scenes that we cannot talk about, but it's clearly at this point, there's men with guns and people are disappearing, and there's many signs of this. So, for example, there were huge explosions in the Washington D.C. subway last night, and that's clearly special forces at work. There's been constant earthquakes and explosions going from underground in California and Nevada. I'm assuming the white hat special forces are taking out the Google, Microsoft, Apple complex there, and removing control of the internet from criminals. And who are these criminals? Well, Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street control 88% of the Fortune 500 companies. That means Google, Apple, Microsoft, all the big arms companies. And these three funds are owned by, the usual suspects, the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds. That means that in order to end this, we need to take their control of the mega corporations away from them. And that is what is going on now. There's clearly a war going on with special forces. Now, I asked why we didn't get videos and photos of the children being liberated from the adrenochrome torture centers, and the special forces guy got back to me and said that all the digital cameras can be traced. They have GPS and they can be traced to these people, so they don't carry them because for security reasons. Now, my suggestion is next time that they get these analog cameras that print out photographs right immediately. I think you can buy them in Chinatown and places like that. Take some of those photographs, pop them in a mailbox, and send them to me care of the Foreign Correspondence Club of Tokyo. You can find that online. They have the address. And I will scan them and publish them. That way you can safely record the horrors, because it's important for the people who are still asleep to understand that the current leadership of the planet Earth engages in systematic industrial scale torture of children and murder. This has to be shown, and then that will create a level of disgust that will, help finally rid this planet of these awful, awful parasites. And also, I want to talk about what happened with Russia. Now, as we know, Tucker Carlson was handed a bunch of documents on camera after his big interview with Vladimir Putin. And I've been told by my own Pentagon sources that these documents went to Donald Trump, the U.S. Commander-in-Chief, and that it's going to be an interesting few weeks. So we have to look for people to disappear. And in a sign that this is an ongoing war, it's interesting to watch the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. He got cancer. He disappeared. A week later, he reappeared, and then he got cancer and disappeared again. And now he's reappeared again. So this is a sign of the sort of the battle that's going on, because controlling that image of who's in charge of the U.S. military is vital to this whole war. And they need to have someone they can put at their conferences and say, yeah, we control the military. And so, but if you look at the photographs recently, you can see there's at least 3 Lloyd Austins now. But this whole idea of using fake people to fill key roles that involve lots of power is coming to an end for sure. And even if they trot out a Lloyd Austin, he doesn't control anything except maybe a few hired mercenaries. Now, the other thing I noticed that they put out reports that Russia has some sort of anti-satellite weapon. Well, I know personally that the Russians and the Chinese have decided that they're going to shoot down the satellite weapons being used by the Rothschilds and stuff to burn places like Maui and Chile and Acapulco. So yeah, those satellites with those lasers are being taken down, and good riddance. We need to remove all the weapons that these people have in their hands. Now, another very interesting development was the death of some Angela Chow, who was the sister-in-law of Mitch McConnell. And this is interesting in many ways because she owns this big shipping company, and they found out a whole bunch of cocaine on one of her ships, and then that whole incident was kind of hushed. Now she's dead, and it turns out she's actually a member of the board of the Bank of China. So again, that's a sign that there's some kind of high-level power struggle involving control of the central banks, which is involving control of the world's money. And I don't know the details of what that, what side she was on or what's going on there, but it is a sign that there is high-level intrigue going on. Now, the other thing that's happened is that Canadian Crime Minister Justin Trudeau, who stole the last election in Canada with the help of Alex Soros and those people to try to turn Canada into a dictatorship, has openly admitted to being a Nazi by refusing to extradite a known Nazi mass murderer who was paraded in front of the Canadian Parliament. So this man has publicly come out as a Nazi, and he needs to be expunged, as well as Chrystia Freeland and all the people around him. They are not the legitimate government of Canada. So if you're in the Canadian military, you go up your chain of command and confront them with the crimes committed by Trudeau. This includes the fact that he made $380 million in the past couple of years, even though his salary is only $351,000 a year. The fact that the vaccines turned out to have killed hundreds of thousands of Canadians. Confront your commanding officer, and if they try to, as soon as you run into someone in the chain of command who tries to hush or stop the investigation, arrest them, because they are traitors, because they're covering up mass murder by an illegal government. And then this needs to be done by men with guns. It's not going to happen in courts, because the top of the courts are rigged by people who are blackmailed with videos of them murdering children. So it's not going to work that way. It's going to have to come from the bottom up. And that is happening all over the world. In Europe, the farmers are still at war with their governments. The French farmers are now handing out free food. The Polish farmers are blockading everything. This has to go until it ends. And I noticed that Klaus Schwab and Mr. Bourla, the head of Pfizer, and van der Leyen of the EU, some of the top Khazarian mafiosi in power in Europe, had a 3-hour conference last week. I think that they know they're in deep trouble, and that the peasants with pitchforks are soon going to burst into their palaces, and they're going to be strung up on a lamppost as things go, because their track record is of mass murder and economic destruction. There's no other way to put it. And they're still panicking and trying to enforce this WHO treaty, which is complete totalitarianism, and they're threatening to put out disease X and stuff like this. This is hysterical barking by who have lost the battle of the world. Just going to check if there's anything else I missed. Yeah. Another important news item that kind of slipped under the radar is that French prosecutors have recommended charges against the French cement company known as Lafarge. Why is this important? It's because Lafarge was funding ISIS, the fake Islamic terrorist organization, and it is owned by the Rothschilds. So this is a direct channel for arresting the people behind French President Macron and his apparently uncle pretending to be his wife, Brigitte. So this is a good sign that we're going to take these people down. And the other thing, of course, is that U.S. government publications have come out and said that the 2020 election was stolen, and that means that Joe Biden and his whole fake Rockefeller regime is coming down. By the way, I did notice that on the official TASS news site this morning that Russian President Vladimir Putin is endorsing Biden. He said, yes, we want Joe Biden. And he's also saying that U.S. Fake Secretary of State Blinken is our man. Okay. And at first I thought, what the hell is that? And then I, thought about it a bit, and I thought, of course, they're trying to defuse propaganda attempts to say that Trump works for Putin by having Putin endorse Trump's opponents, who are the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, who own the script writers for the actors pretending to be Biden, as well as mentioned before, the mega corporations. So hopefully this is going to end soon, but we're in for a tough time, and the battle is not over yet, but we are winning. And next week, as the Chinese come back from their New Year's holidays, there will be a lot more action, but I expect a lot to happen. And the things to watch out for are the public and official disappearance and arrest of people like Trudeau, Biden, Scholz in Germany, etc. We need to see the public faces being publicly removed. Then we'll know it's really ending. But hang in there, folks, because there's still a lot of turbulence ahead. Well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. This individual says, I have some information from my South Korean financial connection and the Chinese secret society that I'm affiliated with. This is the summary that I heard. First, China might plan a major internal incident of hacking the real estate ownership-related electronic database to redistribute the land and residences for the people. It's very hopeful, considering China replaced its financial tsar not too long ago, while at the same time taking over Taiwan via a non-militaristic blockade. What are your thoughts on this, and do you think it could happen?
I think it would be great if it happened, because China and the rest of the world does need a kind of redistribution of assets that were basically stolen through a fraudulent financial system that it creates money out of nothing and turns people into debt slaves and slowly steals their resources. And that's why it would be great if they do that for the real estate in China, so that working people with families can afford houses big enough for them to want to have more kids. And now, as far as the Taiwan thing is concerned, it has to happen together with a removal of the government of Japan. You can't just unify China and Taiwan without also removing the control grid of Japan, because right now Japan has run out of Taiwan. So hopefully, this will come with not just Taiwan, but South Korea and Japan will also be liberated at the same time. That's what I sure hope will happen. Next question. Oh, and just, the Japanese government has been proven by their own Ministry of Health and Welfare to have, in the past couple of years, murdered hundreds of thousands of their own citizens with toxic vaccines. This is a fact. They are mass murderers, and why are they still in power? Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. A recurring theme in your broadcasts is that COVID-19 criminals should be arrested and punished. For some reason, you either never got these bulletins. Bill Gates was hanged on April 28th of 2023. Albert Bourla, Pfizer CEO, hanged on August 10th, 2023. Moderna CEO Stefan Bankel hanged on November 18th, 2022. Alfred Johnson, NIH head, hanged 10th, 2023. What do you have to say about this?
This is probably Michael Baxter of Real Raw News saying that. And I have my own analog sources. That is, digital fakery is just too advanced to be able to discern the truth from screens in many cases. But I know from Japanese diplomats who physically met Bill Gates and Hillary Clinton, for example, that they're still around. And even if they were executed, it doesn't matter, because as long as they can fill our screens with images of Hillary or Bill Gates or these other people as if they're still there, that's what matters. They need to be not only the person behind it, but the actual image and the power center that they represent has to be taken down. And that means an official announcement of their death as happened with, for example, George Bush Sr. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. I've met Princess Anna under the circumstances and time frame. I was under the impression that she was part of this corruption. Now you say she isn't. I wish I had known that. My question is, can you prove your Canadian and royal informants? Obviously not names, but how do you know that these are legitimate sources? I'd like to think that they are.
I got handwritten letters with the signature of Queen Elizabeth, and we've exchanged like analog letters and stuff sent, via the post, which is why I'm pretty sure it's real. And my communications indicate that, okay, they were born into this cult, but we can't just kill everybody because they were born into a satanic cult. We need to, rescue as many of these people as possible. And many of them are good people who were born into an evil system. And I don't think that expunging them all is the answer. I think we need to end the Satanism and rescue as many of these people as possible. And that means, using people they recognize as their own leaders. And that's what I'm trying to accomplish in the case with Princess Anne. Next question.
Hi, Ben. It is my opinion that what is suppressing the American people is unlawful lawlessness and economic violence upon people who are so desperate and willing to throw others under the bus at every opportunity, believing that if they don't, they will have to kill or be killed. It's horrible. It's perverted. Everyone in the world has become completely immoral. My question is, in order to hopefully prevent something like this from reoccurring, will a Jubilee be accompanied by nationwide, worldwide education on how to be human and how to treat others?
That's definitely important. Moral education is the key to civilization, and it should all be based on the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. And of course, the Jews will need to learn that there's no such a thing as a goyim. We were all born of the same creation from the same creator. So that as soon as they do that, they become a very moral people. Right now, a lot of them think, well, I'll treat other Jews according to the golden rule, but everyone else I can exploit any way I want. That is wrong thinking, and that has to end. And of course, this is true everywhere in the world where you think, others can be treated in different ways. That's not how it works. We must all obey the golden rule. And that has to be taught to the kids from an early age. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. It looks as though the IDF is going to move into southern Gaza and possibly displace over 1 million civilians. And that's even if they have the chance to leave. What do you think will happen if the IDF starts slaughtering that many people? And wouldn't it be wise for the safety of civilians to cross the border into Egypt?
No, I think what will happen is that the IDF will be decapitated. All the genocidal monsters who seize power in Israel will have to be kinetically removed from this earth. There's no other answer at this point. They are carrying out genocide. They must be killed. It's the only way to save these people. This is self-defense. This is legally allowed. If there's people carrying out genocide, you're allowed to shoot them on sight to save those children. Well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and hopefully there will be good news, lots of it starting next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on February 9th, 2024. On Monday, I published the Inactionable Intelligence on close to 1,000 children being tortured to death with the actual addresses of the facilities where this was taking place. I hoped to see images of all these children being rescued on all the world's screens for everyone to see. That did not happen. That's a sign that there's still some very evil people in charge. It's also quite possible that The information came out too late, and these facilities have already been closed down, and a cover-up is taking place. I don't know, but clearly, we have the former president of the Club of Rome speaking on the record that 8 million children are disappearing every year. So this is a very big problem, and clearly it still hasn't been resolved. However, there are signs that the bad guys are losing anyway. We saw reports from journalists saying that King Charles was raping hundreds of children and feeding on them. This is a sign, and according to my own sources, King Charles was actually already dead at the time of his so-called coronation, and the idea of putting it 6 months, 6 weeks, 6 days after Elizabeth's death was for optics, and the announcement of his death is going to have a similar number. Now, I don't know for sure, but it looks like what will happen is Princess Anne will be regent, and William's son George will be the next king. So in the de facto, it looks like England will have a queen again. I'm not sure, this is preliminary information, but this is what it looks like is happening. However, I know the Gnostic Illuminati don't want any royals at all, so we'll see. But that's personally what I think would be a good result. It's not up to me. But the point is that this public outing of Charles is a game changer. It shows that some high-level people are no longer immune and above the law. Now, unfortunately, we still see a masked person pretending to be Hillary Clinton on TV screens. Hillary Clinton has been, videotaped torturing a child to death, and she deserves the death penalty. And we shouldn't have someone pretending to be her in public, speaking as if they were a figure of authority, even though they got this Hillary actor calling for the removal of Benjamin Netanyahu, which needs to be done. It still hasn't happened, but the latest is that they have murdered over 100,000 Judeans. I don't like to call them Palestinians because the area they come from has always been called Judea. And the use of the word Palestine is to try to cover up that fact. So they're murdering Judeans. These are the descendants of the original Jews of, the Jewish kingdom. And they're being slaughtered. Now, the UN has now declared it a genocide, but we need some enforcement action. The fact is, these people are like rabid dogs. They're not going to go quietly into the night. They know that they face execution, and it's going to take men with guns to finish that. Netanyahu and the fellow genocidal maniacs around him need to be removed from this planet, period. And that's got to happen. But I think it will. Now, the other thing that's happening, of course, is there's more movement on the COVID front, the vaccine front. We have a group of scientists and politicians who have said that these vaccines should be banned. And we have scientific reports showing that they kill 14 times more people than they save. So this is a good sign that there are white hats and they are winning. Now, the other thing, of course, is the Tucker Carlson interview with Russian President Vladimir Putin. That, to me, looks like a move to wake up the people who are still drinking Kool-Aid. It shows that Russia is not an evil dictatorship. It also, you get Putin to tell everybody that the whole world knows Biden is not in charge. But of course, the interview pulls a lot of punches. They still don't talk about adrenochrome or all that kind of stuff. And they don't mention that it's the Rockefellers who run the Biden regime. If you don't understand that, look at all the members of the Biden cabinet. They're members of the Council on Foreign Relations, and that is controlled by the Rockefellers. And I'm talking about people like John Podesta Rockefeller, Mark Zuckerberg Rockefeller, Hillary Clinton Rockefeller, etc. And Mark Zuckerberg and John Podesta I have heard will be executed or already have been executed, and that they're being trotted out on the cameras to apologize was part of the show to wake up the still sleeping people. But I would rather have it, a public trial with the actual charge of raping or torturing children to death brought to the public's attention. This is not something that should be swept under the carpet or covered up. And hopefully that will happen. We know that the fake Pope Francis, the rubber mask man, is no longer de facto in charge of the Catholic Church. There's been a revolt by the majority, the people in Africa and Latin America, where almost all Catholics live, are no longer obeying him, and so are most of the actual Catholics in the rest of the world too. So that's kind of over. Although again, we need the official removal of the rubber masked phony from people's TV screens to know it's really over, and that hasn't happened yet. Now, the other thing people need to understand is the farmers' revolt and what really caused it. The farmers' revolt is obviously part of a reaction to a plan which was to wipe out farmers and have everybody dependent on mega corporations. This is BlackRock and Vanguard owned mega corporations producing food in the Ukraine and making sure that the Rockefellers and the Octagon Group control the world's food supply. And part of the problem with the farmers also is that to avoid bankruptcy, the Rockefellers blew up the Nord Stream pipeline and forced the Europeans to buy expensive U.S. LNG, which, of course, is driving all the farmers and other people out of business and impoverishing Europeans, hence the farmers' revolt. In Japan, of course, they did the same thing. They blew up Fukushima to force the Japanese to buy Rockefeller oil. So again, that's all being wound down now, but clearly the battle is not over, and we need to take more action. Now, another thing is I still see signs of some kind of Lehman-like or bigger than Lehman-like event in March. I don't like to, pin myself to a date, because then it comes and goes and you say, hey, you predicted the end of the world and it didn't happen. But the signs are many. The most recent one is that apparently China is having trouble paying for what it's buying from Russia. That's an interesting one. So that's something going on in China. As I've mentioned before, the real estate problem they have is not something that can be, fixed by tinkering with the existing system. The financial system needs to be rebooted. They need to have a redistribution of all those apartments to the families that actually have children, and that's not happening. And so something's going to happen in China too. In the U.S., of course, the banks, the commercial real estate is sinking, and the banks are already bankrupt. And for some, we can see from the Fed's own reports that all the lifelines they're getting are being cut off in March. So we'll see. I'm not, something's going to happen. I don't know what, but hopefully it will be a good thing. Let me just quickly check my notes to make sure there's nothing else I've missed. Oh, yeah. The situation in the Ukraine. I have intelligence from the Polish that it's basically game over in the Ukraine. We also have Vladimir Putin speaking on the record that Ukraine was an artificial construct. I think Ukraine is over. There's a German high brass there, and from what I know, Germany is going to take over the European part of Ukraine, and Russia is going to take over the Russian part of the Ukraine, and along the Dnieper River as the new border, with the Russians taking Odessa. That's my understanding of the situation. And clearly, this Tucker move is meant to, prepare public opinion for normalizing relations with Russia and then having friendly relations with Russia, which is what should be the case. It's only these Khazarians who have an ancient grudge against the Russians because they were kicked out of Khazaria by them for good reason. And it's nothing to do with the rest of Europe or the rest of the world. And one of the chief architects of the war against Russia is Victoria Nuland, has had to flee the United States. She's hiding in Ukraine. Hopefully she'll be hunted down along with all her cohorts, Chrystia Freeland, all these people. And in Canada, of course, a massive petition, as the biggest ever, calling for removal of Justin Trudeau has been presented. And I say to the Canadian military, why is he still there in public? He stole the last election. He murdered about a fifth of U.S. Canadian military personnel with these toxic vaccines. He murdered large amounts, a large portion of the Canadian population with these vaccines, and he made hundreds of millions of dollars by forcing Canadian taxpayers to pay for vaccines and PCR tests. So why isn't he on public trial? Why isn't being, just put in handcuffs in front of the cameras? Until we see stuff like that, we know that the war is not over, but we're going to keep fighting until it is, and we will win. I guarantee you this. Well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Evan, we have our first question for today. There seems to be a lot of illness going around, people getting sick, they get better just to get sick again several days later. Everyone, even non-vaxxed individuals, are exhibiting the same cough, and my friends tell me this is happening globally. Is this something more than a global cold? What is going on?
It's not happening all over the world, but clearly they are still spreading bioweapons, and they probably still have made new factories in Ukraine. I heard there's bioweapons factories in Japan and Taiwan as well. These need to be shut down. And obviously, we need to see the arrest of all the pharmaceutical executives involved in this vaccine campaign. And of course, again, they work for the Rockefellers, and the Rockefellers said publicly they want to, reduce population, and they've been doing it through engineered starvation, through spreading bioweapons, and they made huge amounts of money by putting cancer-causing substances in all, our daily products, and then make a fortune extorting money from cancer patients. These people are a plague. They need to be removed. It's got to happen. But until they're going to keep spreading their bioweapons. And so people like Bill Gates need to be grabbed and removed. And I'm sorry it hasn't happened yet, but we'll keep pushing until it does. But everyone around me here in Japan, by the way, is just fine. So that's what my personal experience is. Nobody's getting sick here, so I think that's good news. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you know if the DEW that is still being, do you know if the DEW is still being used by the Black Hats, has been found and disabled by White Hats? Some say it is a cloaked satellite that cannot be located for destruction by White Hats. And do the White Hats have a DEW?
They do have directed energy weapons. The White Hats do have them, but so do the Black Hats. Now, I know that previously a lot of these directed energy weapon weather attacks have been traced to what was the what's known as the Norwegian Antarctic base. So clearly we need some sort of White Hat military move against that base. And there are definitely some satellites that do this that were, the sort of part of the Star Wars, Ronald Reagan stuff that need to be taken down. I know the Chinese and the Russians have anti-satellite capability, and I'd like to formally request that they locate and shoot down these satellites. But in any case, when we have an attack like the one in Mexico, and we traced it to Larry Fink of Vanguard, that is actionable intelligence. The cartels know this. The same with the admiral who directed the attack on Japan recently. We need to, one way to stop these attacks is to identify the people who ordered them and make them criminally responsible. You can't stop arrests and execution with a weather weapon. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Colonel Douglas McGregor says the American service people killed in Jordan might have been members of the California National Guard. Governor Newsom is not supposed to be sending military abroad. What do you make of this?
Look, as the Syrian Defense Ministry has pointed out, and as anybody who follows what's happening knows, Al Qaeda, ISIS, Daesh, whatever you want to call them, they're all controlled out of Switzerland by the Octagon Group. Their job is to steal oil or cause havoc in order to fool the Americans into coming into the region. They're not welcome there. The countries of Iraq and Syria have requested that the U.S. military leave, and that's exactly what they should do. And the Israeli people need to make a deal with their neighbors and have permanent peace. And the way to do that is to give the Judeans full voting rights and full human rights within the Israeli nation. That's my view. They are, after all, the descendants of the original inhabitants of the Jewish state, and they should be treated as honorary Jews. That's my own view. I don't think two-state solution is just a way of, sopping off public opinion and playing for time. It's not going to be the answer. I think a unified Israel with full rights to the Judeans is the way forward on that, and that would end all the problems in the region. And then they could go ahead and rebuild their temple if that's what they want. Next question.
Hi, Ben. On the topic of illegals invading the southern border of the United States, why are they coming here? Why don't they go to China to live in all of the empty apartments?
Well, I guess because they have to get on an airplane or a boat to get to China. And clearly there is an organized campaign to pay these people to come to the United States to try to stay in power. The Democrats and the people who control them, it's been proven that they're paying for these people to come in, and the idea is they want to give them the vote and somehow use these illegals to suppress the American people. That's what's obviously happening. Now, my view is that any economic migrant who's got a job, who's helping, harvest crops or wash dishes or whatever, should be allowed to stay. But anybody who is obviously just a welfare leech, military-age male, not working, they need to be deported. And if it's not happening, it's a sign that the battle for the United States is still raging. Next question.
And then we have our last question for today. Will the Evergrande real estate collapse affect the rest of the world? Any idea when housing market might go up or down?
I don't want to give a precise date or anything, but the important thing about housing is that people need to be able to afford housing with the wages they earn. And when the price of housing, for example, in parts of China, you'd have to spend 44 years spending your entire wage to buy a house. That's not affordable. And so it has to fall to the level where the average person can pay for the average house with an average income and still have plenty to spare to support their family. And that's how far it has to fall. And what that means for China, of course, is that the current financial system cannot continue as it is. They need to reboot the whole thing. Same with the United States. It's dysfunctional. It's no longer all it is a giant parasitical Babylonian debt slavery trap, and it needs to be completely rebooted. And I've repeatedly said a jubilee is necessary to kickstart a very prosperous new age. Now, I give an example. In Japan, before World War II ended, all the land was held by a few aristocrats, and all the farmers were their slaves, tenant farmers. The U.S. came in and they redistributed the farmland to the people who actually worked it. And the result was decades of double-digit growth in a country where everybody was middle class. And that's the sort of thing that a jubilee will do. It'll make everybody much, much better off. And that's how we need to start. And unless you see that being proposed, you know that the system still isn't being fixed. So unfortunately, I think we're going to see systems collapse first before we can reboot the system, but I'm still hoping that an orderly transition can be made. But as things stand, it's all headed for chaos. Well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to have better news next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on February 1st, 2024. We're recording this one day early, by the way, because of my webmaster's wedding, and I'd like to congratulate my webmaster, who prefers to remain anonymous because my previous webmaster was poisoned and killed, so that's all understandable. But anyway, congratulations, and I hope you start having lots of kids. So now, looking at the news now, what's really happening is we really are at an interregnum. We're at the end of one regime, and the new regime has not started. Now, the signs that the old regime is ending are everywhere. So, for example, last week we saw a whole spectrum of people being fired across what's now known as the legacy media. We used to call it the mainstream media, but they're not mainstream anymore. They're kind of like these backwaters promoting lies that nobody believes anymore. They lost the integrity that they used to have and became propagandists for criminals, and that's why they have been abandoned by the masses. This is something that is going to continue. I recently went for the first time in a long time to the Foreign Correspondents Club of Japan. I didn't see any foreign correspondents there. It's become more like a Mitsubishi club, because they were refusing to have real press conferences. We had people like the governor of Fukushima province ready to appear and say that Fukushima was an attack by Israel, and they would not have such a press conference. So, they would only have, I don't know, some pop star or something like that. This is sort of typical of the entire former corporate mainstream media, now known as the legacy media, and good riddance, I can say. But that's just one of the many signs that something is over. I think that the big picture is that just like when the Soviet Union fell, people stopped believing in it. They no longer think that there's going to be a world communist revolution. They didn't think their system was superior, and it all collapsed. And we're right at that moment now. The United States is being abandoned by everywhere on earth. It's understood to be an Israeli-run rogue nation that has been causing war and terror around the world. Nobody in the real world believes that Hamas is actually Israel's enemy, when we all know that Hamas and Israel are on the same team, and they're trying to clear out the Gaza Strip and carry out a genocide so they can steal property there and build a new canal. So they can't fool people anymore. This is the story that is playing out across so many dimensions. Now, the other thing that we know for sure is that they're not going to be able to start World War III. They've been talking about oh, you know, bomb Iran, yeah, bomb Iran. And we still see these people like Lindsey Graham screaming like that hysterically, or Nikki Haley, but they don't control the U.S. military. That's a fact. Now, I saw that they created a new Lloyd Austin. The original Lloyd Austin was arrested because he was planting a giant false flag, according to my MI6 sources. The official story was that he had cancer, prostate cancer, and yet suddenly he disappears, and then they come up with a new one. The same with King Charles and Prince William and his wife Kate. They all went into the hospital and they came out, but they're not in charge. These people don't have power, and their ability to use fakes or actors, or it's just not working anymore. The system has run out of steam. Now, the other thing that's happening is that, as I've said many times, the financial system as it currently exists cannot continue. It's a mathematical impossibility. A lot of mainstream analysts and well-known pundits are saying exactly the same thing because they look at the same numbers. The huge rise in interest rates has mathematically, destroyed most of the major big banks, and they are bankrupt. Now, I know it hasn't been declared in public, but I saw this happen in Japan when the bubble burst. They were able to hide stuff and pretend everything was normal for many years, but in reality, the whole system was bust, and this is not going to be able to last much longer. What's happening now is that everything is in a holding pattern until after the Chinese New Year. So things will start picking up towards the end of February. By the way, Communist China too is bust. Their current system cannot continue. As I'll give you an example. Pre-sold houses, which is one of the main things of their economy, pre-sold apartments are down 74% year on year. 74% year on year drop. There's 20 million apartments that have been sold that nobody has, but haven't been built, and there's like $450 billion that's just vanished. This is not something you can get around with by printing more money or loosening bank rules or something like that. This is real estate. This is something that it's the real world where you have actual way too many apartments for the amount of Chinese, and yet the price is beyond the average person's ability to buy. You cannot fix it without rebooting system, without a jubilee, and that's what I hear is being planned. Now, the other thing that they're trying to pretend is not happening is the farmers' revolt right across Europe. This is not just France, it's Germany, it's Holland, it's Portugal, it's Spain, it's Italy, it's Romania, it's Poland. The whole place is in a state of revolt. And I know that the French government has been trying to print money and say, well, the farmers, hey, we'll give you some of our money. Well, they need to learn the story of King Midas. King Midas, as you recall, was a legendary king who was granted one wish, and the wish he made was that everything he touched turned into gold. What happened? He starved to death because all the food he touched turned to gold. He couldn't eat it. Now, if the French government thinks that their paper is worth more than the food produced by the farmers, they're kidding themselves. It's the food the farmers make that feeds you, not the paper or the numbers in the bank computers. And the farmers have the upper hand because what's basically been happening is the Khazarian mafia, you want to call them the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, whatever, the oligarchs who own the Fortune 500 companies, have been trying to stay in power and trying to stay solvent, in part by looting Europe, by forcing them to buy expensive gas from the U.S. instead of cheap gas from Russia, by taxing them. And also, they've been trying, and this has been proven now, to engineer a starvation crisis. So they were trying to put the farmers out of business, and that's a no-no. That's food. That's people's actual survival at stake there. So this situation is just like the situation in France before the French Revolution. Everybody agrees that the current regime is evil and it has to go, and it will go. And it's true that there's no consensus about what to replace it, but there are a lot of things that a lot of people agree on. One is that we want to end Babylonian debt slavery. The other is that we need a jubilee, a complete reset. And we want return to real democracy or republicanism, real freedom of the press, and control of the central banks by the people's elected representatives, not by self-appointed, what do you call them, aristocrats or oligarchs or god kings, whatever. And the system has been, even now, mainstream people in the, in the financial industry are agreeing that the current system, it's not trickle down, it's vacuum up. What happens is, as I've repeated before, but it's important, they create $1 trillion out of nothing. And then they hand it to their buddies in the high level, people like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. And then they kind of use it to buy stuff and accumulate power and things. But that money is being stolen from everyone else. And what's happened is they've impoverished 90% of the population. They've driven the country to the brink. And they killed the goose that laid the golden egg. They overdid it. And that's been proven by the farmers, who are also in revolt in the United States, even though they're not talking about it as much. Now, speaking about the United States, I noticed they're suddenly trying to downplay this giant Texas border dispute with the governor, Greg Abbott. I think there is credible evidence that Abbott is a WEF puppet, World Economic Forum or KM puppet. But the fact is that they were hoping to start a civil war in the United States. They were going to get all these, their plan was to get all these patriots to go to the border, to close the border, and then they were going to get all these immigrants and families to fight them, but nobody showed up for the anti-close the border faction. So the whole thing, the whole psyops blew up in their faces because it got taken over by genuine patriots who really do want to return the United States to democracy or republicanism. And so this whole plan of theirs blew up in their faces, and I know that they're very scared. And the big question, of course, is Donald Trump. Are they going to wait until November to have another election show? I don't think so. I think this is something that's going to break long before that. Now, as I've repeated before, there are two Donald Trumps. They look different, they talk different, they say different things. If you have a chance to see a Donald Trump in a public situation, you got to ask a question. Ask him, will you press war crimes charges against the vaccine companies? Will you tell the truth about the assassination of John F. Kennedy that was ordered by Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion of Israel? Will you tell the truth about 9/11 and Fukushima? And if he says yes, then you know it's the real deal. And if he tries to evade the question, it's the actor. Don't let them create a false Trump to be a Pied Piper to lead you, take all this patriotic sentiment and lead it over a cliff. That's not going to make. The real Donald Trump will get justice for the people who've been poisoned with vaccines, including his own son. Yeah, he will get justice for all the other things, and he'll talk about the missing children who've been tortured to harvest adrenochrome. And if that Trump doesn't do that, then it's a fake one, because we know there's a real Trump and he's a real patriot and the military are with him. And if somehow they manage to get rid of that Trump, then I suggest you follow Colonel Douglas Macgregor. And I personally, I'd like to promote him to 5-star General Douglas Macgregor, because he's got a lot more brains than any 4-star I've ever seen on TV. So, but of course, anyone with real talent who's not a part of the club and hasn't been in one of the pedophile parties hits a glass ceiling like he did. But he's the real deal. So no matter what, though, the revolution is going to take place, and it's not stoppable at this point. It's impossible for the current system to continue. And I'm hoping, still hoping, that there will be an orderly transition. But if not, what we will see is a repeat of the French Revolution with a lot of people not be beheaded, but strung up from lampposts. We all know who is going to be, ripped off out of their houses and dragged out in the street and hung. We know who they are, and they know that they're mass murderers who tried to kill you and your family, and they've got nowhere to hide on this planet. Now, one more thing I wanted to touch upon is I noticed that Elon Musk and his company Neuralink has supposedly put the first ever microchip in a human brain, and the idea in public is that they're going to take these quadriplegics and give them an ability to speak and write and stuff by just thinking. That is in itself a laudable thing, but over the years, I have met many people who claim to have been microchipped. One of the most credible ones is an Australian special forces person who came to me and who's written a book, who claimed that he was responsible for the murder of Prime Minister Harold Holt of Australia. Harold Holt was a very popular Prime Minister of Australia, who in 1967, while he was Prime Minister, apparently just walked into the ocean and never came back. What really happened was that he was refusing to hand over control of the Australian central bank to the Khazarian mafia, and his death was ordered by Henry Kissinger. But the point is that this special forces person told me that way back in 1967, they had put a microchip in his brain to control him. And I've also had people come to me at conferences and with very extensive evidence showing that they were microchipping prisoners in U.S. prisons for various experiments. They can remote control you with a microchip put in your brain now. So this stuff about Neuralink being the first, that's nonsense. They have a lot of this technology that they've been hiding, and hopefully it'll come out now. But we can be sure that something big is going to happen. I would still say wait until March. Everything's going to be kind of a holding pattern, but we know they're not going to let them start World War III. We know that Netanyahu and is finished, and Israel in its current form is finished. We know that the United States in its current form is finished, and we know that the EU is finished. Now, the question is, will there be an orderly transition, or will there be a temporary descent into anarchy? I hope it'll be the former, but time will tell. One last thing. I remember last week I said that the Prime Minister and the Cabinet of Japan would be killed if they did not surrender. How come I haven't been arrested? Isn't that kind of the sort of thing they should arrest me about? They can't, because they can't. They are the criminals. We are not. And they know it. And so everything is going to change. But right now we're in a holding pattern. But everybody needs to do what they personally can, however small. Take your money out of the bank, if it's not a local bank. Buy something that really exists. Find the last few brainwashed people and educate them. Every little bit helps, because this is something we're all going in together. We had a government that's been trying to kill us. It's been proven, and they have to be overthrown, and they will be overthrown. So hang in there, folks. We're almost there. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Can you please address the main issue that I have with the Q board? We have been informed that we are watching a movie and to, quote, sit back and enjoy the show. This concerns me as I read many differing and contradictory positions daily from multiple media outlets. One in particular, Q, the storm writer, assures us constantly that the white hats are in control and we have nothing to worry about, as Trump and military hats have the plan to save the world completely under their control. Accordingly, this means the person who portrays Biden is actually an actor taking orders from the white hats, not to mention all lawmakers, etc., are either under the submission or are in process of being detained on one of the hundreds of thousands of sealed indictments currently in the U.S. I was a former paralegal and have never seen more than around 1,200 sealed indictments nationwide prior to Trump. What concerns me is the conflicting message from those in the truth community. Are we or are we not watching a movie? If we are supposed to just sit back and enjoy the show, does this mean we take no action? My husband, who is in what I call Group B, aware but not really awake, refuses to not pay our property tax bill per your advice, and it is a bit frightening. We outright own our home and are scared to lose it to the state. Your thoughts on this would be most appreciated.
Everybody should not sit back and enjoy the show and eat their popcorn. That's what that's not what you do. Everybody needs to take whatever action you personally can. Now, in the case of your husband not wanting to pay too scared to not pay the real estate tax, I suggest that he or you study the law and see if there's a way you can legally challenge it in a court, because that might be a safer way for a lot of people who don't want to, take the more radical steps. But no, don't sit back and wait for them to deliver it. They haven't so far, and just take whatever personal action you can. But remember this: whatever is closest to you is most important. So, for example, something that's happening in your town or your neighborhood is more important than what's happening on the Texas-Mexican border or in Iran. So concentrate on things that affect your own daily life, and any small changes you can make them. But don't sit back and wait for some magic cue to save you. Because I know that these Q people, they have good ideas, but they're entirely stuck inside the United States worldview. And the United States is only 5% of the world's population. And the other 95% of the world is no longer going to just go along with whatever is decided inside the United States. So I support a lot of what the Q people are trying to do, but this is beyond the United States, and it's not something we're going to wait for a top-down, magic solution. So please do what you can, even if it's just going out and buying a few gold coins. Take some personal steps. Okay, next question, please.
Hi, Ben. The U.S. has income tax withholding for wage earners. Their employers deduct money from their paychecks and they file a tax return at the end of the year. Self-employed pay taxes on estimated income quarterly. How can these types of people avoid paying their taxes?
Well, what I'm personally doing is I'm going to, told the tax bureau that because the government was under the control of criminals, as I have proven through the mass deaths caused by vaccines, as the government's own statistics show, that paying the taxes to the current government is illegal because it goes against the anti-gangster laws here. You could do the same in the United States, saying, "Hey, it's against the the Patriot Act to finance terrorists, and right now the U.S. government is terrorist." So, for those of you who are afraid to take direct action, I suggest that you band together and hire lawyers and file lawsuits and hit them that way if you don't want to, if you're too scared to take direct action. Next question.
Hi, Ben. With recent conflict, do you believe the USA will go to war with the Houthis?
No, I mean, they can't. They don't have the ability to really do anything. The U.S. Army is not capable of stopping what's going on, and they know it. And they know that it's not a fight that's theirs. They don't belong in the Middle East. What I've heard is that high-level, negotiations are taking place, and what will happen is Benjamin Netanyahu and his fellow war criminals will be arrested, and that's how they will stop the Houthi attacks. So until that time, there's nothing they can do about it because they're supporting mass murdering criminals, and therefore they don't have the right on their side. And remember, the U.S. used to be strong because they were the good guys. And once they become the good guys again, they'll get their strength back. Right now, supporting a genocidal, racist regime in Israel is not being one of the good guys. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. It was recently found out that the Filipino government had approved a budget of the peso equivalent of $35 billion to buy submarines Do you believe the Philippines will try to go to war with China?
No, they won't, for various reasons. The main one is that China has been a superpower in East Asia for at least 2,000 years. And in all that time, except briefly under Kublai Khan, who's actually not a Chinese but a Mongol, they never tried to invade the Philippines or Malaysia or anywhere else. They just had friendly diplomatic relations. However, I think it's a win-win situation for the Filipinos to get ownership of some high-quality submarines, and for some, U.S. workers to get jobs building these submarines. So, go for it. But they're not going to fight China, and they don't need to. China would much prefer to reach a win-win solution. That's what they keep saying, and it's true. They show it through their actions. So, no. They're not going to start a war with Taiwan either, or Japan. However, North Korea might move against the Japan handlers who are destroying Japan. That might happen, and that's because they control most of the Chinese underworld or the Japanese underworld and have extensive influence in the Japanese military. So something might happen there, but it won't be a war so much as a decapitation. Okay, well, that's all for this week, and I hope we'll have good news next week, but I expect we're going to see things in a kind of a holding pattern, as I say, until March. So I'll start looking into some deep background for various things so we can prepare for the big changes that are coming. Thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on January 26, 2024. A few weeks ago, I filed a formal complaint to the Japanese police with proof from the Japanese Ministry of Health and Welfare Statistics showing that the vaccination campaign in Japan was mass murder and that hundreds of thousands of people had been killed. The Japanese police have failed to act upon this evidence. Now, legally speaking, this means that I am now personally, legally entitled to take action in self-defense, because we have people who are actively trying to murder me, my family, my friends, and nobody in authority is doing anything about it. When that happens, you're legally allowed to defend yourself. And so I'm formally telling Prime Minister Kishida of Japan that you will be killed in self-defense, as will most members of your government, unless you surrender or arrest the vaccinators. This is the only warning you're going to get. This is legal now because the police have failed to act. I'm now legally entitled to self-defense. This is the same is true of people in the United States and Europe and anywhere else where the government has failed to arrest the vaccinators, because it's been proven beyond a doubt that this is mass murder. And that the government is not acting against it. And please do not think that the courts are going to help you, that you're going to sue them and it's going to be okay, because the way this power system is rigged is there's about 1 million people, most of them located at the very top positions, who are blocking things. So, for example, we have now evidence that members of the U.S. Supreme Court have been involved in the torture and murder of children and are being blackmailed about it. So you cannot expect the Supreme Court to help your case. This means if you're in the U.S. military or if you're in the police, what you need to do is you need to ask your commanding officer, provide them with evidence about the vaccines and the murder and all the other stuff. And if they agree with you, you take it up the chain of command. And when you run into somebody who's blocking it, who's preventing action, they have identified themselves as a traitor, and treason is punishable by death. Remember, these people have been caught in the act trying to murder you and your family. This is not a joke. This is real, and we need to take action, and expecting someone from up high to save you is just not going to be the way it is. Now, let's talk about Donald Trump again, U.S. President Donald Trump. you've got to remember that there are two Donald Trumps. The Commander-in-Chief and President of the Republic of the United States of America, Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, is at the military base in Mount Cheyenne. However, there's also a Donald Trump appearing on many screens and in corporate media outlets who is a fake. And you can identify the real Trump because he'll be with Melania and he will be denouncing the murder by a vaccine and will be talking about the murder of children. And that's the other point we need to make. It has now been proven beyond a doubt. For example, I have seen the video of Hillary Clinton torturing a girl to death. Well, I stopped watching partway through. It's just so disgusting. But nonetheless, the video evidence exists. Why hasn't she been publicly arrested and given a public trial for torturing a small child to death? And this is the same of all the people who visited Epstein's Island. Why hasn't even one of them been arrested? You understand now that this is something that you're not going to be expecting someone up above you to take action. You have to personally take action. We have the president of the Club of Rome now saying that it's 8 million children per year who are being killed this way. That makes sense if the U.S. is 5% of the world's population and FBI statistics show 40,000 missing every year. Multiply that by the whole world, and you're getting something like that. So we're dealing with people who are torturing children to death on an industrial scale, and they're concentrated at the top levels of government, especially in the West. This is not a joke. This has been proven. So if you're in the military or the agencies and you're not part of that cult, you can identify the members just by going up your chain of command until you find someone who's trying to block you. Then you've identified a traitor. We need to take action. This has gone on too long. And action is happening. I noticed the European farmers have shut down Germany and France and Belgium and much of Europe because the government was trying to put them out of business in order to create a starvation crisis. So they're taking action, and they're not just asking for a rollback of, diesel subsidies or stuff like that. They want the wholesale removal of the government, and that is a legitimate demand because the government has been caught in the act of trying to create a starvation crisis. These people are not your friends. Now, the same thing in the United States. The government of Texas has closed the border because the so-called federal government was paying military-age males to illegally enter the country, and 25 states have agreed with them. So this is good. This is action against these criminals. And at the end of the day, we need to actually have troops sent in and arrest Joe Biden, all the people around him who've been guilty of these crimes. This is what it's come to. We cannot just sit around passively and then wait for someone to, pass a judgment and do it. No, we have to take action ourselves. And I'm personally doing it. Now, what can you as an individual sheeple do? Again, I would say don't pay any federal taxes. Okay, pay local taxes. You need to pay for firemen, police, local schools, stuff like that. But do not pay a penny to the federal government. Also, the other way we can overthrow these people is to remember that the Federal Reserve Board is a crime syndicate. When they create $1 trillion out of nothing, which is what they've been doing, they're essentially stealing $1 trillion from everybody. And what they do is they take this money they've stolen and they hand it out to a few high-level, corporate executives and other flunkies to maintain their control grid. But it is parasitical. So, do not pay any interest rates, any more bank loans. Stop paying all your bank loans. Stop paying federal taxes, and stop paying rent, especially if you're renting from some large institution like BlackRock. And that will force these people out and return power to the people. This is important. Now, there are other things we need to look at in the world. Okay, so these criminals know that their game is up, and they're very, very desperately trying to start World War III. We noticed that Israel deliberately attacked one of the largest hospitals in Iran. Targeting a hospital where they're trying to, cure sick and injured people is a satanic move. It's designed to create maximum negative energy and hate and anger, and to try to provoke World War III, because they need to get us to kill each other, or else we'll kill them. So remember, no matter how nasty the provocations are, you must only attack the top levels. So Benjamin Netanyahu and the racist mass murderers working with him need to be eliminated, but do not attack ordinary Israeli citizens, because they're just victims like you. Now, another thing that's crossed my radar this week is that the situation in Ecuador. I didn't write about it because I didn't understand what was going on, but it was reported that there was drug lords escaped from prison, and they attacked the TV station and they killed a bunch of people. Well, it turns out that this was a classic Operation Gladio type move. What they did is they staged a real violent incident, just like they did on October 7th in Israel. And then they carry out a huge social media fear porn campaign to wildly exaggerate what really happened, in order to create a huge blast of negative energy. In the case of Ecuador, it looks like they've used this as an excuse to arrest 3,000 people and set up a fascist regime. So I'm assuming they're trying to use Ecuador as a refuge for many of the top Satanists who realize they're going to have to flee Europe and North America because the gig is up. And Canada, for example, the court has ruled that Justin Trudeau, illegally stopped people's bank accounts. But again, it's the problem is concentrated on the top. Until you see these people removed, you gotta, you can't. As long as you see the so-called Trudeau and the so-called Biden and the so-called Olaf Scholz as actually, or Macron as actually being in charge of governments, you know that the criminals are still there and they haven't been removed. So again, it's going to take direct action. This is real. It's been proven beyond a doubt that they're trying to kill us, and we're hoping that the real Donald Trump will lead the real patriots to victory in the United States. But in the meantime, the National Guard, the state governments, the local governments, police, everybody needs to take action, because the current leaders have been caught in the act of trying to kill us. Now, as a reminder, I was a peaceful middle-aged hippie until these people offered me huge wealth and power, as long as I went along with a plan to kill 90% of humanity, and they would kill me if I didn't go along with them. So this is, I have this on tape. I can prove it in the court of law. This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a group who are concentrated at the highest levels of power, especially in the West, who are actively trying to kill 90% of the population. This has been proven. It can be proven in a court of law. Now, one other subject I wish to talk upon is China. Right now, I'm looking at various reports. It looks like the Communist Party of China is in deep trouble. Their real estate-based system is falling apart, and I see even in the official news reports, they're asking for opinions from the people about what to do. But you got to remember, they were also vaccinating people, masking people, forcing them to take fraudulent PCR tests, and they bought this mark of the beast, facial identification technology from the CIA and the West to try to micromanage their population with social credit scores and all that kind of stuff. And they're, I've talked to some of these people, and they were talking about, eliminating undesirable parts of their population. This is the sort of thinking that we're fighting against. So this is a real battle, but it's good to see the European farmers and the state governments taking action, and I think we can end this if we all push. Now, one last thing I have to say for myself before I answer questions from readers and viewers is that I still am getting reports that the Federal Reserve Board will be shut down in March, and that some kind of replacement financial system based on the actual real world, it's not parasitical, will be put in place. I hope that's true. There are signs it's going to happen, but I'm not going to sit passively and wait. We have to all take action. This is it, folks. It's a fight for our lives, our families, and our freedom, and we each have to play our part. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. In regards to your comments that only 5% have/will die from the vaccine, an interesting comment was passed by Pascal Najati in an interview with a Canadian reports 1.5 hours in duration. That interview, Pascal made a comment that he had been in contact with a high-profile scientist, which believed that all the death toll would continue between 3 to 5 years from now, and maybe up to 5 billion people. So maybe the worst could be a few years away, albeit that existing data would only represent those affected by the most toxic doses. Interested in your take on this?
They've been trying to kill us all since George Bush Jr. Staged a coup d'etat in 2000, and they've been releasing, bioweapons that they were sure in the lab that would kill 90% of us, like Ebola and bird flu and SARS and etc. And it hasn't happened. However, for sure, we need to take over the pharmaceutical companies and force them to undo any damage that they've done with the vaccines, because they have, for sure, cures for any problems they cause, which they want to sell at a very high price to, because that's their business model. They make you sick and then they charge you a huge amount of money for the cure. So they do have cures for whatever it is they put into the system. And what we have to do is, if they really have set it up so that they're going to try to kill billions of us, we've got to force them to reverse that. And that requires a change in power and a removal of the heads of all the pharmaceutical companies. And the trail leads to the usual suspects, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Davos World Forum people. We know who they are. We know where they are. We have to go after them, force them to change their ways. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Is it really a good idea to stop paying rent and taxes like you've discussed when so many of us are still not on board to do the same? What happens if only a minor few do this and are arrested, or worse, lose their housing? Would it not be better to do this when the majority of the population is on the same page? I hope people do not lose their place or get evicted. Sorry you are being discriminated by the Japanese. They are still a very homogenous society. The old proverb, if a nail sticks out, hammer it down. They don't accept people speaking out. Hope you are safe.
If even 10% of us act on this, it would be enough to overthrow their system. And this is legitimate because they have been, look, for example, in the United States, since they took the US dollar off the gold standard, the living standards for 90% of Americans have been declining until they're now reaching their present third world levels because the money has been stolen from them. This is legitimate. You're paying for stuff that has been stolen from you. So I'm definitely not going to pay either my taxes or my rent, and I'm ready to fight, and you all have to take the same sort of action. I'll pay local taxes. I will not pay federal taxes. And I've already paid for this house more than once, so enough is enough. And this is true for a lot of us. So no, this is not a time for cowards. This is a time to stand up and fight for your rights. Next question.
Hi, Ben. This bankruptcy thing is false. They have been operating in bankruptcy for decades. Look into Bill HJR 192, Congress passed in the year of 1933. There is no money, and they're responsible for the debt of everyone since they took the gold from the people. This is fact, not fiction. What do you have to say about this?
Well, if you look at the actual flow of real stuff, the trade deficits and people who actually make cars or televisions or extract minerals from the ground or grow food and ship it. If you look at that, you'll find that there are people who have control over the system because they're the ones who control the world's credit, not the world's debt, but the world's credit. And these are mostly Asian and in the Middle East. So the trick is to convince them to stop financing their parasitical counterparts in the West. And that has been happening. So yes, the problem has been that the Asians have been, you know, feeding the debt habit of places like the United States, and I think they have been convinced into stopping it, and that's what this whole thing they're telling me is going to happen in March is about. But I understand that, you know, there is this fake bankruptcy. The other thing, of course, is that the whole system itself is Babylonian debt slavery. And the whole idea is to always have you say, oh, you know, you've got this debt, you'll never be able to pay it off, you have to keep paying us. And so we do need a jubilee for sure to reset the whole system. But I understand that, you know, this idea that you have, you know, $200 trillion in debt, whatever, it is a kind of a mind game. And all we need to do is to stop paying everything and reset the system with a jubilee, and then start again with a system that's based on creating real value in the real world for real people. Next question.
Hi, Benjamin. Many in the internet community in the US believe if the internet goes down, things like all utilities will not function because they are run by internet-based software. Can I take it that the military internet services will keep that running? Because how else would we be able to watch all the documents of these things going down? Any confirmation of this would really ease people's minds here.
When all this technology was first put in place, they always had at the very bottom a kind of an analog control. And so if they have the emergency broadcasting system ready, it means that they're ready to shut down everything except essential stuff like electricity, gas, and for a while they're going to try to, you know, force feed people the truth. But no, it's not. You got to remember that you can't eat digits. The real world is the real world. Actual food is different from a picture of food. And the reality underneath everything, the physical world in which we live in, will be just fine, even if they shut down the internet. So that's a bunch of fear porn, if you ask me. Any other questions?
Yeah, one more. All right. Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. According to reports on Children's Health Defense, everything they report is researched and documented. The V shots were administered to the public as an enormous worldwide experiment, example, with doses varying from most concentrated to least concentrated, plus saline shots administered to the public and records kept, etc. It mirrors exactly the testing that should have happened during the testing phase of V development under normal circumstances. This explains why there are reports ranging from those who died immediately after injection, most concentrated, to those who report feeling no effects from injection, saline. What are your thoughts on this?
I've looked at a large variety of evidence from different sources, and it does look like, you know, it varies from country to country, but basically what happened was they targeted certain people they thought of as undesirable and hit them with toxic vaccinations. And we're hearing reports from hospitals, for example, that a disproportionate amount of African American and Hispanic Americans, for example, have been killed by the vaccinations. But again, these people, what their objective is something like HIV, where they want to give you a sickness that requires you to spend your whole life paying for expensive drugs. So I don't think they were trying to kill everybody. They were just trying to get more pharmaceutical profits. So, for example, Pfizer, you know, obviously put a cancer-causing substance in some of their vaccines, as many reports are saying. And what did Pfizer do? They bought this big company that fights cancer. So, you know, their aim is to harvest money from you, and killing you kills the goose that lays the golden egg. So I think they wanted to make us sick and dependent on drugs. I don't think they wanted to kill the majority of us. But the evidence is that people aren't dying in that large a number. So, you know, this idea that we're all going to die, I think, is fear porn. Well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. But I think we if we keep pushing, we got them on their back heels, we can finally overthrow their system and liberate humanity. So let's everyone do our part, and don't think any gesture is too small. Thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on January 19th, 2024. There is a lot going on both under the surface and in the visible world. The biggest event is probably the hospitalization of King Charles of the United Kingdom. And at the same time, his daughter-in-law is also being hospitalized. Now, the official story is that King Charles has got a prostate operation, and I forget what the daughter-in-law, some kind of abdominal surgery. But what I've heard from my own MI6 sources is that they were involved in the same plot for a massive false flag that led to the removal of U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and top Marine General Eric Smith. So this is part of, again, a white hat takedown of an attempted massive false flag. Now, there are contradictions about whether or not Prince William will take over. I've seen news reports saying that he will take over the duties of King Charles and probably take over as king. However, my own MI6 royal sources tell me that he is also being suspended from his duties. So something else might happen there. But in any case, this is a visible sign of change. So you have a U.S. Defense Secretary, a Marine General, and then the King being removed. Now, the other big one is so-called climate envoy John Kerry of the Skull and Bones. And he's one of the Octagon group I've heard from before, and he's resigning. So he was also probably part of that. But that removes a lot of key players, and it's a sign that some kind of takedown is happening, and you can see it publicly. Now, the other sign is that even though the U.S. government did kick the can down the road and avoid bankruptcy, this was a budget proposal. If you look at the details, you'll notice it's only funding parts of the U.S. government that actually work, like the Department of Agriculture. And there's no money for Ukraine. There's no money for Israel. So that's big. And despite that, of course, we need to wait to see either the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu or announcement of his death before we know this is really over. Now, the other people who obviously have to be publicly removed in a way for all to see is the election-stealing mass murderer Justin Trudeau in Canada and his sidekick Chrystia Freeland. Actually, it's the other way around, but in any case, Victoria Nuland at the U.S. State Department was one of the architects of this big Ukraine fiasco. We have to see Vladimir Zelensky arrested or killed, together with Bill Gates, Klaus Schwab, and these other people are still there. So it's not over, but clearly something is happening. Now, the other thing I hear, last week I did some reporting in real world, and I met a North Korean envoy, someone who's representing the North Korean regime, and they told me a few interesting things. The first one is that they are not going to start a war. They understand that they're dealing with a wounded lion, and that even a wounded lion, they're referring to the current U.S. regime, of course, can cause a lot of damage, and the obvious strategies to wait for it to die, and that's what they're doing. So they're not going to, if you see some kind of missile attack blamed on North Korea, it won't be North Korea. It'll be the Khazarian mafia trying to start World War III and blaming something on North Korea. Now, the other thing they told me is that their intelligence indicates that a single Aegis-class U.S. destroyer or ship has the technical capability of shutting down all wireless communications all over the planet simultaneously. So there is the technology there to completely shut down at least the wireless part of the internet. and they think that it might happen. So this is what I got from the North Koreans. Now, my own view, I've interviewed survivors of North Korean concentration camps, and I've talked to a lot of people about this over the years. And personally, I think it's actually, despite all the propaganda against them, a better regime than the one in South Korea. Because the one in South Korea was basically wiping out the population. They have the lowest birth rate on Earth, and this is deliberate. They're being sterilized and neutralized, and the men are being feminized. And if you cannot have children, then your society is not functioning. This is the same thing with China. The current regime, the current way they are managing their social economic system is contrary to life, because women don't want to have children in the current environment. That means some kind of very fundamental reset is going to take place. Now, on that end, I also talked to a very senior Asian royal last week. It's actually still this week, sorry. But I got some information about what the BIS people, the current controllers of the world financial system, are doing. Now, the fact is that Asian royals have always been involved in the Federal Reserve Board in coordination with European royals. It's always been that way at the highest level. Now, what I'm hearing is that the Asians who control the US dollar outside of the United States, basically the euro dollar, have been systematically gathering up all the dollar bills that have been printed that are located outside of the United States, and they have been destroying them, and have actually printed out a replacement currency. And according to this source, I'm just telling you what this source, who is a senior royal, told me, is that something will happen in March, and that fits in with the Fed unwinding all its support for banks also in March. So let's see if something happens in March. Now, the other indication that something is happening is that the Japanese 10,000 yen bill, which is the equivalent of a US $100 bill in terms of how it's used, is being replaced in July. That's in the newspaper. That's public announcement. So some kind of financial event is being planned. However, according to their version of what they want to do, is they're going to cancel all debt on a country level. So, all debts held by governments will be, wiped off the slate. But they don't have such a plan for individuals or corporations. Instead, their plan is to pump out and hand out lots of money to lots of people. I don't know if I agree with this, but this is what they are doing. And these are the people who control the BIS and the whole Basel business. So if we want to have a real Jubilee, we're going to have to still fight, and force them to cancel private personal debt as well as a one-off thing. And that's not there yet, but this is what direct sources are telling me. Now, the other thing is, I've also been in communication with the Iranians. The British, wanted to reach some sort of peace with Iran over the shutting off of the Red Sea and stuff. But the Iranians do not want to talk to the British or the West until they prove with their actions on the ground that something has changed. So again, Netanyahu has to go. That's like a non-negotiable thing. And the Iranians also attacked Mossad headquarters in Iraq, I believe it is, in Erbil, and then also in Pakistan. Now, this is the terrorists, ISIS, the Israeli Satanic Intelligence Service, and all these other Al-Qaeda. These are all Western fronts, and they attacked them because it's not actually an attack officially on a government. So it's not a reason for war. You see, they're very clever because they're pretending that the West pretends that ISIS is some kind of Islamic thing that has nothing to do with them, when in fact they call the shots. But if it's ISIS attacked, they can't say, hey, you're attacking the USA. So it was a very clever move, and the the Pakistani terrorists too were hit, and the Pakistanis hit back. But again, it's not going to lead to World War III. Things are being calmed down, so that's an interesting development that I've kept my eyes on. Let me just quickly check my notes. Okay, the ongoing or just about to end conference at Davos World Forum shows what the bad guys are still planning. They say it out front. They're still threatening us with a disease X that was 100% kill rate. That's BS, okay? They've been trying to kill us ever since George Bush Jr. took over, and then there was a Nazi coup d'etat after 9/11. And for some reason, they have been unable to do it, and this disease X is the same. They're not going to be able to kill their way out of this. That's not going to happen. Now they're saying rebuild trust, and I see what they mean now. They're using, they're trying to use the UNESCO to set up an international censorship regime for the internet, which I'm opposed to. However, I will say this about the internet, is that we do need certain rules. I personally am a victim of people like Judy Byington who fraudulently produce articles under my name. They're not written by me, but they put my name on it. There are also many pirate sites who steal my stuff and then ask for donations or use my name to sell financial products, fraudulent financial products. So there does need to be some kind of regulation, but not what the UNESCO people are planning, which is, mind control by them to try to, put the sheeple back to sleep. And that's not going to happen. Their plan is to hand out everyone a bunch of cash and put them back to sleep. We're not going to let that happen. And I'm glad to see the European farmers are on the warpath. And I don't think the current regime in the EU will last much longer. Scholz and van der Leyen, they're all on their way out. But we have to actually see it happen. Now, here in Japan, too, obviously the slave regime and Ambassador Rahm Emanuel, these people have to go, and they will go. Things are in motion. But again, the strategy is to wait for the collapse in the United States of the regime and not to make any radical move here unilaterally. This is being coordinated with the Japanese underworld, with the North Koreans, with everybody. So the policy is, let's wait for the head of the octopus to be taken down and not fight with the arms. And that's what's going on. So I'm very optimistic. But again, until you see Netanyahu's announced that he's either dead or arrested for war crimes, and until you see people like Bill Gates arrested in front of the cameras, it's not over. And we must never underestimate these people. They're planning something nasty, as they always are. And we need to keep ready to fight until this is finally over. Well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. You mentioned that Japan earthquake in Ishikawa Prefecture was done using electromagnetic weapons ordered by Rear Admiral Carolati. From my research, the quake was 10 km deep, just like Dunn's cleanups, but the white hats wouldn't do any kind of demolition, which would hurt civilians. So I took it that the cabal blew up their underground facilities, damaged Japan for not obeying orders, just like they did for 3.11 Fukushima.
Well, it was the Maeda clan based in Ishikawa Prefecture, where they were pushing for the removal of the current emperor, and this was an attempt to say, no, we want to have our puppet as the symbolic head of state of Japan. That's why they were attacked, according to my own actual on-the-ground sources. And it was not an underground nuclear weapon like Fukushima. It was a directed energy weapon. And yeah, Admiral Lackey will be charged with war crimes for that. You can't look, murdering civilians for the purpose of terror is a war crime, and it needs to be punished as such. Otherwise, we're not the white hats. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I take exception to your statement that only 5% got the spike protein and everyone else got a saline shot. What is your source for this?
I talked to lots of doctors and medical journalists, and I look at the government statistics on mortality and everything. So, for example, in Japan, there were several 100,000 excess deaths following the vaccines, but not millions. So I'm looking at all the available data, and so far we're not seeing, the deaths of a large percentage of the population. I mean, we're talking millions, not hundreds of millions. It's still a mass murder event and needs to be punished by an international war crimes tribunal. But so far, the evidence is that, and also from my own sources, is that most people got saline injections. They just didn't have enough of this stuff ready for everybody. And what they tried to do is identify people they considered undesirable or troublemakers and hit them with toxic vaccines. That's my understanding, and I'll keep trying to stay up to date on this because obviously a lot of experts are out there and there's a lot of data, but I'm looking at government statistics and I'm looking at insurance company statistics, and so far we're not seeing, the death of more than 5% of the population. It's just not happening yet, and I think that it will not happen. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Do you know about the ex-banker Pascal Najati, whose father supposedly co-founded the WEF? He's also a great-grandson of a Switzerland ancient president. He got 3 jabs and is now dying of an autoimmune blood disease and trying to wake up the world to the plot where some deep state tries to kill us all. He's now friends with Derek Johnson, and they are both pretty much fans of Donald J. Trump and the Space Force, and they analyze the planes going all around the world, saying that we are in a war and Donald J. Trump is the CIC from Mar-a-Lago, etc. I know you say that Donald J. Trump and Mar-a-Lago is not the good one. What do you think about Pascal Najati and Derek Johnson?
I support what Pascal Najati says. He's a high-level insider who believed what he was being told, and like a lot of these, high level but not the top level, they're very angry that they were lied to and deceived, and he is in a position because he has money and lawyers and stuff to take action, and I fully support what he's doing, and he has my sympathies for what happened to him. Sorry, my throat dried up. It's very dry in the winter in Japan. 0 humidity. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. Is the attack on Yemen another attempt by the cabal to trigger a world war? All the media attention upon it seems to indicate it's so. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, they're trying. Well, there's 2 dimensions to it. One is they really do want to just ensure the free flow of shipping, but the other is there is a faction that basically they're saying, hey, if we're going to go bankrupt, we might as well start World War III, and they're trying, but they're not going to succeed. I mean, they even if they did, they would lose. So it is a provocation, and it's going to fail to start World War III. But the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has pointed out that they have no UN authorization or international authorization for these attacks, and you cannot talk about the Red Sea and freedom of navigation without ending what's happening in Gaza first. You cannot have a genocide and then condemn a reaction to the genocide without stopping the genocide. The fact is, genocide is being carried out right now in both the Ukraine and Gaza, and until this is stopped, these people need to be attacked. But we must not let them fool us into killing each other in a World War III, and that's the plan. So we will take limited action against them. That's what the world is doing, but they're not going to let them escalate things into, Armageddon, which is what these fanatics want. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What are your thoughts on Congressman Mike Johnson? I recently read something about him trying to unblock Ukrainian aid.
Well, the man is a completely brainwashed Zionist Christian or a stooge of the Khazarian mafia. He actually thinks that we're in biblical end times and that we have to support Israel in order to bring on the Messiah and all this kind of wacko stuff. That man belongs in a lunatic asylum, not at the top of the U.S. government, and he needs to be removed because he's a brainwashed tool of the Khazarian mafia. He's a religious fanatic, and we need people who are reality-based in government. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope we'll have more good news next week. Speaking on January 12th, 2024. When an Anglo-Saxon says, fuck you, it means they are willing to fight to the death. I don't use this word often because I only use it when I mean it, and this is a fuck you moment. Let me explain what's going on. Now, I noticed that there was a Jewish white hat operation, and they revealed a network of tunnels under the headquarters of Chabad, the satanic cult pretending to be Jewish, headquarters in New York. Inside these tunnels, they found plenty of evidence of child torture and human sacrifice. Blood-stained rags, child seats with restraints, blood-stained mattresses, etc., etc. Okay? Now, the evidence is overwhelming that this was a place where human sacrifice was taking place. We know that 40,000 children go missing every year in the United States. Now, here's the point, is that these Chabad headquarters raid is a kind of a us or them type moment, because if you look at who talks about it and who doesn't, you can pretty well see where the battle lines are. Now, the first thing I'd like to say, all right, Donald Trump has come out and said he never went to Jeffrey Epstein's island. And some of the testimony that was revealed seems to indicate that he did not. However, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is a member of Chabad. And so Donald Trump needs to come out and denounce the human sacrifice being carried out. And not only that, the Chabad headquarters tunnels were linked to Jeffrey Epstein's apartment and other places. So this is out there now. And now let's talk about Henry Mako. He's been incredibly important source of truth about the Jewish people and the satanic element in their faith. But he doesn't mention these tunnels and the human sacrifices. What about it, Henry? Is that beyond the pale? Now, what does beyond the pale mean? Well, the Russians exiled all these human sacrificing Khazarians into the wilderness, and that was what was known as beyond the pale. Then, later, they all emigrated to the United States and Canada, and it turns out they've been still carrying out mass human sacrifice. The evidence is there. The tunnels have been exposed. The videos are everywhere. So we need Donald Trump to come out and denounce Chabad and Jared Kushner and the human sacrifice of children and the torture for the harvest of adrenochrome. He needs to do that to prove he is a white hat. So that's very important. Now, let's talk about what we can do about the situation. All right. Oh, there's another thing I need to talk about. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and top Marine General Eric Smith have been missing in action. I found out now from MI6 why. They were arrested by white hats because they were planning a massive Operation Northwood style false flag operation in order to impose a martial law on the United States. And this is why they were removed from power. Okay, so that's what the story is behind there. And you can be pretty sure they were going to go after patriots and not human child sacrificing Khazarians, but that has to come out. But that's what happened there. Now, another thing is that General Lahti, or Rear Admiral Lahti, in charge of the U.S. Navy in Yokosuka naval base used a directed energy weapon to kill innocent civilians in Japan in the Noto Peninsula. Now, killing innocent civilians for the purpose of terror is a war crime that needs to be punished, probably by death. So I've talked to the Russians and the North Koreans, and they're saying that unless the U.S. military arrests Admiral Lahti, puts him on trial, and apologizes for the use of a directed energy weapon against Japan, they're going to hit the U.S. military bases in Kadena, Yokosuka, and the Sano Hotel with Kinzhal hypersonic missiles. You understand? U.S. military has to be under the control of the White Hats. Murdering civilians for the purpose of terror is not what White Hats do. So arrest the admiral or face the consequences. Enough is enough. Now, how can the average person help overthrow these criminals? And the problem is that they have so thoroughly compromised the highest ranks that it's going to take the middle ranks and the lower ranks and the average people to overthrow them. And I've thought about this, and I figured out a way where you can short-circuit their system and remove them from power. The key to their power is what's known as fiat currency. They create money out of nothing and then turn everybody into debt slaves. This is Babylonian debt slavery. The financial system of the West is Babylonian debt slavery. If you look at the old Babylonian records, and there's hundreds of thousands of these clay tablets that have been investigated by scholars, what they have uncovered is that people were kept in debt forever. It was set up so they could never ever pay it off, and it was permanent debt slavery. And that's what's happened to the United States since 1913, when the Khazarian Mafia took over the Federal Reserve Board. Before that, the Americans had an army, they had public schools, they had subways, etc., and yet they kept 100% of their income. They didn't pay any state taxes, federal taxes. They didn't pay health insurance. It was all covered by government currency issued by the elected representatives of the people. Canada was able to keep the system until 1972, until the trader Pierre Trudeau handed it over to the Khazarian Mafia. So how do we end this debt slavery system? The answer is everybody needs to stop paying all debt payments, everything. Nope, don't pay your mortgage, don't pay your rent, don't pay your health insurance, don't pay your taxes. If only one person does it, then government goons will come with a SWAT team and remove you. But if everybody does it, they lose. And that's what's happening. The removal of a $1.17 trillion from the banks has a good start. But I'm personally going to take action. This is not something that I'm just going to ask everyone else to do. I live in a rabbit hutch in Japan. I bought and paid for a house here, but I gave it to my ex when I got divorced because I wanted to continue to have access to my child. Then when I wanted to get a new house, the Japanese, because they're racist, would not lend me money to buy a house. So I've been living in a rented house for more than 20 years. I've paid more than $500,000 in rent. And yet I'm now on to a third generation of landlords, and they won't even pay to fix a leaky roof. So I'm going to stop paying rent, and I'm going to just claim ownership of this house, and I'm really ready to physically fight to defend it. And I want everybody else who's renting someone someplace to follow me. We will compensate landlords later with government currency once the debt slavery system is overthrown. Now, I know the bankers in Switzerland are trying to create reforms, Basel II or something, but basically their system is highly criminal. Okay, it used to be that the Basel rules were that banks had to have $10 for every $100 they lent. That itself is very risky. I'll give you an example. Suppose you buy a yen dollar futures of $100,000. Okay, I did this once. It costs you $10,000 to buy $100,000 future. Now, if the yen goes from 100 to 110, then it's $110,000. You've doubled your money. if the yen goes from 100 to 90, you've lost all your money. It's extremely risky. Now, think about it. Under Bill Clinton, they've turned that to 1 in 1,000. So you only have to have, these fiat bankers only have to have $1 for every 1,000 they lend. And this is what has destroyed the U.S. real economy. It's a hallucination. And the system they still have in place is they create money out of nothing and they funnel it to the rich through the stock market. The latest information is that the top 10% of the population owns 93% of the stocks. So in other words, they're handing money created out of nothing to the rich and using them as a control grid over society, but they're parasitical because they're not getting rich by producing anything. They're getting rich by getting handouts from money created out of nothing. So to overthrow them, to end this system, and to force them to start a jubilee, okay, you must stop paying all loans and all rent, everything. No more debt slavery. That's how we do it. And I'm going to personally make an example with my own house and put my own life on the line. And once this is over, okay, you will no longer have to pay rent. You will no longer, once we actually force them to carry out a jubilee, you'll no longer have to pay rent. You'll no longer have to pay taxes. You'll no longer have to pay health insurance. You'll keep 100% of your salary. Now, the other thing I'd like to recommend to homeless people who have been rendered homeless by these criminal financial policies is to find an abandoned house and move in. And we'll give you the right ownership rights to that when the Jubilee takes place. Now, another thing I forgot to mention is that Argentine President Javier Milei, the first thing he did when he got elected was to visit Chabad headquarters in New York. This is where they found the tunnels, okay? And they have a ritual bath there. So what is this ritual bath for? After you torture and sacrifice, torture to death a child, and you have an orgasm during the process, you then have a ritual bath to purify yourself. And apparently this is what he did, because that's what you do when you visit Chabad headquarters, according to high-level Jewish white hat sources, okay? So the Jewish people, if they don't want to face a pogrom, they need to renounce the human sacrifices hiding in their midst. This is mainly Chabad, but anyone else, they need to be exposed now, and we need to end this once and for all. And I know that the Khazarian mafia bought 1,000 miles of coastline in Patagonia, and they think they're going to be able to escape there. There's nowhere on this planet they'll be able to escape. Not Argentina, not their underground bases in Antarctica, nowhere. This has to end. The practice of mass sacrifice of children and debt slavery is going to be ended. And there's a lot I cannot talk about, but we are on the warpath. This has to end, and it has to be, and Donald Trump, everyone hopes that he's going to do it. He needs to, the real one, who's supposedly in the underground base in Mount Cheyenne, he needs to come out and denounce Chabad and denounce human sacrifice to prove that he is a white hat. Well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. I have a question about the COVID clot shot. We're hearing that millions who took the jab will die per a Pfizer whistleblower. Is there any veracity to this? In our home, we aren't jabbed, but many in our extended families are. We're very concerned about this possibility.
The best information I have is that approximately 5% of the vaccines were toxic. The main mechanism they used is to cause your heart muscles to create spike proteins, which then provoked an immune system attack on your heart. That's why so many people are dying of heart failure. But most people got saline injections. So I don't think the majority of people will die, but enough people have been killed that everybody involved in Pfizer and vaccinations who knew about this, we're not talking about innocent doctors who thought they were saving lives. We're talking about the ringleaders. They will have to be arrested and charged with war crimes. But no, everybody is not going to die. And one more thing is, once the White Hats take over, we'll force the pharmaceutical companies to cure the people they've damaged. And I know they have the ability to do that. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You say a lot of conflicting things about Donald Trump. At the end of the day, do you believe that he is a white hat patriot doing the best for the American people, or the contrary?
At the end of the day, I've concluded that there are two Donald Trumps, and then this is from high-level intelligence agency sources. The one mostly appearing in the media and staying at Mar-a-Lago is a fake, and he is definitely not a white hat. But I'm hearing there is a genuine white hat Donald Trump with the white hat military at Mount Cheyenne military base. But as I said in my talk, this white hat Donald Trump needs to denounce Chabad, and he needs to take action against the child sacrifices in order to prove to everybody he is a white hat. Next question.
Mr. Fulford, in a recent Megyn Kelly video, she mentioned something along the lines of, quote, "We haven't seen the last of Jeffrey Epstein." Does she mean that he is alive? A lot of people seem to think he was an agency plant out to out these pedophiles, and when he killed himself, it was just the agency giving him his escape. Is it possible he is still alive and the photos of his body were faked?
I have heard from my own personal high-level Mossad and CIA white hat sources that Jeffrey Epstein was a white hat, and that his job was to compile a list of high-level human sacrifices in the elite, and that he will come out and testify. So that's what my own sources say. So I hope it's true, and let's wait to see it happen. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Why is the US dollar so high, even though the US is in such deep financial trouble? Every time the dollar seems like it's going to crash, it just dips slightly and then recovers back to its place.
That is because the US dollar is not controlled by the United States of America. It's controlled mainly by the Chinese and the Middle Eastern countries. The reason why this is true is because at a certain point, I think it was around 2008, they stopped accepting US dollars that were newly printed by the US government, and all the dollars held by foreigners are now backed by gold and commodities. And it's not an American currency. That's why the US dollar is strong. There is a faction inside the United States that can create US dollars and launder them through the stock market. That's why they're going through people like Elon Musk. But basically, US dollars produced by the American government are now being quarantined by the global community. That's why the US dollar is strong. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. In your opinion, how does the battle between good and evil seem to be going for us? It feels like we're always winning and making progress, but never finished.
Well, it is a battle that's been going on for literally thousands of years, and it may finally come to an end. Some people tell me it's been going on for 26,000 years or more, but when the United States and Israel current regimes fall and we see the mass arrest of the child murderers, we'll know it's over. But they're still very strong. They still have directed energy weapons. They can still cause earthquakes and do other damage. So it's not over. But overall, especially outside of the Western world, it is obvious the white hats are on the verge of a total victory. And we'll keep fighting until the Western people are liberated from the Khazarian mafia, and that day is coming soon. Sorry, there was one thing I forgot to mention in my talk, which is that in my weekly report, I talked about some kind of mega false flag event or terror event. That may have been the one that was planned for March 3rd by Lloyd Austin. And now that he's been arrested, it has been prevented. So hopefully that has been prevented, but stay alert, folks. That's it. I hope to see you next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on January 5th, 2024. Happy New Year, everybody. This is the year of the dragon, and this means that the various dragon families will be going on the offensive big time. the last year of the dragon, I know they got rid of Pope, for example, and a lot of other people, a lot of royals and stuff. So expect some serious action. But a lot of it will take place when the Lunar New Year starts, which is, a bit later, but it will be a year of major offensive actions by the White Hats. This I promise you. Now, the other thing I want to talk about first today is the bombing in Iran that killed about 200 people. This bombing took place on the 400th anniversary of the birth of Sabbatai Zevi. Now, for those of you who don't know, the problems we're dealing with, a lot of them can be traced back to Sabbatai Zevi. He was considered himself to be Messiah, and he lived in Turkey 400 years ago, and he came up with the idea that it was up to the Jews to carry out the end times prophecies, and that they had to do it. They weren't going to wait for God to do it. And these prophecies call for killing 90% of humanity and enslaving the rest. They're trying to start a giant World War III between Gog and Magog in order to accomplish this. And the other thing that Sabbatai Zev did was he had his people pretend to be Muslims, pretend to be Christians, pretend to, infiltrate various top-level institutions to carry out this plan. So, a lot of times I'm told by military white hats to think like a military man and go at the problem like a military man. Well, the military man, what would he do? Well, the obvious thing is to target all Chabad synagogues and rabbis. Arrest all Chabad rabbis, because they are the front face of this satanic cult that wants to kill 90% of humanity. Arrest them, take them in for questioning, find out who gives them orders and who works for them, and you have the whole network right there. And that's what has to be done. This will help liberate the Jewish people as well. Now, the other thing I can say is that, Benjamin Netanyahu, and they say Israel denies it, and they say ISIS did it. Well, everybody knows that ISIS stands for Israeli Satanic Intelligence Service, and Netanyahu now only has support of 15% of the Israeli population. He is not going to be on this planet much longer. Now, the Iranians have contacted me, and they say they're not going to be fooled into starting World War III by these provocations, but they are going to demand, and they will get, war crimes trials for the people responsible for this. Now, so there is going to be major moves to dismantle Chabad. The release of the names of the Epstein Island visitors may be a step in that direction. Now, we published the entire list a long time ago, and it's been out there. But the point that it's now in the official media is this indication that some sort of action is going to be taken against these people. But we need to wait to see if the Joe Biden is officially removed, if King Charles is officially removed, all the people involved who are blackmailed. Let's take the jury is still out, but the mass murder of children and the torturing to death of children by these people is a crime that will not go unpunished. And this is now known. It's no longer hidden, and there's nowhere on this planet these people can hide. They're going to face justice. This time, there's no escape. There's no country they can flee to. They're not going to go to China. They're not going to go to New Zealand. They're not going to go to Patagonia. We're going to end this scourge once and forever. Now, I want to talk about the earthquake that hit Ishikawa Prefecture in Japan. What's going on here is that Ishikawa is the home of the Maeda clan, and they're pushing for Mr. Onodera to replace the emperor. And so the fact that Ishikawa was hit means this is related to this imperial struggle that's going on in Japan. Now, My sources tell me that the attack was ordered by the top U.S. admiral at the Yokosuka naval base, and previously I've been told that the Freemasons were kicked out of their headquarters at the old Japanese naval base under Tokyo Tower and were moved to Yokosuka. So you can kind of put two and two together and see that this is a struggle over who controls Japan. All I can say is that whoever allowed hundreds of thousands of Japanese to be killed by vaccination, whether it was the emperor or anybody else, they need to be removed, because you can't have leadership that supports murder by vaccination of large segments of the population. This is just not something that's going to be allowed. Now, the other thing I want to touch on today is the situation in China. It looks like it's actually a lot worse than we're being told. The collapse in the real estate market has led to, 1,777 protests around the country. And they're almost all related to real estate. It's either people who paid for an apartment and didn't get it, or construction workers who are working on apartments who didn't get paid. But the point is that if you have 70% of household wealth in real estate, and that has fallen just about 35%, and it's going to fall a lot more, this is going to create huge instability, and they need to reboot the entire system in China. This is, of course, it's the same for the United States and Western Europe, but China too, I expect we could see some kind of big changes there, including possible regime change. This will not affect the bureaucracy so much as the top levels, but there's a lot going on there. A lot of military have been removed. Something is taking place there, but we know that they're not going to be allowed to start a war with Taiwan to distract from internal problems, just like the Americans are not going to be allowed to start a war with either Iran or with China in order to distract from their problems. What we're dealing with is the end of a regime, and it's going to be turbulent, but there's a general agreement that the current system is dysfunctional and needs to be rebooted, and there are high-level negotiations towards this end, and I hope that they result in concrete actions. But what I can promise you is there's going to be a lot of turbulence over the coming months, and things will probably heat up in East Asia as well as the Middle East. And the United States system will end. I don't think there's going to be a 2024 election. And I also note that Donald Trump was listed among the frequent visitors to Epstein's Island. I hope he'll come out in public and talk about that. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. The USGC's site has been showing the earthquakes happening on the western side of Japan this week, measuring almost everyone at 10 km depth. This seems unusual. Is there something happening underground, such as tunnels being destroyed?
What I have heard is that this is a naval directed energy weapon that has been used. It's not nuclear weapons drilled into the seabed, as was the case with Fukushima. And I talked to someone who actually lives there, and they say the earthquake was more like 6 than the 7.6 they're talking about. But I don't hear about underground bases. This is an attack on the Maeda clan, who is pushing to replace the emperor. That's my understanding. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. Could you give any info on Rainier Fulmick? It was reported he was detained at a German embassy in South America when attempting to update his passport. Haven't heard anything since. We are praying he's okay.
His wife has appeared on the internet talking about his detention. Yeah, he's under control by hostile forces in Germany, but he has been able to smuggle out some statements, and the world intelligence community is watching this, and we can say for sure that if he is killed or somehow altered mentally, through God knows what, the people responsible will be punished. He must be set free. And this, just trying to silence a single lawyer is not going to postpone the war crimes trials that are inevitably going to happen. You can't just murder millions of people and then expect nothing to happen. It's just not going to be that way. And the awakening of the high level people who aren't part of the cabal to the criminal nature of the vaccine campaign has fundamentally altered the power structure in the West. There's no going back. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Where was Obama born at? Sheriff Joe Arpaio proved his Hawaiian birth certificate was a fraud. I don't know why he would have to defraud the public. If Anne Dunham was his mother, he could legally run because she's an American and he could be American. You just have to be born an American, not born in America.
My understanding, all right, first of all, let's step back and look at Obama's own words, okay? He wrote in his memoir, Dreams of My Father, that his father was a World War II veteran. And yet, in the birth certificate he produced, his father would have been 9 years old at the end of World War II. So his own documents prove that he's a liar. Now, the true story is that his mother is a descendant of Adolf Hitler, and his father was a African-American communist by the name of Frank Marshall, and he was groomed by the CIA for this job as president. But clearly, he will have to face justice, and the people will have to be told the truth. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Is the state of California under KM control? It seems they want nothing but chaos. The homeless population issue is atrocious, and they're now offering free healthcare to illegal immigrants.
Yes, California is the heart of darkness in many ways in the United States. It's got a dysfunctional criminal government, and the whole Silicon Valley complex there needs to be taken over by military white hats. This is something I keep saying. You have to go in and physically occupy Silicon Valley and remove their control of the internet and give it to the people, but only after the political system is restored to democracy and freedom of the press. But that California is a very evil place when you think about its government, and something has to be done about it. And apparently Gavin Newsom is just an AI. You imagine that? We have these Silicon Valley self-appointed trillionaires or billionaires using an AI to pretend that they govern the state, and yet the incompetence is just so massive that it's going to backfire on them. But California is a great place, so in the long run, I'm very optimistic about California, but they need to completely remove their government, and Silicon Valley needs to be militarily occupied. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. I know you had already touched on this, but the United States court system has now released a portion of the originally redacted names from Epstein's Little Black Book, naming people such as Bill Clinton. Having victims of Epstein also state he likes them young, referring to underage girls and Bill Clinton. The United States courts are releasing these documents one by one. Is there a reason they are doing this? Are they trying to extort people whose names are written in this book? Or is this there a legitimate reason for them doing this?
We'll have to wait and see, but I think they're releasing it bit by bit simply because releasing it all at once would kind of overload the media and overload people's ability to comprehend. But what we need to watch out for now is, are they going to try to have a limited confession? It's like, oh yeah, I did have sex with a 15-year-old, but I didn't torture a 4-year-old to death, you know, that sort of thing. So let's see if they're going to try to make it seem like, okay, all right, we did something with slightly underage girls, and try to use that as a kind of pressure release valve and deflect from the actual real story, which was the videotaping of these people torturing and murdering young children. That's what we need to find out. When that comes out, then we'll know this is a real thing. If not, it could be a limited hangout, an attempt to assuage the public, but it's not going to work if that's what they're going to try to do. Okay, well, thanks for tuning in, and hope to see you next week. This is Benjamin the Fulford speaking on December 30th, 2023. The reason I'm speaking a day later than usual was because I was on an airplane at this time yesterday, flying back from Canada. I went to visit my mother, who needed some Christmas cheer, which hopefully I gave her. Now, it was a very interesting trip for me because when I go back to Canada in the summer, I go straight into the wilderness and I forget about civilization. This time I spent the whole week in Ottawa, Canada, and boy, what a dystopia it has become compared to the Canada of my memories. The main conclusion I have from watching, average Canadians at places like shopping malls and Costco and everything is that what's happened to North America basically right now is that you're all living inside Barack Obama's mind. Let me explain this a bit. Barack Obama is a descendant of Adolf Hitler, and he's also from these pharaonic bloodlines. And that guy has more than just ordinary megalomania. He actually thinks he's some kind of god king. That's how bad his egomania is going. And if you look at what happened since the third Obama regime began in 2020, so let's face it, the so-called Biden administration is a third Obama administration. And because he thinks he's some kind of pharaonic god king, and he is being given control over this huge media apparatus. So things like Netflix and Google or whatever, they all sort of work according to his overall directives. And what happened exactly after 2020? Well, obviously the pandemic, the fake pandemic. So that means he's responsible. And General Mark Milley was his #1 hitman. And what did they do? Well, we're now looking back at this whole vaccine and pandemic business. And we know that the Obama regime, the Nazi Obama regime, was spreading the pandemic, which failed to kill the amount of people they wanted. So they then went for phase 2, which is the mass vaccination. Now, looking at the evidence from the vaccines, it seems clear that there were basically 3 types of vaccines. One was designed to kill people. This is the one that causes your heart to produce spike proteins, and that lets your immune system and makes your immune system attack your heart. This was used to kill dissidents, undesirables, according to them, of course. So basically, they were targeting the elderly, the weak, minorities, and then the dissidents. Now, the other group of vaccines, which is what the vast majority got, were intended to genetically alter people to make them more submissive. So turn them into sheeple who would never, ever again try to resist authority. This will be proven as the war crimes tribunals begin. Now, the third category was for the elite, which was just salt injections or placebos or no vaccination at all. And all this was tied to an attempt to give everybody a mark of the beast digital ID. And so absolute total social control, where if you fail to obey the God King's mind, you would be cut off your food, medicine, etc. So I think, I was never brought up to think in biblical terms, but boy, if you're ever going to choose an antichrist, I would say Barack Obama is the candidate for the job. So right now, a #1 white hat military priority is to hunt down Barack Obama and his entire entourage and bring them to justice. It's a good bet they're hiding either in Chicago or Hawaii. I'm guessing Chicago. But anyway, we need a military operation to capture that man and bring him to justice. Now, the other thing, of course, because you've been living inside his mind, he's obsessed with things like he was filling Europe and North America with non-European military-age males because he was afraid that Europeans would not submit to his God King rule, and that's why he had all these non-European military types put in there. So that's the one problem that's being dealt with. These males will now all be deported or need to be deported unless they are actually working. Okay, if they have a job washing dishes or as a nuclear physicist or whatever, leave them alone. If they're parasiting, kick them out. We don't need parasites. Women, children, that's a different story. We can support them, but not non-working military age men. They may either work or get out. That's what's going to happen. Now, this process, well, the other thing, of course, getting back to Barack Obama, is because you've been living in his mind, he lives in a marginal world of transsexual, cross-dressing, sex-changing people who, and he's trying to impose this very minority worldview on everybody. And that's just a sign we don't need a God King to rule us. We don't want to be inside some person's mind. We want to be in our own minds and living as free, sovereign human beings. And that's what we're going to do. So the white hat priority is to find that man and remove him. Okay, that's the problem. And the other problem, of course, is Benjamin Netanyahu. He is the #1 Satanist in the world now in the military terms. And unfortunately, he is still not being hunted down and brought to justice, but that is a high priority. We need to get that man. We need to remove him. If he cannot face war crimes trials, and he needs to be, if he resists arrest, he needs to be shot down. That's it. The man is one of the worst mass killers in human history, and he has to be removed. So again, that's the #1 priority. All this should happen in the new year, but as you can tell, the old system is collapsing, and no viable alternative has yet been presented for the West, which is why we are hoping to start a new Bretton Woods conference to come up with a sane replacement for the post-war system that is now collapsing. This means the UN Security Council, the BIS, the World Bank, the IMF, all that needs to be completely and totally revamped. Now, another thing I'm starting to realize is that China, communist China, is not what you think it is. Now, I'll tell you something. I don't think I've told you before. I was approached by a group called the Lotus Freemasons, the Chinese Lotus Freemasons. And they claim to have 55 million members, including Xi Jinping. But here's the thing. The highest person they sent to see me was a Chinese crypto Jew, okay? And it turns out that Xi Jinping is a member of the World Economic Forum. So there's a good bet that communist China was secretly following the orders of Klaus Schwab and the people in Davos. That is going to come to an end. China will return to Chinese rule, and the same with Japan and the rest of East Asia. The East Asia will be ruled by East Asians as it was supposed to be. But in any case, we are witnessing the end of an old regime and the chaos that accompanies it. At the same time, we are almost ready to embark on a new age, and hopefully in the new year, the dawn of the new age will be apparent, and it's always darkest before dawn. So remember that, folks. The good guys are winning, the white hats are winning, and this dystopia you're in is going to end. Well, that's what I have to say for myself, and now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
And then we have our first question for today. You suggest hypothetically 2012 to be year 1. The zodiac we always had, whether tropical or sidereal, was based on Deacon's, still is, units of 10, which is considered a natural human cycle as far as I know. Since we are in a 12 cycle with the Gregorian, it's going to fundamentally change how we live. To me, it would feel more natural as far as daily routines and our sleep cycle too. That will relieve lots of pressure we all feel about being out of the joint, out of joint. If it is related to the golden mean ratio, that would also mean the frequency switch to 50-51 instead of the current of our grid at 60 hertz, which literally hurts us physiologically. The question being, will that shift? Can you elaborate on the calendar shift you referred to? What do you know as far as details about what this change will be like for us?
Well, this is always going to be something that the experts will work out. But what I have learned when I'm dealing with the world's top secret societies is that at the very highest level of world power, they do align their activities with the solar movements, with the movements of the stars and the planets. That's how they calibrate what they're doing. But for us humans, I think definitely living closer to the cycles of nature is healthy. When I was, living outdoors as a youth and waking up with the dawn and going to bed with the darkness and stuff, I never felt healthier and happier in my life. So, whatever we're going to obviously try to adjust our calendars and our daily routines as much as possible to fit natural cycles because it will be healthier. And again, the calendars need to be realigned so that they once again in harmony with the planets and the natural systems that we live in. So the details will be worked out in public by experts with everybody's input, but hopefully it'll be a healthier, happier calendar and more in touch with the natural world. The details, though, will come in the future. Next question.
Hi, Ben. During an interview last week per se, with Gene DECODE on Nino's TV, he said there are not two Trumps, but only one. What are your thoughts on this?
What I have done is, because the internet is a network that can be faked in very realistic ways. What we have done is we've sent a physical analog human person to meet the physical Donald Trump and figure it out. And the initial answer we got, but was still a digital answer, coming from people we've met physically, so it's probably real, is that there are two Trumps. The fake one doing the media circus is the one in Mar-a-Lago, and he's being run by a P2 Freemason by the name of Leo Zagami. And the real one is at Mount Shan military base. And what I've been told is that when you see Trump with Melania at his side, that's the real one. But we'll keep trying to get to the bottom of this. But it looks like there are two Trumps. Although another way of looking at it is, if you think of World War II, if you're living in Germany and you're living in England, you're getting two completely different versions of Adolf Hitler. So that might be the situation as well. We'll try to get more to the bottom of this. Next question.
Ben, patriots are hearing conflicting reports about FEMA. Some say they are planning a roundup of MAGA. Others say they are white hat controlled. We hear about shootouts in Maui and Nashville. Then when we ask truthers, we are accused of spreading fear porn. Is FEMA a danger to the people?
It depends on who wins this battle for, the Republic of the United States. If the White Hats win, then obviously the Satanists are going to go into the FEMA camps. And if the Satanists win, then obviously it's the Patriots who are going to go. So you're in a fight for your lives, folks. So don't take this lightly. This is it. This is a time when you have to draw a line in the sand, get your gun, and defend your family. It's do or die now. Next question.
Hello from Czechia. Last week, we've been struck with what appears to be the worst mass shooting in the independent country's history. And the whole thing gets more suspicious every day since the authorities seem to go out of their way to label the alleged suicidal shooter as super anti-government, probably so they can use it against the growing opposition. Have you come across any intel about this?
Let me look into it, but from what you're telling me, it sounds like a government-organized false flag to justify government repression of the citizens. And we've heard that Czechia has been taken over by some pretty bad Nazi types, and I recommend to the Czech military and people to remove the current government and free Czechia. But I'll look into it more. Next question.
And we have our last question for today. I know this is far advanced, but do you expect President Donald Trump to win the next presidential election? And if he did, would that be a clear sign that the KM are overthrown? What would it mean for the world?
If there is actually an election in 2024 and a so-called Donald Trump is elected, this will mean that the Khazarian mafia cabal is still in charge, and they're going to try to appease the masses with limited reforms under a fake Trump. There should not be an election in 2024 because the election was stolen in 2020, and that needs to be rectified. And a new fake election is not the way to do it. So if there's an election, it means that the cabal is still in charge, and you need to keep fighting. Well, that's it for me, and hope to see you again next week and next year, and let's all fight to make it a really happy new year. This is Benjamin Fulford speaking on December 22nd, 2023. And this date is interesting because it's actually the real solar new year. And as I've been dealing with these secret societies that have been controlling at least monotheistic civilization for thousands of years, one of the things I uncovered is that, they control our calendars. And what happened was when the Romans imposed Christianity, they took over the old solar new year and they transposed the birthday of Jesus Christ onto it. The fact is that nowhere in the Bible does it say when Jesus Christ was born. But what happens is in the northern hemisphere, the sun sets further and further north every day until it's at its most northern point on the 21st. That's the winter solstice. And then for 3 days, it seems to be setting in the same place. And then on the 25th, it visibly moves south. And that's the beginning of the solar new year. So Christmas is the solar new year, but technically it's actually today, the 22nd. And when this whole battle for the planet is finished, I think that we need to reset the calendars to align them with the solar movements that they were, supposed to be aligned with. And I've also previously suggested that we start with the year 2012 as the year zero for a new world calendar, because that's the end of a 26,000 year cycle that the Mayans and others measured. And it's also in the Western system, it's the beginning of the age of Aquarius. And that's anyway, I won't get too much into that, but we're dealing with things that are so biblical that we really could end up redoing the calendars worldwide. That's the sort of stuff we're dealing with. Okay, now getting back to the weekly situation, we're in a kind of interregnum. Everything seems to be on a sort of pause, but there is very severe fighting going on under the surface. German farmers have now joined with Polish and Slovakian farmers to blockade. They've jammed up downtown Berlin and stuff. And what they're fighting against is BlackRock and Vanguard, these big Rockefeller Rothschild funds who have started dumping Ukrainian produce, grains and stuff on the European market and sort of bankrupting most of the other Western European farmers. And they're doing it because they're not able to export to the rest of the world. There's this blockade going on. So this is an open revolt. And a similar thing happened in France when the parliament completely rejected Macron Rothschild's plan to let in more immigrants. And so there is open revolt happening. Now, the other big thing that happened was, as I noticed in my last weekly report, all these people like Klaus Schwab Rothschild and Warren Buffett, Barack Obama, they're all threatening a major cyber attack. And they put out a Netflix movie, which people have written about, which shows ships crashing on land and airplanes crashing and autopilot cars being crashed and stuff. And there was a big cyber attack planned. And the big target apparently was the huge NSA data center in Utah, which basically it has all the records of all the world's emails and everything ever on the internet ever. And the idea was to hit that with an electromagnetic pulse weapon and wipe out all the records. And this would have been a move by the Khazarian mafia to destroy evidence that incriminates them, in, well, mass murder, etc. But that has been stopped. Now, I also noticed that the Q site that correctly called for a power outage at exactly midnight on the 15th, they're now saying that Donald Trump will be president again on the 27th or 28th of December. So let's see if that happens. But I'm now being told that the whole Q thing, it's not really about Donald Trump. It's about military intelligence, and they're going to use a Donald Trump, maybe the Donald Trump, as their figurehead. But it is a military move, and they are on taking action. I've also confirmed with high-level MI6 types that something will happen in the new year, that there may be a change. But you can already see that the old forces have lost control of the money. And you can see this because Ukraine got no money when they were getting like $100 billion a year before that, and Israel's not getting any money. So something has happened, and there is a transition taking place. Now, the other thing, of course, is we're all watching for is the situation in Israel, where we're waiting for the final arrest or removal of Benjamin Netanyahu and his Satanists. Now, we note the Houthis have cut off the Red Sea, and it's interesting that they're sending out these $1,000 drones, and the U.S. Navy is using multi-million-dollar instruments to wipe them out, and they're going to run out of expensive missiles sooner than the Houthis are going to run out of cheap drones. So that's it shows that warfare has fundamentally changed. The Russian military, too, has now completely changed its military doctrine. It's no longer tanks covered by aircraft. It's now assault teams with drones. So warfare, modern warfare, has completely changed, and Ukraine was a laboratory for that. And as everybody now knows, the West, the NATO, has been completely and utterly defeated in the Ukraine. The German military, the French military, they're all saying they would not last 2 or 3 days against a full-scale Russian invasion, but the Russians are not going to invade. They've already reached a deal with the border between Western Europe and Russia on the Dnieper River, and they're happy with that deal, and they have no wish to, take on all the expense and headaches of ruling over non-Russian peoples. But there will be a wholesale regime change. So the thing to watch out for is the public fall of Netanyahu, because then the dominoes will start falling. You'll see Justin Trudeau, Macron, Scholz, the whole Biden, the whole shebang will be removed. So let's see, it is going to happen. There's no doubt about it at this point, but the timing is always hard to predict. And again, we must never underestimate these people. They are some of the most vicious and dangerous people in history, and you can be sure they still have some nasty surprises left. So we cannot let down our guard, but clearly on a global level, they have been defeated. This is, they really are down to just the United States, Israel, and a few utterly corrupt leaders in places like Czechia and Austria and Guatemala, stuff like that. But it's really down to that at this point. So something's going to change. Now, the other thing I think what's going to happen is I noticed that the Colorado Supreme Court moved to disqualify Donald Trump. Now, this is interesting because back in 2016, I was told that there was a huge battle between special forces and the giant bunker complex underneath Denver Airport in Colorado, and that this is what caused the switching of the election from a planned Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump. So I'm guessing there's going to be a move to everybody. War or battle between special forces and the dumb in Colorado, and that this might be the last big Nazi stronghold that and the one, of course, in Silicon Valley. But I think something is going to happen. In overall, though, I think as the holiday season starts, you're going to see the news cycle kind of churning. But under the surface, big things are happening. Well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
And then we have our first question for today. When Robert David Steele died, you announced it was one of your videos. You announced it on one of your videos with a winking eye. The question is, will he rise from the dead, or do you expect that he will stay under the radar?
I'd like to know that myself, because what I was told at the time, I was warned by his people that he was in a hospital and he was being intubated, and I contacted him and he said it was touch and go, and I contacted MI6 and people. I said, he's in this Florida hospital, he needs to be rescued. After that, his death was announced. What MI6 told me was that he had been given a large retirement fund, and his attempt to run for president hadn't gone as planned, so he was going back as a background figure. And later I was told by someone, this Mel K lady, that she claimed to know him, that there was no funeral and there was no grave. Okay, but I haven't heard from the man himself since that time. And I don't rule out the possibility that they killed him and then they're trying to cover it up because they don't want revenge and fallout. We'll find out. But, I haven't, I was told all this, but I haven't personally confirmed with him himself that he's still alive. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. I read that Qatar had sent funds to Harvard University in recent years, and that the people directing Hamas in Gaza were in Qatar but fled. Is any of this true?
I don't know about Qatar funding Harvard, but it makes sense. What I do know is that U.S. Special Forces took over Qatar, and it's become a huge, and it has been funding Hamas, and the Hamas takes its orders from the U.S. I'm assuming that would be the Qatarian mafia-linked people, the Rockefellers and those people. So then it would make sense that they're also funding all this weird gender-bending stuff. They're pushing all everywhere, but I can't confirm exactly. But yeah, definitely Qatar is a big slush fund for the bad guys, or has been. Hopefully that will end soon. Next question.
Hi, Ben. There's been rumors of a recent unconfirmed report of a failed assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Do you know anything about this?
I have not heard anything directly, but what I do know is that the Donald Trump, I was told that the Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago is not the real man, and the real one is in a military base in Mount Cheyenne. So if there was an attempt, I'm guessing it was at the one at Mar-a-Lago, but I don't have any direct knowledge of this, so I'm only speculating. Next question.
Ben, was the U.S. military helicopter that went down in Japan an attack on the United States, or do you think it was just a technical malfunction, as they say?
I'm pretty sure it was an attack on the United States. It was a bunch of special forces guys who were taken out, and I'm guessing this was, I'm guessing though, but it was revenge for the removal of a general. But what I do know is that as a result of this downing of the Osprey, was that the entire Osprey fleet has been stopped, taken out of commission, and that the Ospreys were a slush fund somehow that went to the southern clan of Japan, the Choshu clan, that has always worked with the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, and it's the Mitsubishi Group. And then the arrest of all these politicians linked to that clan. This is what's known as the political funds scandal for the Abe clan. It indicates that a fundamental power shift has taken place in Japan, and I think that the Choshu clan of southern Japan has lost power for the first time since the Meiji era, which is 160 years ago. So it's very big. Something has changed, and that Osprey crash was the trigger. I'll try to find out more, but there's some stuff I can't talk about for reasons of operational security, but clearly the good guys are on the move in Japan and something has changed. Next question.
And we have our last question for today. Speaking of the recent cyber attacks, do you expect any more cyber attacks in the future? And if so, how can we, the people, prepare for them?
Well, the main thing about a cyber attack is, what can they do? Well, they can take over a lot of the automobiles, and that actually happened to me with my Datsun Tanto car, and I went to the car people, and they told me that if your car is remotely hijacked, the way to neutralize it is to put your foot on the brake and put the car in neutral. That is a mechanical way to override any electronic takeover of your car. So remember that. I don't know if it'll work for a Tesla, though. The other thing, of course, is that if they shut down the ATMs, you won't have access to your credit card or your money. So it's always good to have some cash on hand. And I always recommend a large bag of beans and rice, because that's really cheap and it keeps forever, and it'll feed your family for a long time if things go really haywire. But overall, I wouldn't worry too much about it. It may just be, they may just shut down the internet just to, get people to refocus on the real world and stop looking at their screens. But what I do know is that a lot of really bad stuff planned by the Khazarian Mafia was stopped by the NSA. Well, I hope to see you again next week, and it'll be on a Saturday next week for reasons I'll explain later. But it'll be one day later next week, my podcast. Thanks, and Merry Christmas in the meanwhile. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on December 15th, 2023. The biggest news in the past week is coming from Japan, where 12 members of the cabinet of the Prime Minister Fumio Kishida have, in the news, it says that they have resigned. My own sources say they have been arrested. Now, they're using some kind of funding scandal as an excuse, but this is not the case. I've been watching Japanese politics for decades. I can't count the amount of times I've seen politicians receiving fat envelopes of cash. This is normal here. And the fact that they're using this as a pretext to arrest people, it means they don't really want to talk about the real reason, which is the vaccination. Criminal charges were filed against the government for killing hundreds of thousands of Japanese people through these toxic vaccines, and the police have acted on it. And they've gone straight to the source, which is the synagogue of Satan in Azabu, and they've also shut down the Freemason headquarters under Tokyo Tower. The Freemason headquarters used to be a bomb-proof shelter for the Japanese Navy during World War II, and it was taken over by the Freemasons, and now they've been evicted. So something very fundamental has changed. Now, all the people who've been removed are linked to the faction of former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and the Unification Church. The Unification Church was allied with the Nazis. They had a farm next to the George Bush farm complex in Paraguay, and they were involved in drug smuggling, weapons smuggling, and human trafficking. More importantly, when Abe was installed after the Fukushima attack on Japan on March 11th, 2011, and he was called up to the World Economic Forum, where he bragged they were going to invade China and divide it into 6 countries, and instead, this faction is being removed root and branch. But I'm hearing the entire Kishida government will be gone, and so will the entire post-war political structure. So it's happening now. It's visible. It's in the news. So it's not anonymous sources in the background anymore. It's in 12 cabinet ministers. That's big, and it's just begun. So I'm hearing that the end game will be that Taiwan will become part of Japan, the Korean Peninsula will be unified, and China will integrate more with India to become the economic center of the world. That's what I'm hearing from my sources. So big stuff is happening, and it's good stuff. And there's some things I can't talk about, but I'll give you a hint. Apparently, just like India changed its name to Bharat, apparently Japan is also going to change its name. But I've been asked not to mention what it will be. Let's see. So what's happening in Japan is a reflection of what's happening all over the world. I got a call from the Russian FSB this morning, and they told me a couple of interesting things. One is that Russia has resumed trade relations with Japan, and all these sanctions by Japan against Russia have been ended. So Japan is no longer part of this Ukraine, anti-Russian alliance. And if you look at the recent UN vote against Israel and the United States, you'll find out that now the current Khazarian regimes in the United States and Israel only have 10 allies. And if you look at the votes in the UN, these are like things like the Marshall Islands and little tiny places. So basically, they are completely isolated, and it's almost over. Now, the other thing I was told by the Russians is that the Israelis chose to ignore their warning by putting a Russian flag on the border near Golan Heights. And so now a Russian army is being built up in Syria to go into Israel and stop the genocide. And there's, you're not seeing it in the Western press, but Israel is under severe attack. There's huge explosions and fires all over the country. Israel is not going to continue to exist in its present form. It'll be an autonomous part of the nation of a revived Ottoman Empire. That's what I'm hearing is the end game. Now, also, something is going on in the United States. I'm not sure yet what it is, but there are large troop movements reported in Texas. And I was in touch with family in Ottawa, and they have a blackout there. And this may be related to a removal of Cass Trudeau and that whole criminal regime there. We'll see. This is early indicator. It's not for sure yet, but there was a blackout in Ottawa, and usually that's used as a cover of some sort of move. We don't know all the details yet. We're still trying to get to the bottom of what Donald Trump represents. We get two versions. One is that he's going to go after all the patriots and he's a Trojan horse, and the other is that he's going to go after all the Satanists, and we'll see. But I know this much. The U.S. military will not go and round up American citizens and send them to concentration camps, no matter what their commander-in-chief orders. So I'm starting to think this is put out by the people who are opposed to Trump because they're scared of being arrested, so they're trying to paint it. But the other thing is, I have credible reports from the NSA that there are two Donald Trumps, and one works for the Khazarian Mafia and is part of a sophisticated disinformation operation, and there's a real one in Mount Cheyenne. But we're not going to know for sure until events show us what really happens. However, MI6 is sending a human messenger to go talk to him, and when we get word of it, we'll pass it on. But something big is definitely happening in the United States, and I'm guessing that Joe Biden will be the last president of the United States, and that some new political framework, probably United States of North America, including Canada, will replace it. But this is still a bit speculative. Now, in Europe, there's also a fundamental change taking place. The Germans are once again becoming independent after being colonized since the end of World War II. And right now, militarily, they are unable, their own reports are saying they could only fight the Russians for 2 days before running out of ammunition. The French is something similar, but the Russians are sticking to the agreement they reached with the Gnostic Illuminati, which is they will stop at Dnieper River, and that's why they're not moving forward. They're not interested in occupying non-Russian territory. They tell me that there would be no advantage in doing so. They don't want to have alienated people who are not ethnic Russians as a headache, which would just be, in other words, they're not interested. That's why you don't see Russian troops going all the way up to the Polish border. So a new framework for Europe is coming into place, and Russia will become a friendly part of Europe, a partner, an independent but friendly partner. That's what I'm hearing is the end game. So the other thing I'm hearing from the Russians, and this is Vladimir Putin is saying this publicly, that Klaus Schwab, the head of the World Economic Forum, is a legitimate military target, and they have his home address. The other targets thereafter, of course, is Benjamin Netanyahu, who was responsible, played a big role in the mass murder attack of Fukushima in 2011 and countless other crimes. And the other person being sought is Elliot Abrams from the State Department. He is an incredibly evil and clever individual who needs to be removed from power, and that's going to happen. He's a high priority target. And of course, we still need to see public signs of actual arrests of people like Mark Milley. That hasn't happened yet, so I'm not going to say everything's good and the good guys are winning. We need to see what unfolds. These people must not be underestimated, and they're definitely going to, they're vicious cornered rats, and they're definitely planning something awful. And we're getting credible reports that the Israelis may be preparing to use neutron bombs. Of course, if they do that, it will be murder-suicide because they'll be destroyed as well. I don't think they're going to do it, but there are credible reports that they have been trying to do that. So something big is going down, and the early signs have been seen in Japan and East Asia and Europe, but we're still waiting for the gunfight at the OK Corral in North America, and there are signs it's coming soon, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. I think we're sort of in a calm before the storm situation there. I'll let you know more when I find out more. Well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. A ton had happened. Why doesn't anyone mention the fact that Buckingham Palace has been boarded up since 2020? The White House is empty, etc. This is huge. Why is the question? Is it for their one world government, or did the White Hats have anything to do with it? Ben, we would like your opinion. Please address this.
Well, I mean, I have heard that Washington, D.C. is going to be turned into a museum town, and it'll be like a historical attraction. But, the White House has been abandoned since the beginning of the Biden regime. It's all being filmed in studios, and I've heard like CNN in Atlanta, Georgia, and then in Amazon studios and stuff. So the corporate rulers have been creating an image on our screens that all is well. But yeah, the actual people in Washington say the White House is abandoned. But as long as we have this theater on our screens, it doesn't matter. Now, I didn't know about Buckingham Palace. However, I will make inquiries. But I do know that King Charles III or whatever is powerless and will probably be removed in the new year. The same with this fake Pope and, of course, the fake Biden. But we need to see it happen. I'll try to get more about Buckingham Palace, but I'm guessing that there's going to be a change. Maybe King Harold for the first time since 1066. Let's see. I don't know yet. I'll look into it more. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you please tell us about the embattled Attorney General
Ken Paxton from Texas, currently suing Pfizer for false practices associated with the vax program. It's funny because I was only going to the sheriff, but you brought it to the top guy. I'm curious if you think he will be successful.
There are many lawsuits and legal actions against the Pfizer and the World Economic Forum people taking place in England, in Japan, in Korea, in Italy, etc. So they're not going to be able to, and Texas, of course, and other states. So the legal storm is not something they're going to be able to stop, although they're trying very hard to murder people and bribe people and use their usual toolbox. But it's just a matter of time. They carried out mass murder, and they're not going to get away with it. That's the bottom line. Next question.
Hi, Ben. How can we figure out if someone is a fake actor beyond the obvious? Also, are the fake actors we see real people that just look like the person they're impersonating, or are they genetically altered?
I haven't seen any credible evidence for them being genetically altered. I know they keep repeating to me that they're clones, but if they're clones, for example, you have versions of Hillary Clinton that are 20 centimeters shorter than the others. If they were clones, they would be identical. So my best understanding is that they find people who look similar and then give them plastic surgery to make them more similar, and then train them and they read scripts. But they also use computer graphics. And the best way to find these things out is to try to actually physically locate them. So, for example, during the 2016 election campaign, a friend of mine in Detroit went to a so-called event featuring Hillary Clinton, and she wasn't there. It was just about 150 people in a gymnasium, and then later she appeared on a screen as if she was there. So that was a faked event. But the best is if you can actually try to get into a situation where you can check with your own eyeballs, and we appreciate any eyewitnesses accounts relating to these people. But their fakes are becoming more and more obvious. We uncovered a few of them, like General Michael Flynn. We actually sent someone to physically meet him and confirmed it was a fake. They just don't have the background information to actually talk in person. That's why they need to be in a controlled situation, reading a script on a screen. But the gig is up. They can't fool us anymore. But I would appreciate eyewitness reports. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you comment on the New Zealand whistleblower who got arrested for rehearsing health data on jab injuries?
It's an ongoing battle. What happened was, remember we put out an emergency alert, and this went viral. Other people did so too, and it's like 500 million people saw it. That person's house had been surrounded by police, and the internet, the mass movement, forced the police to back off, and the report was released to the public. But the battle is continuing because the Khazarian mafia, the people who are planning to kill 90% of the world population by starting World War III, were planning to hide out in Patagonia in southern Argentina and New Zealand. So they were trying to remove the local inhabitants. So there's still a battle going on in New Zealand, and but I know that the British MI6 and the British military establishment and the military are mostly under the control of white hats, but clearly the fight for New Zealand is not over yet. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Do you believe Barack Obama and Valerie Jarrett may be in Saudi Arabia right now?
That would be a good place for them to escape justice. I don't have any direct information, but I know Idi Amin was fled to Saudi Arabia after he was removed, and that might be one place where they might actually find shelter and protection. I'll try to look into it, but it makes sense. And I'm not sure if it's the real Barack Obama, but the group pretending to be Barack Obama, or that power group may well have fled to Saudi Arabia. I'll try to find out. I don't know for sure, but it makes sense. Well, that's it for this week, and I hope to see you next week.
You sign up for on the website. I just want to clarify that.
Yeah,
to the audience.
the newsletter, and then a very high-level chat group.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, so virtually everybody out there in the audience I know has heard of Ben, and they're very well acquainted with all of your intel. So I really do appreciate you coming back on the show. You have an amazing history of providing behind the scenes information that you're not going to hear anyone else talk about. And he has an amazing track record as well. So once again, thank you for joining us. I really do appreciate it.
Well, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Well, I thought maybe a good place to start tonight to sort of set the stage would be to look at the world in a macro sense. And given your geopolitical expertise and your contacts, I'm sure that there are a lot of points of interest. And I'm curious what they are. In your estimation, where do you think we are right now in this overall war? Can you provide us with sort of a 40,000-foot view of the landscape? And then we can use that sort of as a springboard and then drill into some of the finer points throughout the remainder of our discussion.
Sure. Well, look, if you look at things from a world perspective, what you can see is that the BRICS alliance, that's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, basically now controls almost the entire world. They had a big G7 meeting in Japan recently, and they're down to, the G7 is down to like 11% of the world. When they started in 1976, they were 70% of world GDP, and they basically ran the world. Now they're 27% of GDP and 11% of the population, and they're being abandoned by almost all the countries in the world. So
absolutely,
it really is sort of the end game for the group that has been ruling the world for the past 300 or 400 years. That's the big picture. And they're kind of circling the wagons around the United States corporation, Washington, D.C. They're fighting tooth and nail to keep in business, money laundering through the Ukraine and stuff. But basically, it's game over if you look at it from a world perspective. Unfortunately, inside the United States, it's sort of like being in Berlin, just before the fall of the Nazis.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, it's become very clear that the cartels are a big part of this complex web of evil that the white hats are in the process of unraveling. And you recall in our last discussion, we talked a little bit about Russia aligning with Mexico basically to that end. And we also know that the cartels pulled their money out of Silicon Valley Bank, which caused the first of what will be a deluge of bank failures as this process unfolds. Now, in your recent report, you discussed some very interesting intel coming out of Mexico regarding bomb threats and subsequent evacuations. I believe it was from Google and the UN offices. There may have been some other targets as well, but that this was an effort to bring down the Rockefeller-controlled cartels and the deep state elements of the Mexican military. So I was wondering if you could discuss that in some more detail and comment perhaps on how this might coincide with the border crisis, and certainly what could very likely be the precipice of a civil war in the U.S. over this issue. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, okay. What happened was the United States killed the president of Mexico, Lula, with an electromagnetic weapon. And then they tried to replace him with a lookalike they had prepared, who they had, he had a little microphone in his ear, and they were using a chat GPT type AI to kind of give him words that made him sound like the real president. But this did not fool the Mexicans. They're the ones who told me about this, and they were, murdering their president is an act of war. And the president, AMLO, or I guess you call it, I said Lula, but that was a mistake. That's Brazil. AMLO.
AMLO, right? Yeah.
Lopez. Yeah.
Obrador. Is that his?
Obrador.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, he was working with the BRICS against the Washington, D.C. establishment. He was working with the Russians. He just met Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov at a secret meeting, and that's why the Americans decided to take him out. But the problem is And they said the reason was because of all the Chinese fentanyl, being brought in from Mexico by the cartels. But now the Chinese embassy in Mexico and the cartels themselves say, no, the fentanyl is coming from the EU, i.e. from the Ukraine. So in other words, we have this drug dealing government in the USA. And the cartels, of course, they call the CIA the cocaine importing agency.
Yeah, right.
The cartels have, broken with their former partners in the US, and that's what's really going on. So this is a war. It has already started. And if you notice, there's been trains derailing all over North America for the past few months. That's sabotage. That's military sabotage. That's just not random. And then you have all these military-age men coming in. So you look at these immigrant camps, and there are like 800 military-age men. It's not like women and children and stuff like that we associate with real refugees. So
right.
The U.S. is under attack. There can be no doubt about it. And I think the best response for the U.S. military is to coordinate with the Mexican military white hats. And I know it's weird to say, but even the cartel white hats, because you understand they're not a monolith. For example, I was contacted by the cartels, and they said that they had made a decision to stop dealing in adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is a kind of hyper adrenaline that you can extract by torturing children. And it's been sold to American elites, or I wouldn't, like the satanic rulers there. And they've stopped doing that. And that's one of the reasons, the cutoff of this adrenochrome is one of the reasons why they've been trying to, change the regime in Mexico so they can get the supply back up. And remember, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has now been proven to have been spending $18,000 per child to bring in unaccompanied minors from Mexico, and 85,000 of them have disappeared. Okay, so you have a U.S. government that's bringing in children to torture to death in order to harvest adrenochrome. That is something that cannot be allowed to continue. This requires serious military action, and if you want to know what your target is, just aim high, go for the people around the fake Biden, go for anybody like Governor Newsom, anybody like that. Those are your targets.
Absolutely. So with the servers specifically, what were they going after there? Were those servers actually, do you know what was on them, or do you have any detail about what they seized?
All I know is that Google was leading the censorship of anything related to the pandemic and the vaccines. And the fact that their offices are located next to the UN speaks volumes, because the United Nations itself is privately owned. It's not an international organization like you think it is. And they were the ones, with their WHO, which is financed by the Rockefellers and Bill Gates and all those people, who were pushing this fake pandemic. So I don't have the details of what they found, but if you look at what the UN and Google have been doing, they've been trying to kill us all with vaccines, and they'll be working together to do that. So it's clear that's what they're looking for, information about this pandemic attack and this vaccine attack on humanity.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Well, the other thing I wanted to ask you to comment on, I'm sure you've heard about I think it's 60,000 pounds of ammonium nitrate that supposedly disappeared somewhere. I believe it was in the Mojave Desert. They just went to the train and discovered that it was empty. Now, this is the same chemical that was used for the bombing in Oklahoma City. And many are predicting this could be the setup for a major false flag, particularly on our power grid. And of course, we also know that sat phones were provided to senators very recently in the event of an attack on the grid, basically to ensure continuity of government. We've also seen a very steady buildup of this narrative prep for quite some time by the mainstream media. So do you have any information from your contacts about what's going on, or any analysis you can provide about what you think the enemy is preparing to do?
Well, you got to remember, we're heading towards June 21st, which is a summer solstice, and it's a time where the Satanists like to have a major fire sacrifice to their god Molech or Satan. So they are clearly planning something. I don't know what, but it's a good guess. If you look at what just happened in Russia, the Ukrainians blew up a major Russian dam, and caused huge flooding. And this is because of the defeat of their so-called offensive. They lost 3,000 men and 52 tanks in 3 days, and a bunch of other stuff. And so they blew up a dam. I would, if I were in the U.S. Homeland Security, an actual patriot trying to defend America, I would keep an eye on dams, especially the Hoover Dam. Make sure they can't do anything to those. But the other thing is that you see they've been promoting anti-radiation medicine. And we've got this new medicine for anti-radiation. So in order to sell that medicine, they've got to create some sort of radiation incident. So again, nuclear power plants, anything where they can spread a dirty bomb is another thing you have to watch out for. But the real need is to go after their leadership. And I'm saying this as someone who's got Jewish blood on both sides, but the easiest thing to do is to go after the people who go to synagogues. Only 10% of Jews go to synagogues. I'm not saying all of them, the ones who do, are Satanists, but you'll find a high concentration there, and that's where you need to at least make sure you're listening to what they're talking about there, and that should provide intelligence.
Absolutely. Well, I was listening to some of your recent commentary on the war in Ukraine, and I believe you were discussing Zelensky covertly working with the Wagner Group. So can you elaborate on that a little bit, explain what the dynamic is there? Because I'm kind of confused, if that's the case, how Russia then fits into the puzzle if Zelensky is covertly aligned with the Wagner Group to pull off a genocide in that country. I mean, obviously, like you said, we've seen most of the population in Ukraine conscripted and then subsequently wiped out within a matter of hours. So certainly, they're calling it the meat grinder. So I'm curious to hear some more detail on that angle.
Well, I talked to actual Russian intelligence, the real ones, and the way they look at it, this whole thing started when they sent in 20,000 mercenaries and tried to start a color revolution in Kazakhstan next door to the Ukraine. And what the Russians say is that the satanic cult known as Chabad, okay, and they're not Jewish, because they say they want to kill 90% of humanity and then enslave the rest, and that every Jew will have 2,800 slaves when this is over. Okay,
sounds a lot like the Georgia Guidestones. Yeah,
it's Chabad. Okay, look up their leadership and round them up. That's my advice. But anyway, they wanted to depopulate the region just like they depopulated parts of Palestine in order to create a homeland and recreate Greater Khazaria. So they want to remove Russians and Ukrainian Christians and create a Khazarian homeland. That was the big plan. The Russians moved in, they stopped the color revolution in Kazakhstan, and then they moved in the Ukraine because they were actively, murdering Russian citizens and attacking Russians. So getting back to Zelensky, his name is Vladimir Zelensky. They don't, Vladimir or whatever. They try to change his spelling to make it look like he's not Russian. He's a Russian. And the Washington Post had an interview with him where they confronted him with documents about how he was sharing intelligence with the Wagner Group. And he freaked out and said, where'd you get that information? You can't put that out. It was like the panic was so visible in his words that you could see that they hit a nerve. And then the Washington Post deleted that interview, but the Russians picked it up and published it again. And so I called my Russian sources, and they told me that the head of Wagner and Zelensky both work for Chabad. Okay, you got to remember, Wagner is not the Russian military. It's a private army consisting of prisoners, criminals taken from prisons. And if you just think in military terms, okay, if you're sending troops against a numerically superior enemy, and your troops are dying at 8 times more than theirs are, okay, an 8-to-1 death ratio, that's not military, that's murder. And the fact that they were dying within 4 hours of being sent to Bakhmut, okay, is a sign that they were being deliberately sent to be killed by artillery. In other words, the Zelensky people were providing, precise artillery coordinates to the Wagner group. And the Russian Christian government actually tried to cut off the ammunition to the Wagner group because they couldn't stand this slaughter. And that was what was really going on. Now they're trying to cover up. And the fact is that this is the official Ukrainian government prosecutor's office has filed war crimes charges against Zelensky. That's the Ukrainian government, okay, the actual Ukrainian government.
Wow.
These are Nazi patriots. They don't like Russians, but at the same time, they're pissed off that their so-called leader was sending their men to be slaughtered and then selling off their women as slaves. So he cannot go back to the Ukraine. This is something that, the actual Ukrainians have done. So you can see that both Zelensky and Wagner work for the Khazarian mafia. They don't work for Russia. And they don't work for the Ukraine. And this is what they're figuring out now.
So the Russians are just kind of getting up to speed on this.
The Russians have, reached a deal a long time ago with Western, I don't even call it white hats, but, the Western powers, that they would go up to the Dnieper River, and that would be the new border between Russia and Western Europe's, zones of influence. And that's why they haven't, moved beyond that river, because they're following the agreement. We will go up to the river, this was the border that was decided by Frederick the Great and the Russian Tsar, hundreds of years ago. And they agreed that this is where their zones of influence would end. And people on the Western European side of the river aren't Russian ethnically, but the ones on the Russian side are Russian ethnically. So it makes sense to have a dividing line there. And what's happening is that there is a third group that does not want Western Europe and Russia to make peace and then negotiate a new security agreement, which would include Russia. In other words, if the Europeans really wanted to defend Europe, then they need to work with Russia, because otherwise they're going to end up being taken over by the Chinese. That's the real story,
Oh, okay. Well, that makes a lot of sense, because I did see, and I'm sure you probably did as well, that recent video by the head of the Wagner Group. Is it Prigozhin? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah. Goes. I have trouble with that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and he was just berating the Russian government for cutting off their ammunition supply. And I was thinking to myself, how does this make sense? But your analysis really does make the pieces come together. So thank you for that. So, another thing I wanted to ask you about, just going to go from topic to topic here so we can get as much in as possible. A big objective in this overall conflict really is to grind down NATO. And we've seen this has been happening for quite some time. We have the mainstream media, of course, constantly propagandizing the public that Russia's losing the war, but the reality on the ground is getting harder to hide from the public, because so many voices are coming forward with real battlefield intel. Not only that, we also have intel reports suggesting that there have been a series of backroom deals with Russia and China and some of the NATO countries, including, I've heard, France and Germany, to basically create, a new economic and security framework in Europe, sort of like what you were just discussing. Now, there's been quite a bit of discussion about military coups in certain countries behind the scenes. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on where we are right now in the overall destruction of one of the cabal's major military arms, which is NATO. Now, obviously, we know that historically it's always been Washington, D.C., and our military here in the United States that's been the enforcer of U.S. policy around the world, and specifically backing the U.S. petrodollar with the threat of military force. That's why we have constant war, to prop up the currency, in essence. But in this context, NATO is really functioning, in my view, as a proxy for the deep state-controlled elements of our still divided military. So based on your research and your context, how much longer do you think that NATO is going to be able to continue fighting this losing battle? And what can you tell us about the backroom deals that are going on between, let's just maybe focus on France and Germany, or if there's another country that's a better example. But if you could talk a little bit about NATO dissolution, I'd be curious to hear that.
Okay, well, first of all, both the German and French military are on the record as saying this appeared and then it was kind of wiped off the internet, but I remember it clearly. They would not be able to last more than several weeks if the Russians decided to actually invade Western Europe. And the American military is not willing to fight Russia in order to save some sort of, fascist governments in Europe. So the Europeans know that the Americans won't fight Russia to protect them, because the Americans don't see Russia as the real enemy. They keep trying to convince Russia to work with them as a united Western front against, to balance with the Asians. I don't say against with the Asians, but to make sure it's a more equal partnership that will have to be worked out in the future. And to have equal partnership, you need to have equal strengths, and that means that the United States and Russia have to unite. So that's what they're pushing for. That's why they're not going to fight, and they know that. So what's really been happening in the Ukraine is that the families that control the privately owned central banks, they still have this money printing machine, and unfortunately, they were able to keep that going for another couple of years. Because obviously they have people working with them in China. But in any case, what you're seeing is privately hired mercenaries and secondhand weapons being sold in the Ukraine. The French report that 3/4 of the weapons being sent to the Ukraine are going to the international black market, mostly to Africa, and now we've seen the Mexican drug cartels with Javelin anti-tank missiles, So what's happening is it's a private group of oligarchs who own the central banks, who've been buying all the secondhand weapons they can and selling them to keep themselves going. And at the same time, they are desperate to still start World War III. So they're still pushing very hard with everything they can, because in their sick worldview, okay, they believe that it's like God's will that there's going to be a fight between two giant countries, Gog and Magog. And Israeli newspapers have described the Shanghai Cooperation Organization as Gog, and then G7 as Magog. But they're trying to get them to fight and kill 90% of humanity so they can enslave the rest. That's the fanatic worldview these people have. That's what they're desperately trying to accomplish. And I'm hearing from MI6 and other sources that they're going to do everything they can to stage as many provocations as possible to start World War III. And I'm also hearing that at the highest levels, the US, Chinese, and Russian militaries have already agreed, no matter what provocations there are, they're not going to start all-out nuclear war. That's the big picture as I could see it.
Absolutely. That's the biggest element right there. Well, another thing I wanted to ask you about, in your commentary over the last several weeks, you've mentioned the significance of the unification of the Muslim world and the implications of this historical shift in various different levels of geopolitics. And certainly this has a direct impact on Israel, which of course we've kind of mentioned tonight. And we also know that Israel is undergoing quite a bit of its own political turmoil. And we also know that the Zionist regime there has to go. And many of us believe that Iran will play a central role in liberating that country. At least that's what it appears to be on the surface, but I want to hear you comment on that. Now, optically here in the US, of course, we're still being fed the same narrative that Israel is the victim and we can never allow Iran to get nuclear weapons, et cetera, et cetera. But I want to hear you talk about the real truth beneath the surface here. What has to happen in Israel, and what are the other implications of the unifications of the Muslim nations that have found common ground?
The first thing I want to mention is that like 15 years ago, when the Asian secret societies and intelligence agencies approached me, they showed me this power chart of the West. And according to them, Israel and Iran are ruled by the same people. Okay. So they were trying to use Israel and Iran as a way to fool the rest of the world into starting their planned World War III. That's why for 30 years, they were saying, Iran's going to get a nuclear weapon within a few weeks. So we got to attack Iran. And we have the proven that the Rothschild-controlled corporation in Switzerland there was paying bribes to both Iranian and Israeli government officials. Now, what has happened is that something has changed there, and the biggest development I saw was that Saudi Arabia and Iran now actually have a military alliance. This is huge because these people have been basically at loggerheads since the Shia-Sunni split, more than 1,000 years ago. So the fact that they have agreed to work together militarily, and so have all the other Middle Eastern countries and Pakistan and India to start their own navy, to take care of their own security, it means that this whole project to rule the world from Greater Israel and then from Greater Khazaria is in extreme danger. Now, what's happening in Israel is that the Jewish people, and these are not the same as these Satan worshippers, have finally figured out that a Holocaust is a fire sacrifice to Baal, Moloch, or as the Egyptians call it, Set or Setan. So in other words, the Jewish people woken up to the fact that they were, and they have been, slaves of Satan worshiping gangsters for thousands of years. And so they're waking up. And the other thing you need to know is that the Jews in Iran have always been treated with great respect and allowed to live their lives in peace. And this is what will happen to the Jews of Israel when this is all over. There's not going to be any, the people who are fighting against the Zionists, they don't sacrifice to Baal. They're not going to kill Jews. They're going to protect them, and they're going to help liberate them. So, what will happen is at the end of the day, there will be a peaceful, autonomous Jewish enclave in Israel. And I'm hearing they're even going to let them rebuild their temple. But this is not going to be a satanic temple, as was the plan. So that's, in a way, this is really biblical. I mean, we're talking about something that started thousands of years ago coming to an end. So it really is amazing to watch. But really, I'll call it the liberation of the Jewish people from thousands of years of slavery.
Absolutely. Well, the last time that we spoke, I want to discuss the Pacific Rim a little bit here. Last time we spoke, we discussed a little bit about the realignment in Southeast Asia that has to take place. And the three major areas that you identified were Japan's Prime Minister Kishida has to go, the reunification of Taiwan with the mainland of China, as well as the reunification of the Korean Peninsula. And you also stated that, I remember I asked you whether you thought there'd be any kinetic action between China and Taiwan, and you said you did not believe there would be. Now, I'm curious if you can give us a sense for what deep state targets exist in Taiwan and how they're going to be dealt with, because I've seen reports indicating that basically the entire island has a DUM underneath it, a deep underground military base. And I've also heard that there are many US-funded biolabs there as well, just like in Ukraine. So give us your thoughts on that, as well as perhaps, if you want, to discuss also how you see the change in leadership in Japan unfolding, as well as the Korean Peninsula.
Okay, well, I talked to the Taiwanese, and when I went to Taiwan, and they told me their real plan was, if China decided to invade, was to take all the imperial treasure they have buried under the museum, and they have these tunnels out the back, and they just take it elsewhere, But the Chinese understand that, I mean, the Taiwan is surrounded by cliffs. It would be militarily very difficult to take over, and they don't see that as being a very good choice, because right now Taiwan has a population of 20 million people, and 1 million of them live in China, and there's 1 million Chinese living in Taiwan. So they understand that a peaceful reunification is the way forward. And they also know, there are definitely deep underground bases and all sorts of stuff that has been built there. And I've heard there's tunnels connecting Taiwan to Japan, but again, I'd like to see this. But the point being that the real issue with Taiwan is Japan, because Japan and Taiwan, okay, let's give you some background. At the end of World War II. It was the nationalist Chinese were one of the victors of the war, and they were given control over Japan, and that control is run out of Taiwan. So any deal with Taiwan means a deal between China and Japan, and then North and South Korea. So it's not just a Taiwan-China problem, but it has to do with the whole region, and that's something that will be worked out. But the Rockefellers and Rothschilds and those people have been buying time by promising that they're going to hand over Japan to the communist Chinese. And that's something that the Japanese are not going to let happen. So that's the issue that really has to be worked out. But as more background, you need to understand that as far as the Chinese are concerned, North Korea is an American colony. However, when I talk to the actual North Koreans, they say no, they're neutral. But all their nuclear missiles and their were supplied by the Americans, or more specifically by the Khazarian mafia in Switzerland. So you need to understand that the other thing you need to know is that North Korea was established by the Japanese military, towards the end of World War II. So it's like the part of the Japanese military regime of World War II that never surrendered. But in any case, at the end of the day, what's going to happen is North and South Korea will be unified, and Taiwan will unify with China, and Japan will remain an independent country. That's what I hear. That's the end game. But it's still a lot of stuff that needs to be worked out. The main thing is to remove the slave regime in Japan. And I've talked to some military and right-wingers over the weekend, and they are fact-checking that the vaccines were not safety tested and that the PCR tests were fraudulent. And, this takes time because these are fact-based, reality-based people, but then the prosecutions will start and the regime will be removed here. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, fantastic. Well, let's talk a little bit, shift gears here and talk a little bit about the economic situation and how this controlled demolition is playing out. Now, it seems to me, you mentioned the BRICS nations, seems to me that the BRICS nations are really in control of the financial chessboard by every measure. And once the gold-backed currency fully rolls out, you also mentioned the SCO, Shanghai Cooperative Organization for Currency Swaps. That really will determine the new means of trade settlement and the prospects also of a Project Sandman mass treasury bond sell-off that we've heard a lot about could very likely be a possibility. It's also possible that that's just being leveraged tactically as a threat. Now, I know that in some of your recent commentary,
2024. As I wrote in my last report, approval has been given for $100 trillion to start a future planning agency for the world, at least for the Western world. So last week I went to Mizuho Bank and applied for the $100 trillion to be put into the White Dragon Foundation to get the process started. Now, the first thing you need to understand is $100 trillion is just a number. It was chosen because it represents 1 year's worth of world GDP, but it's meaningless unless it's accompanied by some real world activity. So right now the gears are in motion, and this is going to take some time before people will see things in public. But the first step will be to hire some headhunters to recruit some of the smartest people in the world to start the planning to set up the organization. I'm not a manager. I'm not good at that sort of thing. I'm an idea man. So the reason we chose Mizuho Bank is because it was set up by the bureaucrats who were responsible for the original future planning agency in Japan, or the economic planning agency. Now, under that system, Japan had decades of double-digit economic growth. Everybody was middle class, or most people, and there was vibrant natural ecosystems right down in downtown Tokyo. So these people have the institutional DNA to get the process started. But of course, as Mizuho itself pointed out, they're a very small, bank in the big world scheme of things. So of course, all the very smart people at places like Goldman Sachs, HSBC, etc., will be involved in this project as it moves forward, and of course, so will the average people. The move towards a jubilee will also be planned very carefully. I'm guessing that it won't happen until 2025 because it has to be worked out very, it's not an easy thing to do, and a lot of consultation has to take place. But there is a consensus that it will happen. And another thing that will now happen is that the Jubilee will include the release of most people who are in jail. There will be an exception for criminally insane people who just have to be institutionalized, or they will immediately start causing harm. But other than that, there should be some kind of release of most people in jail as a part of this process. There will also be, once these people are released from jail, there will also be some very, very severe police action to reduce the crime rate. So once they're released, if they're not in good behavior, there's a good chance they'll be shot on the street as soon as they're caught in the act of committing a crime. So there will be a big change there. We expect the crime rate to drop to 1/5 of its current level in North America when this process is finished. Now, the future planning system has to be put in place, because if we don't, if the West doesn't do that, it's just a matter of time before we all end up working for the Chinese. The Russians realize this. This week, Vladimir Putin announced Russia's plans for the year 2030 and beyond. And it's just full of common sense things that the people want. They want to, they want to stop population decline. They want to increase their high tech, their well-being. 24. As I wrote in my last report, approval has been given for $100 trillion to start a future planning agency for the world, at least for the Western world. So last week I went to Mizuho Bank and applied for the $100 trillion to be put into the White Dragon Foundation to get the process started. Now, the first thing you need to understand is $100 trillion is just a number. It was chosen because it represents 1 year's worth of world GDP, but it's meaningless unless it's accompanied by some real world activity. So right now the gears are in motion. And this is going to take some time before people will see things in public. But the first step will be to hire some headhunters to recruit some of the smartest people in the world to start the planning to set up the organization. I'm not a manager. I'm not good at that sort of thing. I'm an idea man. So the reason we chose Mizuho Bank is because it was set up by the bureaucrats who were responsible for the original future planning agency in Japan, or the economic planning agency. Now, under that system, Japan had decades of double-digit economic growth. Everybody was middle class, or most people, and there was vibrant natural ecosystems right down in downtown Tokyo. So these people have the institutional DNA to get the process started. But of course, as Mizuho itself pointed out, they're a very small, bank in the big world scheme of things. So of course, all the very smart people at places like Goldman Sachs, HSBC, etc., will be involved in this project as it moves forward, and of course, so will the average people. The move towards a jubilee will also be planned very carefully. I'm guessing that it won't happen until 2025 because it has to be worked out very, it's not an easy thing to do, and a lot of consultation has to take place. But there is a consensus that it will happen. And another thing that will now happen is that the Jubilee will include the release of most people who are in jail. There will be an exception for criminally insane people who just have to be institutionalized, or they will immediately start causing harm. But other than that, there should be some kind of release of most people in jail as a part of this process. There will also be, once these people are released from jail, there will also be some very, very severe police action to reduce the crime rate. So once they're released, if they're not in good behavior, there's a good chance they'll be shot on the street as soon as they're caught in the act of committing a crime. So there will be a big change there. We expect the crime rate to drop to 1/5 of its current level in North America when this process is finished. Now, the future planning system has to be put in place, because if we don't, if the West doesn't do that, it's just a matter of time before we all end up working for the Chinese. The Russians realize this. This week, Vladimir Putin announced Russia's plans for the year 2030 and beyond. And it's just full of common sense things that the people want. They want to, they want to stop population decline. They want to increase their high tech, their well-being, in harm. Just read it and you can see. That's what happens when you have a government that works for the people and tries to make a better future for them, which is what governments are supposed to do. Now, what's been happening in the West is that the West has been under the control of a group of fanatics. I call them the Khazarian Mafia, but they're also Sabbatai and Frankist Jews. But the big plan they were working towards was they were going to use the Ukraine to destroy Russia, turn it into many small vassal states. And then they were going to use those vassal states together with the West and Japan to attack China and turn China into 5 countries, perpetually fighting each other and under their control. They were also going to use Israel to conquer most of the Middle East and set up a new world capital there under their sort of dictatorship, and turn the planet into a giant animal farm. We've all seen what they were trying to do. Digital ID, social credit scores. So if you don't obey, you don't get food. It was a system of horrific global slavery that they were trying to install. And that is now ending. There's still some mopping up to be done. We saw that Jared Kushner was flushed out in Israel last week, and it's clear he was behind the plan to, depopulate Gaza and turn it into a kind of a resort. Well, he's now a dead man walking. The same with U.S. Speaker Mike Johnson. I mean, for him to publicly call for genocide, that's criminal, and I guarantee you he'll not be around much longer. The other two we have to see vanish from public view is Alex Soros, and that whole thing, that whole foundation, that whole group needs to be neutralized. He's just been caught paying people to burn American flags, for example. So he's got to go. And of course, Justin Trudeau in Canada will have to go. This is going to happen. You watch and see. It's just a matter of time. Those people will be removed. They are mass murderers, and it has been proven beyond a doubt. The same is true for the pharmaceutical companies. They got their slave governments to promise them total immunity no matter how many people they killed. Well, that's not going to work. So the people behind the pharmaceutical companies will have to go. Now, we were contacted and threatened by the Rockefellers last week, saying they were going to, completely overthrow the Chinese government. But it was just a bluff. At the end of the day, they agreed that they will go along with the new paradigm, and because they have no choice, really. The only alternative is the entire Rockefeller, all the descendants of John Rockefeller I would be removed from the human gene pool, at least according to the Asian Secret Society. So that, they have to go along. But clearly, many members of that clan who were responsible for the mass murder vaccine event we just witnessed will have to face war crimes tribunals, but that members of the clan who had nothing to do with it will be allowed to continue to prosper and live their lives in peace. And you can see the visible signs of this change in the corporate news, for example. Now the Rockefeller avatar, Joe Biden, is publicly saying we won't send arms to Israel if they attack Gaza. And then you have Israeli newspapers now, printing that Benjamin Netanyahu is the person who financed Hamas. We all know this, but the fact that it's in their newspapers is a sign that something fundamental has changed. Now, I know there's, news items out there about Israel attacking Rafah, but that's just old news clips, computer graphics. It's fake. It stopped. The fighting in Israel has stopped. It's all a nothing burger. So we are still in an interregnum, and a lot will be happening, but the big question mark we're still waiting to answer is what is going to happen with all the secret Space Force technology? When will we see? I mean, the skies are full of UFO displays. I've seen them with my own eyes. I've seen these triangular anti-gravity crafts flying over Tokyo. If you watch the skies, there's a chance you personally will be able to see this with your own naked eyes. But I want to be able to ride one of these things. I want to ride an anti-gravity flying saucer so I can go from Tokyo to Canada in 20 minutes instead of 16 hours as it takes now. And this needs to be made available to the public. So the unanswered question is when and how is the secret technology going to be released to the public? But this will probably happen once the new systems to replace the UN are in place and when the Future Planning Agency is set up. We're talking about changing the direction of the entire planet. So it's not an easy thing. It has to be done carefully, rationally, and with the interests of the people at heart. But you can tell the old system has failed with the failure of the Israel's 911, where they were gonna, they staged another slaughter in order to try to manipulate people into a war, and nobody showed up. It failed. It blew up in their faces. So they're amazed. Their old playbook, which they've been using for thousands of years, has stopped working. The people have woken up. We're not going to be scared into submission anymore. We're not going to be fooled into wars anymore. Humanity is now heading for a long era of peace and harmony, and this will become increasingly visible over the coming months and into 2025. But for now, what we'll be witnessing is the implosion of the current system in the United States and Israel. Well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Do you know, will the internet as we know it be shut down during the 10-day or however many days it takes lockdown? Will people be given a different way to connect to emergency broadcasting systems, EBS, or the e-alert SEAS to hear the messages being sent out? Will the new free internet be activated with only one channel for the duration of the lockdown? Please let me know.
To be honest, I don't know. I'm not in the loop on all those plans. There may not be a shutdown. What I think it's more likely is it's just going, what's the process that's already underway of slowly exposing more and more people to the truth, and instead of a shutdown and a single channel telling everybody what's going on, it's already underway. When you see, for example, Tucker Carlson getting more viewers than MSNBC and stuff like that, you can know that the process is underway. But I don't have personally any information about any sort of plan to shut things down. But if it happens, then we'll know. But right now, as far as I can tell, what will happen is there'll be change in management at Meta, Google, Apple, and they will be forced to tell the truth and stop trying to manipulate people according to their own misguided social engineering projects, such as trying to, turn everyone into a sterile transgender, or something like that. That's not their job. Their job is to allow complete transparency of information. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The Canadian military is going door to door for wellness checks. This isn't normal, and I think they're planning something. Do you know anything about this?
No, but I do know that if Trudeau and the people who still work for him and Alex Soros and Rockefellers try some sort of pandemic type fakery to stay in power and impose martial law, I don't care how senior those generals are, they will be shot for treason. It's not going to be allowed to happen. Next question.
Ben, so you are telling us that Donald Trump is not going to be president and Douglas McGregor is. Forgive me, but this is quite a shock. You could have at least spent a little more time and tell us what is going on with Trump. As an American waiting on Trump to return, this is quite a new revelation. I really don't know how to take this news. Who decided this? And so all the Trumps we are seeing are just some sort of script actors? I can't see the real Donald Trump allowing this to happen. Please elaborate on what is going on.
Well, first of all, the Donald Trump that is at Mar-a-Lago is definitely not the real Donald Trump. This is an actor. You know, he's going to, and the fact that they suspended these whole court cases it makes it clear that people are waking up to the fact that that whole Trump show is fake. Now, I do get told by military white hats that the real Donald Trump is the commander-in-chief of the U.S. Armed Forces and the White Hats, and that they are, you know, behind this whole cleanup. But what I've also known is that there are a lot of, he's a very polarizing figure, whereas General or Field Marshal Douglas McGregor is very neutral. He's just talking about restoring the health of democracy and traditional institutions such as the rule of law and you know, just restoring the system to the way it's supposed to be, you know, working for the people, not against them. And so what it was people like the head of MI6 and other very, you know, powerful groups who seem to think that he would be a less polarizing figure than Donald Trump. However, at the end of the day, if, you know, real democracy is restored, as opposed to this fake, you know, digital stuff where you have actors reading scripts and then you have a digitally faked election. If there is a real democracy and a real election and Donald Trump wins, then he'll be president. But we cannot have an election under the current system where it's all just fake and rigged in secret. But all I can say is that a lot of people are against Donald Trump and a lot of people are for him. And so it may be that Douglas McGregor would be a compromise between the two camps. But in the end of the day, it's going to be the people who decide. And right now, Trump has a lot of support. So let's see how this plays. But just remember, the one at Mar-a-Lago is a fake. Don't pay attention to him. Don't pay attention to those court trials. All that theatrics is just reality TV. And he's just an actor reading scripts given to him by handlers like Leo Zagami of the P2 Freemasons. He's not the real deal. I would, you know, like to personally hear from the Commander-in-Chief Trump and meet him face to face, to be honest. That hasn't happened, but I keep hearing from the military white hats that he is in charge and he's at Mount Cheyenne, and well, let's see. But the people I contact who I know are real and who are in real centers of power, they say that Douglas McGregor would be a better choice. But, you know, this is going to, at the end of the day, the people will decide. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We live in the Netherlands where politics are stuck forever. Canada and Netherlands are both pulling the rope for what is left of Schwab. Demissionary fake cabinets are ongoing in making the worst mistakes in humanitarian issues ever. Are we going to see some light on the horizon soon?
Yeah, there is, you know, von der Leyen and Trudeau and the government of the Netherlands and stuff. They're kind of like final holdouts, but they have lost the war, and it's just a matter of time before change is made. Their whole, you know, but it's going to probably take several months, but you will see change in the Netherlands, in Canada, and at the EU, and the criminals will be removed. Just wait and see. But in the meantime, also do whatever you personally can to wake people up. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. What do you know of the secrets of Antarctica, and why are we being prevented from going there? Also, do you have any info concerning the North Pole?
Again, what we know publicly about Antarctica is that the Antarctic Treaty means that it's not under the control of any government on Earth. And that means that a lot of oligarchs have carried out a lot of secret research there. We also know that the Nazis sent their top scientists there before the end of World War II, and that they were producing anti-gravity material. And I also heard that most of those scientists moved to Australia, Brazil, and Area 51. I also know that they have, top secret meetings of the Illuminati Council at the Norwegian Antarctic base. For example, there was a meeting there that decided to put Trump in 2016 instead of Hillary Clinton, Rockefeller. So that's what we know. But I'm hearing from my sources who have access to Antarctica that there's still some kind of fighting going on there, and there's still some dark hats there that have to be removed, and that's why the area is under quarantine. But I would like to know more myself. I've personally tried to go there and been stopped. People I know have tried to go there and been stopped. So it's definitely closed, and something's going on. Now, as far as the North Pole is concerned, that is clearly under white hat control. The Thule Air Base, I forget, it's got a new name, in Greenland is a center for this, and the Russians control the northern regions together with the U.S. military white hats, and good things are happening there. So there's no problem with the North Pole, but there's still something going on with the South Pole. That's what I know, and I, like you, I'd like to know more. I'd like to see, full disclosure, and hopefully that will come. Well, I hope to see you again next week, and hopefully there'll be more and more good news. All right, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week.
Back to DOGE just for a second. Earlier, the subcommittee headed by Chairman Marjorie Taylor Greene, her staff discovered $2.7 trillion in improper payments to Medicare, Medicaid, overseas, to people who should not have gotten it. Some of this room might have missed that press conference. Can you elaborate on what the president is thinking at this point?
Well, again, that's another example. There's a very long list of the fraud, waste, and abuse that DOGE is identifying on a daily basis. Elon Musk also talked about yesterday about Social Security payments that are going out the door for people who are no longer with us. Unfortunately, I would say that is certainly fraud. There's also a lot of contracts they've identified that, just as a hypothetical example, are $1 million, but only 500,000 went out the door. So where's the rest of that cash? And so that's the thing. Those are the things that DOGE is working on every single day. And I would just remind everybody in this room, this is what President Trump campaigned on doing. He's delivering on a promise that 70.
And swear by my name like they taught my people of Israel to swear by Baal. If they do not obey, I will utterly pluck up and destroy that nation. They're all listed in this prophecy written 3,000 years ago by the prophet Asaph. Asaph was a worship leader for King David, but we're also told he was a seer, a prophet. 2 Chronicles 29, verse 30. And he, at a time when Israel was, had won, is he's going to, the Arab peoples had, over the diaspora, had gone into the promised land of Israel. It was called Palestine in 135 AD. It was renamed Palestine. Never was really a country. It was always loosely defined borders, depending on whoever controlled the area. But it was called Palestine, and then in 1948, it became Israel. And so he was saying, I'm going to pluck out the evil neighbors from what is now going to be called Israel, put them back in their ancient homelands. And I'm going to pluck the Jews out who were living in some of those Arab countries there, lands, and bring them back into what is now going to be called Israel. So we saw that happen in 1948. Now, what he had to do, and the Ottoman Empire had controlled the Middle East from 1517 to 1917. There could be no Arab states or Israel with them having control over that area. So in World War I, they got defeated, the Ottoman Empire, the Turks. And all of a sudden we find in the 20th century, the Arabs starting to get their states back. So for instance, Egypt was 1922, got its statehood. Saudi Arabia and Iraq were 1932. Iran, formerly Persia, was called Iran in 1935. Lebanon, 1943, Jordan and Syria, 1946, and then along comes Israel, 1948. So we see that they're all listed in this prophecy written 3,000 years ago by the prophet Asaph. The Arab states got their statehood. This is a sovereign act of God. He said he would put them back into their lands. I'll continue to read these verses and show you how that plays out.
Yeah, now,
All right, thanks for tuning in. I hope to see you again next week.
Back to DOGE just for a second. Earlier, the subcommittee headed by Chairman Marcia Taylor Greene, her and her staff discovered $2.7 trillion in improper payments to Medicare, Medicaid, overseas, to people who should not have gotten it. Some of this room might have missed that press conference. Can you elaborate on what the president is thinking at this point?
Well, again, that's another example. There's a very long list of the fraud, waste, and abuse that DOGE is identifying on a daily basis. Elon Musk also talked about yesterday about Social Security payments that are going out the door for people who are no longer with us. Unfortunately, I would say that is certainly fraud. There's also a lot of contracts they've identified that, just as a hypothetical example, are $1 million, but only 500,000 went out the door. So where's the rest of that cash? And so that's the thing. Those are the things that DOGE is working on every single day. And I would just remind everybody in this room, this is what President Trump campaigned on doing. He's delivering on a promise that 70